Chapter 642. Up in Thunder Emperor Valley, Xiaochen opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with purple electricity. In the past 5 days, Xiaochen's understanding of lightning had improved by another level. Originally, there was no lightning in the world. Lightning was not like wind, fire, or water, which existed for a long time. Only when wind and clouds gathered would lightning appear. Lightning did not exist in isolation. If there was no wind and no clouds, there would be no lightning. It was just like the immortal divine lightning above Thunder Emperor Valley. Without the dark clouds that moved with the wind and lingered for a long time, no matter how powerful the Thunder King was, his will of thunder would not be able to last forever. After comprehending this point, a vague image of the will of thunder appeared in Xiaochen's mind. Although Xiaochen had not formally grasped the basics, he now had a general direction. He would not be as confused as before. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Today, I have to gather at Dragon Sealing City, Xiaochen muttered as he stood up. Xiaochen glanced at the half-step martial monarchs waiting for him to be struck by lightning. He could not help but find it funny. Xiao! Xiaochen pushed off the ground, and a blue dragon image appeared. As it moved up and down, Xiaochen silently arrived behind these people. He smiled and asked, "Old sirs, what are you all waiting for?" "What else can we be waiting for?" "Waiting for that brat to be struck by lightning, of course," an old man said dispiritedly. When these people turned around and saw Xiaochen behind them, they paled and retreated in fright. "Ha! You are not very capable, but your heart is very vicious. In that case, I will let you have a taste of being struck by lightning first." Xiaochen stretched out his hand and pointed. Winds and clouds moved in the sky. The clouds clashed, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, blasting the person who spoke into the water. Only when the clouds move can there be lightning. However, clouds cannot move without wind. Hence, there needs to be wind. Xiaochen thought to himself. Then, he casually executed the comprehensions he had gained in Thunder Emperor Valley. Instantly, lightning flashed. A group of half-step martial monarchs waiting for Xiaochen to be struck by lightning were struck by lightning. They cried out miserably as they fell into the water, charred black. "Let's go to Dragon Sealing City." Seeing that the old men were all struck by the lightning, Xiaochen did not make things difficult for this group of people. He stood on the blue dragon and headed for Dragon Sealing City. Gulp, gulp. Xiaochen walked far away. On the surface of the sea below, there was a burst of bubbles. One by one, black and swarthy heads popped out of the water like refugees. They still did not understand each other. Feeling confused, they said, "That shouldn't be the case. Why is it that this brat is not struck by lightning, but we are?" In the sky above Dragon Sealing City, the Bushin Palace's jade ship was overflowing with light. Celestial music lingered in the surroundings, and colorful clouds drifted. The thick, dark clouds that had not melted for 10,000 years were split into 2 halves. Golden light shone from the center and poured down. Every building in the simple and unadorned Dragon Sealing City seemed to be covered in a layer of golden paint, looking very beautiful. The geniuses of the Sky Dome realm in the top 20 of the True Dragon rankings stood at the bow of the ship. As they looked at the boundless Sky Dome realm, they were all in high spirits and felt very nervous. In the vast Sky Dome realm, there were thousands of heroes. However, only the 20 of them could obtain the opportunity to enter the Kunlun realm. What kind of glory was this? However, they also felt very nervous in the depths of their hearts. After suffering at Xiaochen's hands, they now had a clear understanding of their own strength. Perhaps if they went to the Kunlun realm, the pride that they had for the past 20-odd years would be gone forever, vanishing into the crowd. However, everyone here was a strong and confident person. The anticipation and desire in their hearts far outweighed their nervousness. No one believed that they would lose. As long as they had a chance, even if they went to the Kunlun realm, they could still rise up and obtain the glory that belonged to them. There was no need to worry so much when they were young. As long as there was a dream in their hearts, no matter how cruel this world was, there was nothing to fear. At this moment, Yu Chenxi and Old Feng were looking into the distance. It was clear that they were waiting for someone. Gong Yangyu stood behind the two with a calm expression. His sect was much weaker than the Haotian sect in the Kunlun realm. It was only a rank 8 sect. After setting some conditions with his sect, Gong Yangyu decided to go to the Kunlun realm. That was to say, he headed straight for the Haotian sect. If he went to his own sect, the treatment he would receive would be better. In a relatively small and weak sect, it would be easier for him to gain the attention of the upper echelons. If he went to the Haotian sect, where there were more geniuses, the competition he would face was something that the main sect could not compare to. The treatment he received would be worse as well. This was a choice between being the head of a chicken or the tail of a phoenix. In the end, Gong Yangyu chose the latter. Actually, most of the people here chose the latter as well. Those whose sects had not reached rank 9 were prepared to look for a better place. A smile appeared on Yu Chenxi's face as he said, "He is here." Gong Yangyu recovered his wits and quickly looked over. He saw a figure in the distance standing on the image of a blue dragon. As the figure moved up and down, it traveled 1 kilometer. This figure quickly flew towards the jade warship. That person looked very graceful and extraordinary. He did not reveal himself, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling, one that no one could defeat. Naturally, this person was the top ranker of the True Dragon ranking, the white-robed bladesman who dominated the younger generation of the Sky Dome realm and defeated Wan Feng, the king-grade True Dragon genius, Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin is here. It was not just Yu Chenxi but also the gazes of everyone else focused on Xiaoqin. This white-robed bladesman seemed to always be able to create miracles. Back then, at the Wan Clan's plaza, the many outstanding young talents had been humiliated by Wan Feng. Although they were not convinced, they all suffered miserable defeats at his hands, unable to retaliate at all. Only Xiaoqin, after defeating 36 martial monarchs and the 8 great guardian deities, still had the strength to defeat Wan Feng. Xiaoqin managed to gain some glory for the youths of the Sky Dome realm. "Sorry, I'm a little late." Xiaoqin looked around at the situation. He had not expected the others to arrive so early, so he said apologetically to Old Feng. Old Feng smiled gently and said, "There's no rush, there's no rush. There are people who came even later than you." Xiaoqin looked carefully and discovered that there were already 19 people in the top 20. Only Chu Chaoyun was nowhere to be seen. Strange, given Chu Chaoyun's talent, it would be too much of a pity if he did not go to the Kunlun realm. Xiaoqin thought doubtfully. At the same time, he felt somewhat disappointed. Xiaoqin and Chu Chaoyun had not truly determined a victor yet. The battle on the Wind Cloud platform was just the beginning. In the future, when the two of them reached the peak, there would definitely be another battle. If Chu Chaoyun did not go to the Kunlun realm, he would only be left far behind, never able to catch up. "I'm not waiting anymore. He is just a lower realm genius, and he dares to put on airs in front of me. If he does not go, then so be it. Bushin Palace does not lack people like him." The extreme old man's displeased voice came from the ship's hold. "Hu Qi." The instant the extreme old man spoke, the jade warship immediately soared into the air. Then, it flew at an extremely fast speed towards the boundless golden light above. The thick, dark clouds that had been split in half slowly merged together like 2 pieces of the ceiling. Finally, they merged completely, and a huge shadow-covered dragon ceiling city once again. Time passed slowly. Only when the Age of Geniuses began would the dark clouds above Dragon Ceiling City open again and send down a golden light. The dense golden light surrounded the jade warship. The many cultivators on the warship, including Xiaoqin, were all very curious as they looked around. However, all they could see was golden light. They could not see anything special about it. How exactly did this warship reach the Kunlun realm? Xiao. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding golden light suddenly dissipated. Boundless stars and a vast heavenly river appeared before everyone's eyes. Normally, no one dared to look at the blazing sun. However, at this moment, it was just a small ball of fire in everyone's eyes. It looked very wondrous. From time to time, huge flying rocks with long tails whizzed past everyone's eyes. The scene was quite thrilling. The jade ship was surrounded by a transparent golden membrane, protecting it from being hit by the flying stones. This is the starry heavens? As someone from the modern era, Xiaochen discovered that the starry heavens here could not be measured by the knowledge of Earth. A jade warship could float in the starry heavens. No matter how much the people of that world imagined it, they would not dare to believe it. When Xiaochen looked back, he discovered that the original Sky Dome realm was actually just a small stone stele with talisman scripts shining on it. Xiaochen was sure that the size of that stone stele surpassed that of the jade warship. However, the radiance it emitted enveloped all the stars in it. Such a strange scene left people puzzled even after much thought. After we pass the whirlpool in front, we will reach the Kunlun realm. Old Feng's voice came from behind Xiaochen. Xiaochen looked to the front. At some point in time, a seven-colored whirlpool had appeared in the boundless starry heavens. At some point in time, a seven-colored whirlpool had appeared. This whirlpool was incredibly huge, comparable to a planet. Old Feng said gravely, Xiaochen Yuchenzi and Gong Yangyu, now that we are here, I should tell you about the situation of the Kunlun realm. The group quickly listened, not daring to miss out on anything. Aside from humans, there are many other races of various sizes in the Kunlun realm. The Kunlun realm is ridiculously large. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as boundless. The region that our human race controls is the Tianwu domain. For the sake of resources, the various domains frequently erupt in great wars. The Bushin Palace is a faction formed by all the sects of the human race. It is the supreme sect that rules the Tianwu domain. You don't have to know about the other races and the larger domains for now. Just the Tianwu domain is more than enough for you to explore. You might not even be able to finish exploring it in your lifetime. Gong Yangyu asked out of curiosity, how big is the Tianwu domain? Compared to the Tianwu continent, it is slightly bigger. When Gong Yangyu heard this, he could not help but laugh loudly. He said, there is no comparison at all. The Tianwu domain has 108 continents. Even the smallest continent is larger than a nation in the Tianwu continent. The slightly larger continents are the size of 2 nations. This is just the places with human habitation. If we include some desolate mountains and ancient remnants, it is even larger. When Xiaochen and the other two heard this, they could not help but be flabbergasted. Just the Tianwu domain of the human race was already so large. In that case, how large was the entire Kunlun realm? I'll say one last thing. You are all geniuses. Otherwise, the Haotian sect would not have called you in. But if you want to do nothing, and the Clear Sky School directly spends resources to support you, that is absolutely impossible. It is the same for the other sections. If you want to obtain more resources, you need to bring out your strength to prove yourself and stand out from the other disciples. Chapter 643. Old Feng's last sentence sounded extremely grave. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu exchanged glances. They both felt a trace of seriousness in each other's eyes. Xiaochen, on the other hand, did not feel much. He had already expected this. Regardless of whether it was the genius disciples of the Haotian sect in the Tianwu domain or the luck geniuses from the other great thousand realms, the Haotian sect would not be able to defeat them. In this great world, there were definitely no mediocre people. The competition would probably be even more intense. In a situation where the resources were equal, the only way was to stand out. He had to show that he was more worthy of nurturing than others in order to get what he wanted. As everyone on the bow of the ship cried out in alarm, the jade ship entered the rainbow vortex with a whoosh. Everyone felt a powerful suction force. In front of that force, their bodies were unable to resist at all, and they were disintegrated into countless particles of various sizes. At this moment, his soul and body were separated. He could still think, but he couldn't control his own body. Such a strange state was extremely frightening, but fortunately, it didn't last for long. The particles of his body, big and small, reassembled like a platter. His body returned to his control, and the world before him suddenly opened up. In the boundless sky, a huge sun hung high in the sky. There were many mountains and cities on the ground. The tall buildings were as small as ants. Looking from above, the Kunlun realm was no different from the Tianwu continent. My cultivation base seems to have increased a little. It has become more condensed. Me too. Earlier, It felt like the veritable essence energy in my body was reorganized. Several of my blocked meridians were cleared. This is the Kunlun realm. The many young Sky Dome realm cultivators on the bow of the warship all spoke excitedly, their faces filled with excitement. Xiaochen circulated his quintessence and discovered that it was indeed so. His cultivation had advanced to early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. The circulation of quintessence in his meridians became smoother, saving him half a month of bitter cultivation. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, "The rules of the lower realm and the upper realm are different. The first time you enter, everyone's cultivation will receive some benefits. Although it is not much, it is better than nothing. Properly experience the spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm. Before you go to Bushin Palace, you should get used to it." Even without Old Feng's instructions, the many youths on the bow had already closed their eyes and sat down cross-legged, greedily absorbing the spiritual origin around them. Xiaochen was not in a hurry to sit down cross-legged. Instead, he circulated the true essence in his body and made a grabbing motion in the air. A water ball formed from spirit chi appeared in his palm. The light blue ball of water was plump and full. It contained a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi. Xiaochen muttered, "With just a casual grab, there is already so much spiritual energy. It is more than 10 times stronger than the Great Jin Nation, which is rich in spiritual energy." Poof! With a flick of his hand, Xiaochen poured quintessential essence into the ball of water. It spun and shot into the distance before exploding. The water ball turned into droplets of rain and dispersed in all directions. Not even a faint ripple appeared in the space. Strange. In the Sky Dome realm, I can tear space with a casual strike. Earlier, I infused a drop of compressed quintessential essence into that ball of water, but there was not even a ripple in space. Shock flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he muttered to himself. The space of this Kunlun realm seemed to be much firmer than that of the Sky Dome realm. The restrictions of the natural laws on cultivators were even greater. Let's try again. This time, Xiaochen got serious. He exhausted 50% of his quintessential essence and 60% comprehended saber intent. Then, he used his fingers as a saber and sent out a strand of sharp saber chi to the side. The sharp saber chi was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Soon, it vanished before Xiaochen's eyes, disappearing in a flash. Wherever it passed, faint ripples would appear on both sides. Ripples would appear in the space around it, as if a stone had been dropped onto a calm surface of water. At this point, Xiaochen was certain that the space of this Kunlun realm was much firmer. If one compared this empty space to a building, then the space of the Sky Dome realm was a wooden building, and the building here was a tall tower made of steel. The two could not be compared at all. The difference was too great. Xiaochen withdrew his hand and said softly, "In such a tight and firm space, cultivation progress, flying speed, and the might of martial techniques will all be greatly restricted." No wonder Wang Feng's quintessential essence was so pure. The heavenly Dao's restrictions on cultivators were much stronger than in the lower realms. Given this, the lower realm cultivators were naturally at a disadvantage compared to the geniuses who were already used to the Kunlun realm's laws. If there were any arrogant and unruly people who were not convinced by the local geniuses, they would immediately be taught a severe lesson. In the distance, two girls stood on an azure lawn covered in flames. The girl on the right wore a green dress. She was very pretty and had an otherworldly air. She appeared quiet and cute. This girl was already a rare beauty. However, the girl on the left, wearing a red dress, was even more beautiful. Her skin was fair, her teeth were sharp, and her eyebrows were like a blazing flame. As the azure luan flew quickly, a sharp saber chi with a flourishing aura flew over from the side. The girl on the right reacted very quickly. She flicked her finger, and a resonant phoenix cry rang out. Then, a fiery sword chi shot out from her fingertip. The fiery light was dazzling, and the sword chi was like a rainbow. When it clashed with that saber chi, it quickly melted. After a while, the saber chi turned into mist and scattered. The girl on the left asked in shock, "Who sent out that saber chi?" To think that elder sister Nuan had to use the vermilion bird holy flame. The girl with the family name Nguyen looked at the jade ship that was already far away. When she saw a blurry white figure, she said softly, "This strand of saber chi contains not only dense quintessential energy but also a 60% comprehended saber intent. If I want to casually destroy it, I have to use the vermilion bird holy flame." At the same time, the girl with the family name Nguyen felt somewhat astonished. She recognized the symbol of that jade ship. It was the escort ship that passed by Bushin Palace. If there were no surprises, this strand of saber chi came from one of the lower realm geniuses on the ship. However, there is no killing chi. It should be a casual probing from someone from the lower realm. That is not a problem. I will bring you to the proud son of heaven ranking. Let's go. As Xiaochen pondered, the youths on the bow all opened their eyes. Their eyes shone with great confidence, and some of them even laughed out loud. What dense spiritual energy! No wonder that Wan Feng is only an inferior grade martial monarch, but he surpasses us by so much. His accumulations are simply too bountiful. That's right. Give us some time, and we will definitely surpass him. It is not that his talent surpasses ours. Rather, he has been in the Kunlun realm longer than us. Sooner or later, we will teach him a lesson. After cultivating for a while, the cultivators felt a lot of spiritual energy in their bodies. Lofty aspirations filled their hearts, sweeping away all the nervousness in their hearts. Their expressions were filled with excitement as if they had come back to life. Xiaochen frowned slightly and did not say anything. Wan Feng's strength was not that simple. Even in the Tianwu domain, Wan Feng's state of ice, which surpassed the limits, was not something that just anyone could grasp. Furthermore, everyone could obtain spiritual energy. In the Kunlun realm, it was like cabbages. There was no need to be so excited. In the end, they are all youths. Their mental states are not mature enough, Old Feng said softly as he shook his head. Boom! Just at this moment, boundless golden light came from the front. A huge palace floating in the air appeared before everyone's eyes. The surroundings of the palace were shrouded in mist, causing the mysterious palace to appear somewhat hazy. When the group got closer, they discovered that the signboard above the palace read, Bushin Palace South Gate. We have arrived. All of you quickly go down. The elders of your respective sects will inform you of the arrangements for the remaining matters. The extreme old man's voice came from the warship's hold in an indifferent manner. Old Feng said, "Go down first. I'll bring you to Bushin Palace to register yourselves. After that, we will attempt to enter the proud son of heaven ranking." Just as Xiaochen was about to leave, he suddenly felt an intense, hateful gaze. He turned his head to look, and the windows of the warship were open. Wan Feng looked at Xiaochen coldly, a boundless hatred gathering in the depths of his eyes. That hatred surged like a flood, extremely terrifying. It felt like even if Wan Feng ate Xiaochen alive, he would not be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Xiaochen found it strange. Where does this fellow get so much hatred from? I merely defeated him in front of everyone. If he is not satisfied, he can just challenge me again. There is no need for him to show such a horrifying gaze. Naturally, Xiaochen did not know that Kim Taeho humiliated Wan Feng. Wan Feng blamed the humiliation of that day on Xiaochen. If Xiaochen had not severely injured Wan Feng first, how could Wan Feng have been beaten to the point of kneeling and admitting his mistakes by someone like Kim Taeho, whom Wan Feng could easily crush? Xiaochen, let's go, Yu Chenxi reminded when he saw Xiaochen in a daze. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and smiled in response. Then he jumped off the warship with Wan Feng. Wan Feng clenched his right fist tightly and said coldly, "I'll let you be cocky for now. When I break through to medial grade martial monarch, I will definitely go to the Haoyan sect to take revenge." Amid the dense spiritual fog, the majestic palace gave off a faint golden light. It looked like a paradise on earth. From a distance, the floating Bushin Palace looked like the forbidden city of Xiaochen's previous world, floating in midair. Pavilions, terraces, and halls filled the city. Simple and imposing buildings lined the streets, one after another. One could even vaguely see tall mountains, lakes, and rivers. Rather than a palace, it was more like a miniature continent. Under the lead of their sect elders, The participants on the warship arrived at the south gate of Bushin Palace. 2 rows of golden-armored warriors with deep cultivations stood below the simple and imposing gate. They expressionlessly inspected the cultivators lining up to enter the south gate. Occasionally, people rode on spirit beasts and descended from the sky. There were also all sorts of small birds with overwhelming spiritual energy flying by in flocks. When one looked carefully, one would be shocked to discover that the feathers of these unremarkable birds flickered with dazzling light. The spiritual energy in their eyes indicated that they were actually rank 7 spirit beasts. Some of the bolder birds did not fear the cultivators on the ground. They flew around the crowd and chirped non-stop. When the young cultivators of the Sky Dome realm arrived at Bushin Palace, they all looked around curiously. Chapter 644. Old Feng did not find this strange. He smiled gently and led the 3 past the long queue, going directly to the golden-armored guards. After handing over their identity documents and identity medallions, the guards at the south gate let Xiao Chen and the others through. They did not even have to queue. Purple gold vine. A purple gold vine that is at least 1,000 years old. Unexpectedly, it is planted by the roadside, and its fruits are all ripe. There is also the fire dragon tree. It is at least 1,000 years old. White profound flower. After entering, the group could not help but exclaim when they saw the spirit trees and flowers casually planted by the roadside. When they looked around, they saw the spirit trees and spirit herbs that were very valuable in the Sky Dome realm growing everywhere like weeds in the vast Bushin Palace. Xiao Chen was not too astonished. Spirit trees that could be casually planted by the roadside were definitely not rare. Since they were in the Kunlun realm, they could not look at things from the perspective of the Sky Dome realm. Old Feng led the 3 through a few familiar streets in the Bushin Palace. Soon, they arrived at a majestic hall. The plaque above the door read, "Proud Son of Heaven Pavilion." After entering the hall, Old Feng got the 3 to wait for a while he went to get their identity medallions. The few of them felt bored as they waited. There were also some cultivators around their age who were waiting excitedly. "Are you cultivators from the lower realm?" 3 cultivators, male and female, walked over and asked the 3 curiously. The one who asked the question was a pretty girl. This girl was about 24 or 25 years old. She was already an inferior grade martial monarch. Her aura was very stable, not chaotic at all. Clearly, she had advanced a long time ago. The 3 exchanged glances. Then Xianxia made the introductions. "Yes, we are from the Sky Dome realm. I am Xianxia, he is Xiao Chen, and he is Gong Yangyu. I am Bai Shi. These 2 are my junior brothers, Bai He and Bai Yu. They are from the rank 8 sect of the Jingzhou province, Baiming Palace." The girl's smile did not diminish as she introduced them warmly to the 3. When the 2 male disciples behind her heard that Xiao Chen and the others were from the Sky Dome realm, they revealed disdainful gazes. "I thought it was the geniuses of the 10 great battle realms. So, it is the last rank Sky Dome realm. Senior Sister Bai, let's go." There is nothing to say to them. The Baiming Palace disciple named Bai Yu said faintly. Bai He also said, "The people of the Sky Dome realm want to enter the Proud Son of Heaven ranking? That is simply impossible. What a waste of an opportunity." White Brook unhappily said, "How can you 2 speak like that? How rude." "Ha. In that case, Senior Sister, you can just waste your time here. We'll go make our preparations. Once Senior Brother brings back the Sage Sky Lantern, we'll attempt the Proud Son of Heaven ranking." The 2 of them didn't even look at Xiao Chen and the other 2. They just turned around and left. Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao learned a little about the 10 great battle realms as they chatted. Of the 600 great realms that the Bushin Palace controlled, the 10 great battle realms were the top 10 great thousand realms. There were countless experts in the battle realms. Many of them were natural combat geniuses. Every year, the experts of the battle realms would enter the Kunlun realm, making a name for themselves in the competitive Tianwu domain. The battle realms had already become a signboard. The people who came from the battle realms were publicly acknowledged to be extraordinary. Even the people of the Tianwu domain wanted to befriend them. "My apologies. My 2 junior brothers are rather proud and arrogant. However, they are definitely not vicious people, Bai Shi said apologetically. This was not the first time Xiao Chen met such realistic people. Given his mental state, these two would not affect him at all. He smiled faintly and did not say anything. Yu Chenxi felt dissatisfied in his heart. However, when he saw Bai Shi's sincere attitude, he did not say anything. He changed the topic and said, "Let's not talk about this. Elder sister Bai Shi, can you tell us what this proud son of heaven ranking is?" Bai Shi was very enthusiastic. She smiled and said, "Naturally I can. The proud son of heaven ranking is a ranking that measures the strength of the young cultivators in our Tianwu domain. It is the most authoritative ranking. In the Tianwu domain, as long as you are not older than 40, you have a chance to make it onto the ranking every year. After you make it onto the ranking, not only will you become famous in the Tianwu domain, but you will also receive many benefits. The first benefit is that the Bushin Palace will give you spirit-gathering pearls and medicinal pills as a monthly reward based on your rank on the ranking. The second benefit is that as long as you make it onto the ranking, you will obtain the will of an ancient sage. The ancient sage was as strong as a martial emperor. This will enter your sea of consciousness and save your life at a critical moment. The third benefit is the one that has the closest relationship with you all. If you can make it onto the ranking, you will receive more attention after you enter the sect." When the group heard Bai Shi's explanation, they could not help but feel anticipation for the proud son of heaven ranking. "Senior brother is here. Come, let's go quickly. After cultivating for 3 years, I must make it onto the ranking." Just at this moment, Bai Yu and Bai He rushed over. Bai Shi smiled and said, "My first senior brother is here. I will take my leave first." Xiao Chen and the others turned their heads to look and saw a young swordsman with an extraordinary air and unfathomable cultivation. 3 lanterns floated in front of him as he slowly walked over. The group also saw Old Feng behind that young swordsman. There were also 3 lanterns floating in front of him. Old Feng walked over and said to the 3, "Come, follow me to the sage's wall to make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking." Following Old Feng's footsteps, the 3 arrived before a wall in the middle of the hall. There were many paintings of sages on this wall. An ancient aura came from it, making them feel solemn and heavy. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly. There were 1,000 lanterns arranged in a pyramid shape on the wall. When the lanterns lit up, the sages on the wall shone brightly, making the strong auras of the sages even more prominent. As for the wick, it was an eye-opener for the 3 of them. They were actually miniature figures made of flames. Although the flaming figures were small, as long as one focused, the figures in the lanterns would be magnified infinitely. It was like they were real people, imprinted in one's mind. The first row had only 1 lantern, the second row had 2 lanterns, and the third row had 4 lanterns. The 1,000 lanterns were arranged according to this pattern. The 3 lanterns at the very top had golden wicks. The light from their flames was the most dazzling, practically overshadowing the light from the other lanterns. Each lantern represented an outstanding talent of the Tianwu domain. With these 3 people occupying such positions and giving off such light, it would be hard not to notice them. Old Feng sighed softly. "You should have heard of the masters of those 3 lanterns. They are the holy son and holy daughter of the 3 holy masters. The one at the very top is the divine martial gates Feng Wuji. The 2 below are the Phoenix's passion palaces Nuanmyun and the White Emperor cities Xiaohoju." Old Feng continued, "The 3 holy masters are a sovereign sect that is even stronger than the 9 ranks of the great families in the Tianwu domain. They are also the only 3 sovereign sects in the Tianwu domain." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. When he thought of his blue dragon martial spirit, he could not help but enter deep thought. The 3 holy masters are probably even stronger in the Tianwu domain. However, most people would not compare themselves to them. The ranking of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation does not include these 3. Normally, it is very difficult to meet these 3. Old Feng pointed to the 7 lanterns at the bottom row and said, "These 7 people are either from the 9 ranks of the great families or from rank 9 clans. They are all very strong. The weakest is a superior grade martial monarch. The one with the strongest cultivation would be able to withstand many moves from a martial sage and retreat calmly. When Xiaochen heard this, he could not help but feel startled. It was clear that it was much harder to raise one's cultivation in the Kunlun realm than in the Sky Dome realm. Martial monarchs were also much more valuable. The difficulty of fighting someone of a higher cultivation realm was not something that the Sky Dome realm could compare to. It was almost impossible. With Xiao Chen's current strength, if he met a medial-grade martial monarch of the Kunlun realm, he would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat them. If the other party was also a genius cultivator and had a higher cultivation than Xiao Chen, victory would be hard to predict. These 7 people were all superior-grade martial monarchs and had the backing of the 9 ranks of the great families. Furthermore, they were genius cultivators as well. They could easily kill Xiao Chen. Aside from these, there are also some proud sons of heaven whose strength is second only to the 7 giants. They are heroes among men and are terrifyingly strong. In the Sky Dome realm, even a regular martial sage would not be able to do anything to them. As Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu listened to Old Feng's explanation, they felt a strong pressure when facing these 1,000 lanterns. They felt somewhat dispirited. Compared to Gong Yangyu and Gong Yangyu, Xiao Chen also felt immense pressure. However, he did not feel dispirited at all. His expression did not change. When Old Feng saw Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu's expressions, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't overthink this. The average lifespan of the Kunlun realm's cultivators is 200 years. So, even 40 years old is still considered part of the younger generation. The average age of the 1,000 people on the Proud Son of Heaven ranking is 30 years old. Compared to them, you are still too young. This is your first attempt at the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, just to let you broaden your horizons. I do not expect you to obtain any results." As Old Feng spoke, the other participants of the Sky Dome realm, Bai Qi, Lu Xiaoyan and the others, arrived before the wall under the lead of the various sect elders. Everyone had newly obtained identity medallions at their waists. The words Sky Dome Realm were written on the back, so the surrounding people knew their origins. So they all stopped and watched them attempt the Proud Son of Heaven ranking together. Beiming Palaces Bai Yu smiled and said, "There are quite a few people from the Sky Dome realm. However, I do not see a single medial grade martial monarch. No wonder they are ranked last." Bai He added, "They are unable to break through to medial grade martial monarch in the lower realm. This means that their aptitude is not very good. Senior Sister Bai, you are still chatting so intimately with them. You are lowering your own status." Bai He is right. Given their talent, even if they enter the 9 ranks of the great families, they will only be outer sect disciples. At best, they will be inner sect disciples. Although our Beiming Palace is only a rank 8 sect, you are all true inheritors. There is no need for you to befriend the minor characters of a large sect. The young swordsman behind the 3 said slowly, "Befriend experts of similar strength to you and exchange pointers with them. Only then will you be able to improve together." When Bai He and Lu Xiaoyan heard the young swordsman's words, their smiles widened involuntarily. Seeing their first senior brother lecturing them, Bai Shi lowered her head, not daring to say anything more. Chapter 645. The people of the Sky Dome realm are here to attempt the Proud Son of Heaven ranking as well. Let's wait and see. Anyway, I came quickly and left quickly. I won't have to wait for long. The surrounding cultivators of the Tianwu domain's native sects all stood silently at the side with the intention of watching a joke. Damn it, a bunch of snobs looking down on me. I'll just charge forward and show you. Immediately, 2 people felt extremely dissatisfied. They picked up their lanterns and dripped their blood onto them. The lotus immediately ignited into flames. The appearance formed by the flames was the exact same appearance of the 2, just that they were many times smaller. Go! When the 2 of them felt the suction from the wall, they shouted angrily and hurled their lanterns at the wall. When the 2 lanterns were 200 meters away from the wall with countless human sages painted on it, the shadows of 2 human sages suddenly leaped out of the wall. The images of the 2 predecessors went from large to small. Soon, they were the same size as the flames in the lanterns. Then, they each leaped into a lantern. The palm-sized space above the lotus flower seemed to have become a world of its own. The figure of the sage and the little flame person started exchanging blows. Bang! In just a breath of time, the two lanterns' flaming figures suddenly shattered. The lanterns that had lost their wicks immediately tumbled to the ground. The two Sky Dome Realm cultivators who made a move revealed horror in their eyes. They paled and each vomited a large mouthful of blood. You can't even pass the basic test, yet you still dare to shamelessly say that you want to enter the rankings. The young cultivators of the Tianwu domain's native sects all laughed loudly, their gazes filled with mockery. Bai Yu and Bai He nearly bent over in laughter. They said loudly, "These two pieces of trash are making me laugh to death. They can't even block a single move from the sages, yet they still have the nerve to attempt the honor roll. If it were me, I might as well find a piece of tofu and knock myself to death." The two people's faces alternated between green and purple. Amidst the laughter of the local martial artists, they were extremely ashamed. Following that, the Sky Dome Realm cultivators who came out to try and break into the proud Son of Heaven ranking felt very motivated, doing their best to prove themselves. However, they all failed. In the foundational test, they were defeated one after another. The one who performed the best could only last for 10 moves. Even so, they were unable to avoid the destruction of the wick, and they fell to the ground pathetically. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu also went up to try it. In the end, the image of the sage broke the wick and defeated them. Next up were Bai Qi and Xinyuan Zhantian. They managed to regain some face for the Sky Dome realm. After the two of them lasted 20 moves, they finally cleared the foundational test. However, in the process of officially breaking into the ranking of martial emperors, the last lantern in the last row of the pyramid shattered the wick of the two lanterns, failing to break into the ranking of martial emperors. The surrounding people all revealed expressions of, as expected. How could the Sky Dome realm, which was ranked last, succeed in breaking into the proud Son of Heaven ranking? Make way! Make way! You, geniuses of the Sky Dome realm, stop embarrassing yourselves here. Go back and train for a few years before coming back to make a breakthrough. Beiming Palace's Bai Yu and Bai He held their lanterns and waved their hands to disperse Bai Qi and the others who were blocking their way. You haven't made your move yet? The two of them parted the crowd and saw Xiao Qin, who was preparing to make a move on the ranking board. They asked with a strange expression. Bai Yu and Bai He had waited for a long time. They had seen enough of the joke and did not wish to waste any more time. He said extremely impatiently, "Don't overestimate yourself. Do you think that this is your last rank Sky Dome realm? In this life, you will never have a chance to enter the proud Son of Heaven ranking. Scram." As he spoke, he prepared to push Xiaochen away. However, just as he was about to touch Xiaochen, suddenly, Xiaochen turned his head around and unleashed his peak state of massacre. His pitch-black eyes seemed to contain countless evil spirits wailing miserably. "I don't like people touching me when I'm trying to break into the rankings." Xiao Chen's tone was extremely calm, and he did not release any of his aura. Only the boundless killing intent penetrated their eyes and entered their minds. The two of them could not help feeling fear. Their bodies involuntarily took a step back. What a terrifying gaze. The two of them exchanged glances, clearly in disbelief. The fellow on the other side clearly had the same cultivation as them. How could he scare the two of them away? Seeing that the two of them had retreated, Xiaochen immediately withdrew the peak state of massacre. He had just arrived in the Kunlun realm and was not strong enough. He did not want to cause too much trouble and wanted to keep a low profile. Bai Yu felt some lingering fear in his heart, but he did not want to embarrass himself. He said, "I'll let you try. Let's see what tricks you can play. I don't believe that the trash of the Sky Dome realm can successfully break into the proud Son of Heaven ranking on his first try." The surrounding native cultivators of the Tianwu domain did not believe that Xiaochen could succeed in breaking into the proud Son of Heaven ranking. After all, many of the people on the proud Son of Heaven ranking were already in their 30s. In the Kunlun realm, the average age of cultivators was more than 200 years old. Hence, people before 40 were considered part of the younger generation. Right now, Xiaochen was only 21 years old. Compared to these people who had been cultivating in the Kunlun realm since he was young, The difference in experience was too obvious. Old Feng looked at Xiao Chen, who was preparing to break into the proud son of heaven ranking. He felt some anticipation in his heart. He had expected the others not to succeed. The Tianwu domain was vast and boundless. There were tens of millions of cultivators in the younger generation. The 1,000 people who could stand out from these tens of millions would definitely not be weak or mediocre. Furthermore, due to age and experience, these people would not be able to accomplish much on their first try. They just needed to broaden their horizons. As for the humiliation they received, the various sect elders had actually done so on purpose to deal a blow to these people. These arrogant youths who had just arrived in the Tianwu domain clearly understood their situation. However, Old Feng believed that Xiao Chen, the white-robed bladesman who always created miracles, would not disappoint him. Xiao Chen looked calmly at the sage wall and the 1,000 lanterns on it. Then, he took a deep breath and sliced open the palm of his right hand. Blood flowed along the lines on his palm and slowly fell on the lantern. With its "phew" sound, the blood instantly burned and turned into a beautiful clump of flame. In a daze, Xiao Chen felt the mental energy in his sea of consciousness flow away as the blood dripped. When the flame on the lantern turned into a human shape, Xiao Chen discovered that he was already on the lantern. The lantern, which was originally only the size of a palm, was now a world of its own. It did not feel out of place at all. Interesting. I wonder who made this lantern? After giving it a try, Xiao Chen discovered that he could still control the lantern. He could end this state with a thought, so there was nothing to fear. When Xiao Chen felt the suction of the sage wall, he stood on the lantern and shouted. Then, the lantern carried him up into the air. He overestimates himself. This fellow still wants to attempt the sage ranking? He probably cannot even pass the test of the sage wall. That's right. He is still trying to block our path. He is just wasting time. Seeing Xiao Chen's lantern fly up, Bai Yu and Bai He immediately called out loudly. Earlier, the two of them had been forced back by Xiao Chen's gaze. After being forced back by a minor character, they felt very embarrassed. They wished that Xiao Chen's lantern would be thrown down before he could attempt the sage ranking. That would resolve the hatred in their hearts. Bai Shi, who had kept her head down, looked up and discovered that her first senior brother was watching seriously as well. She could not help but ask out of curiosity, "First senior brother, will that Xiao Chen succeed in breaking into the sage ranking?" The blue-clad youth with an extraordinary air had a cautious look in his eyes. He was no longer as certain as before. Perhaps others had not noticed Bai Yu and Bai He's actions earlier, but he had seen it clearly. This was already the fourth time Bai Yu and Bai He attempted the sage ranking. They had already advanced to inferior grade martial monarch long ago. In terms of cultivation, they would only be higher than Xiao Chen's. Furthermore, the blue-clad youth was very clear on the temperaments of these two. It was impossible for them to be forced back by just one sentence from Xiao Chen. There was definitely something strange about this. The blue-clad youth said, "It is hard to say. However, they should be able to pass the test of the sage ranking. As for whether they can enter the sage ranking or not, I am not sure." Shio. The lantern flew up a distance, and an old man with white hair and eyebrows on the sage wall suddenly came to life. In that instant he shrank and landed on the lantern platform. In the world above the lantern platform, Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt. He did not dare to be careless when facing this white-haired old man. "I will restrict my cultivation to one cultivation grade lower than yours. If you want to enter the proud son of heaven ranking, you have to receive 20 moves from me first." Right after the white-haired old man spoke, a sword appeared in his hand. His figure flashed, leaving behind many afterimages as he chopped at Xiao Chen. The light on the sword was withdrawn. When the old man chopped down, he sent out 7 sword images. Each sword image split into 3 afterimages. In that instant, there were 21 real and fake sword images encasing Xiao Chen. As the wind howled, a fiery light flickered. The boundless sword images looked like a blazing sea of fire. Xiao Chen was astonished. What the profound martial technique! This move not only contained an extremely high level of sword techniques, but it also perfectly merged the state of fire that he comprehended with the sword technique. This allowed the original martial technique to reach a higher level, completely transcending it. This was an eye-opener for Xiaochen. To think that martial techniques could be used in such a manner. Excellent. Senior's move is indescribably excellent. In that case, this junior will display his incompetence. When Xiaochen saw such an excellent sword technique, he felt very happy. He had already forgotten about the test to break into the proud son of heaven ranking. He only wanted to test out the true essence of this sword technique and see what he could learn. The instant the lunar shadow saber was drawn, Xiaochen could not separate his sword images. He could only rely on speed to obtain victory. Despite moving later, he arrived first, sending out 21 saber strikes. As the saber lights danced, Xiaochen imitated the old man. He infused his state of thunder into every strand of saber light. The boundless saber images formed a sea of electricity leaping about. However, this was Xiaochen's first time using it, so this sea of electricity was very crude. There was only a vague outline, far from the spirituality and nature of the sea of fire. The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows slightly. He smiled faintly and said, "Little fellow, interesting. However, this sword-light sea of fire chop is not as simple as it looks on the surface." Ding, ding, ding. When the saber and sword clashed, they gave off a continuous metallic sound. The white-haired old man's 21 illusory sword images were all blocked by Xiaochen. However, that sword technique did not stop there. A blazing sea of fire burst out and easily destroyed Xiaochen's sea of electricity. The sea of fire surged forward as if it wanted to swallow up Xiaochen. The more dangerous part was yet to come. Within the blazing sea of fire, there was a sharp sword light hidden by the fire. It stored up power, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Chapter 646. I cannot retreat. Once I retreat, even if that sword light does not kill me, it will still put me at a disadvantage. Xiaochen had already forgotten that he only needed to endure 20 moves to clear the stage. He was now fully immersed in the fight, thinking about the drawbacks of the situation. Xiaochen gathered quintessence in his body and forcefully endured the sea of fire. He extended his spiritual sense and quickly searched for that sword light. Boom! Even with the protection of quintessence, every inch of Xiaochen's skin felt a burning pain. However, he ignored it and focused on searching for the hidden sword light. Found it! Xiaochen's face lit up in joy. He did not give his opponent a chance to make the first move. He released a sharp saber intent, and electricity leaped about in the sea of fire. Then, he clashed with the sword light that had not reached its peak yet. Bang! When the saber and sword clashed, there was a loud clanging sound. The light scattered and instantly scattered the sea of fire. Countless sparks flew in all directions. The white-haired old man moved back, retreating 100 meters in the blink of an eye. He stood upright with his sword in hand, not injured at all. On the other hand, although Xiaochen managed to knock back the old man, his hair and eyebrows were burnt yellow. He looked somewhat strange. The white-haired old man smiled faintly and said, "Little fellow, are you bullying me because my cultivation is not high? How dare you be so reckless?" Xiaochen felt somewhat embarrassed. The old man was right. If he had used the same cultivation as Xiaochen, that sea of fire would have severely injured Xiaochen. That flaming sea of sword images could severely injure Xiaochen. There was no chance for him to find the hidden sword light. However, your comprehension ability and eyesight are not bad. Again. The white-haired old man laughed loudly and sent out another sea of fire at Xiaochen. However, this time, he raised his cultivation to the same cultivation as Xiaochen, breaking the rules. Xiaochen followed the old man's example, using the lunar shadow saber to execute this sea of lightning saber light and attacking again. Bang! This time, the sea of lightning created by Xiaochen's saber light lasted for 3 breaths of time before shattering. Xiaochen, on the other hand, was sent flying by the sea of fire. Within the sea of flames, another swift and fierce sword light flashed like a gorgeous rainbow, and when it slashed towards his forehead, it slightly tilted to the side and sliced off a strand of his black hair. Not bad. Again. The white-haired old man appeared to be in high spirits. When he saw that Xiaochen could last 3 breaths of time in the Sea of Lightning this time, he was delighted. Laughing heartily, he waited for Xiaochen to regain his footing before charging forward once more. Xiaochen knew that the old man had held back when he saw the wisp of hair falling from his forehead. He became even more interested in the sword-light fiery shadow. Soon, the 20 moves were over. However, Xiaochen's lantern continued to float in the air, not showing any intention of falling. What's wrong with this fellow? He has already lasted for so long, and there is still no result. The surrounding crowd felt that something was wrong and asked suspiciously. However, Baiyu laughed loudly and said, "What's so strange about that? He must be flying around after getting killed, trying to delay for time." The crowd thought about it and felt that this was the only possibility. 20 moves would not take a long time. Unless Xiaochen knew that he was not a match for the white-haired old man and used his movement technique to move around, not receiving any attacks. He said disdainfully, "If you are not capable, then so be it. To think that you are purposely delaying for time, not willing to admit defeat. So, the geniuses of the Sky Dome realm are like this." The moment he said this, the many Sky Dome realm cultivators were dissatisfied. However, they were not strong enough. Even though they felt indignant, they did not dare to argue. When the two saw this, they could not help but feel even more cocky. They looked at the Sky Dome realm's people with extreme disdain. Xianxia said through clenched teeth, "Vile people are proud. Isn't it just because you are older than us by a few years?" Baiyu laughed loudly and said, "With your standards, if you train for another 10 years, I will be able to defeat you in 10 moves. I will be waiting for you to challenge me at Baiming Palace. However, I'm afraid that you do not have the guts. Junior brother, you overestimate her. I believe that she will not even be able to receive 1 move from you. She will never have the guts to go to Baiming Palace," Baihe said softly. After Baihe and Baiyu spoke, they both laughed at the same time, making Xianxia furious. "All of you shut up." The blue-clad youth behind Baihe suddenly shouted. His voice was cold and emotionless. When Baiyu and Baihe thought of the blue-clad youth's methods, they were startled and shut their mouths. Bai Jian. He is one of the people on the proud son of heaven ranking, second only to the 7 giants. Unexpectedly, he is the one leading Baiming Palace's people to charge into the ranking. Earlier, the blue-clad youth had stood there with an extraordinary air. However, he had his own methods that prevented everyone from noticing him. Now that the blue-clad youth spoke, everyone discovered that he had been standing there for a long time. The blue-clad youth nodded to Old Feng in apology. Then he pulled Baiyu and Baihe behind him. "Are the 2 of you idiots? The old men behind them are inner sect elders of the 9 ranks of the great families. They can squash you to death with 1 hand. I don't care about you, but don't drag the Baiming Palace into this." When the 2 heard Bai Jian's reprimand, they lowered their heads, not daring to argue. The lantern was still floating before everyone's eyes, swaying back and forth without any intention of stopping. Soon, some people started to get impatient and started to complain. Baiyu and Baihe lined up behind Xiaochen. They were even more impatient, cursing at Xiaochen's lantern. Sea of Lightning Saber Light. On the lantern, Xiaochen shouted ferociously and swung the lunar shadow saber 21 times. Each saber strike materialized a dazzling electric light. When combined, it was like a roaring sea of lightning. Compared to the white-haired old man's Sea of Lightning Saber Light, Xiaochen's Sea of Lightning Saber Light was only slightly lacking in nimbleness. Over time, it would be similar. Bang! The Sea of Lightning and the Sea of Fire clashed and exploded into surging shock waves. The instant the Sea of Fire scattered, the hidden sabers and swords disappeared in a flash. The 2 figures crossed each other in the air. When the sabers and swords clashed, sparks flew out. The sword chi and saber chi turned into ripples, creating boundless ripples in space. "Ha! Not bad. You have finally scratched the surface of my flaming shadow chop. When this move is truly executed, you can send out 99,000 sword images. The will of fire will spread for 500 kilometers around. The sword in the fire can even split the sky in half. Today, I have exchanged 100 moves with you. I am afraid that for the next 100 years, I will not be able to test the newcomers. However, I have no regrets in passing down this move. In the future, when you are strong enough, remember to leave your will on this sage wall as well." After the white-haired old man spoke, he turned into a beam of light and scattered. Among the many sage wall paintings, the one belonging to the old man slowly dimmed. However, no one noticed this. Everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Chen's lantern as it finally stopped floating and slowly descended. Bai Yu immediately cursed, "Damn it! I already said it long ago. If you are not capable, don't drag this out. No matter how long you drag, you will not be able to change the result of failure. It is my turn now, Xiao." However, before Bai Yu could finish speaking, that lantern descended to the bottom row of the proud son of heaven ranking. Then, it quickly flew to the last lantern. Bai Yu's expression suddenly changed. He was stunned for a while before he exclaimed, "That's impossible. How did this fellow pass the test? Wasn't he clearly being chased?" The others were shocked as well. They could not figure out what had happened. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen had passed the test and was preparing to challenge the last rank. This truly happened before everyone's eyes. No one could change it. The eyes of the many young cultivators of the Sky Dome realm could not help but light up, feeling encouraged. Bai He patted Bai Yu's shoulder and said, "It's fine. Even if he passed the test by luck, he will not be able to truly succeed. We have been able to easily clear the sage's test since many years ago." Bai Yu recovered his wits and said, "That's right. This fellow comes from the last-ranked Sky Dome realm. How could he succeed on his first try?" Xiao Chen's lantern clashed with the last lantern, giving off a melodious sound. That fiery figure gently leaped up and landed on the last lantern. The world above the lantern was a vast, desolate land. A black-clad man sat cross-legged in the center with his eyes closed. A sword was stabbed into the ground beside him. When that figure sensed Xiao Chen's arrival, he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze turned cold as he glared at Xiao Chen with a surging murderous intent. "Kill!" That person did not say anything. He held his sword and leaped up, thrusting it at Xiao Chen. The sword light was dazzling and dense. Not a single bit of quintessence leaked out. The fiery figure left in the lantern imitated the main body. It was no different from a cultivator. It had intelligence and could think, it just could not leave the lantern. Earlier, this person had quickly defeated Bai Qi and Xinyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless, so he did not clash head-on. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet, and a blue dragon image appeared. A dragon roared, and his figure flashed, dodging this sword strike. Xiao! 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 As Xiao Chen dodged continuously, the black-clad man's moves became increasingly vicious. He was like a venomous snake biting Xiao Chen, not letting go. After another 100 moves, Xiao Chen had a rough idea. This person was about as strong as Wan Feng. At best, he was slightly stronger. Xiao Chen stopped and placed his right hand on his saber hilt. He muttered to himself, "In that case, there is no need for me to continue playing." Seeing that Xiao Chen stopped dodging, the black-clad man revealed a cruel smile. He thought that Xiao Chen had exhausted his stamina and was waiting for him to kill him. Sea of lightning, saber light. However, to the black-clad man's surprise, Xiao Chen suddenly made a move. Saber lights danced around. Xiao Chen swung his saber 7 times. Then each saber light split into 3, turning into 21 saber images. Child's play. The black-clad man smiled coldly. His sword light flickered, and he caught all 21 saber images. Boom! However, just at this moment, the electricity on the 21 saber images merged and formed a sea of lightning. Then, it erupted and surged with the might of thunder. Caught off guard, the black-clad man was blasted by this sea of lightning. He went flying back, his body riddled with wounds. Before the black-clad man could stabilize himself and check his injuries, he saw a flash of light in the sea of lightning. A strand of saber light came out of nowhere. The saber light was as fast as a meteor. Blood spurted out of the black-clad man's neck, and his head separated from his body. With a "ka-si" sound, the lantern below shattered into pieces. Only a fiery figure was left standing quietly in the air. Xiao Chen's lantern flew up. Xiao Chen's lantern ascended to the last position of the proud son of heaven ranking. When the flame died down, the lantern gave off a faint glow. The flame lingered for a long time. Chapter 647. Bai He and Bai Yu exchanged glances. The Sky Dome Realm's Xiao Chen, whom they had always looked down on, actually succeeded in his challenge. Bai Yu said hatefully, "It must be luck. It must be that the last place is too weak." Bai He said, "It is definitely luck. If he really had the guts, he would have continued challenging." The Tianwu domain cultivators, who originally did not think highly of Xiao Chen, were mildly astonished. Xiao Chen succeeded on his first attempt. Furthermore, he was only 21 years old. This Xiao Chen's talent and comprehension ability could barely be considered an expert in the Tianwu domain. However, they were not overly shocked. This was because Xiao Chen had not truly ascended the ranking yet. He had to remain on the ranking for a month before he could truly obtain the reward of the Bushan Palace, the protection of the will of the predecessors. Xiao Chen was just the last place. The people in this position changed frequently. Every day, cultivators from all over would challenge him. There was no guarantee that he would be pushed down in the next moment. Unless Xiao Chen was strong enough to continue challenging and advance 100 ranks, he could be considered to have firmly ascended the ranking. Inside the lantern, Xiao Chen carefully felt that sea of lightning saber light earlier. He said softly, "A sword move is a sword move after all. It will take some time to change it into my own saber technique." Xiao Chen had sent out 21 saber images in succession. However, the other party had broken it too easily. The saber images that Xiao Chen sent out were not as natural and smooth as the white-haired old man's sword images. If Xiao Chen met with a powerful expert, the other party could attack very quickly and break the saber technique before the sea of lightning gathered. This was a rather obvious flaw. When I have time in the future, I have to think about it. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen looked forward. After thinking for a while, he gave up on the idea of continuing to challenge. Given Xiao Chen's strength, advancing another 200 ranks should not be a problem. However, advancing any further would be somewhat difficult. To Xiao Chen, the last place and the last 200 were both at the bottom. There was no difference, there was nothing to be proud of. After all, Xiao Chen could challenge it once a year. When he was strong enough, he could charge into the top 100. With a thought, Xiao Chen severed his connection with the flame images in the lantern. Then, he returned his focus to his body and said to Old Feng, "Senior, let's go." Old Feng smiled faintly. Indeed, Xiao Chen did not disappoint him. Although he only obtained the last rank, it was sufficient to prove himself. Old Feng smiled faintly. Indeed, Xiao Chen did not disappoint him. Although he only obtained the last rank, it was enough to prove himself. The haze on Bai He's face slowly disappeared, replaced by an expression of, "As I expected." He smiled and said, "What did I say? I knew that you managed to get onto the list by luck. How about it? You no longer dare to continue challenging me, right? Watch as I personally chase you off. The people of the Sky Dome realm are not fit to remain on this proud son of heaven ranking." When Chen heard this, Xiao feigned Chen and said, "Up with him." Long Xiao Chen said, "Chen to Chen, and down on at it said." He led Xiao Chen, Yu Chenxi, and Gong Yangyu out of the palace and headed for the Haotian sect's main sect. Damn it. For the sake of breaking into the proud son of heaven ranking, I prepared for 5 years. Now, I am already a peak inferior grade martial monarch. I don't believe that I cannot compare to a trash from the Sky Dome realm like you. Damn it. For the sake of breaking into the ranking of martial monarchs, I prepared for 5 years. Now, I am already a peak inferior grade martial monarch. I don't believe that I am not as good as trash from the Sky Dome realm. Bai He only needed to endure 20 moves to clear the first stage of the Sage's test. He had already cleared it many years ago. Soon Bai He cleared this stage. Then he quickly flew towards the lantern that Xiao Chen placed on it. Soon, he passed this test and quickly flew towards the lantern that Xiao Chen had placed above. Bai He laughed maniacally on the lantern. Then his flame image leaped up and landed on Xiao Chen's lantern. On the lantern, Bai He laughed maniacally. Then, the flaming figure leaped up and landed on Xiao Chen's lantern. Gotcha! He just jumped up, and in less than the time of 3 breaths, his lantern shattered inch by inch, and his wisp of flame was smashed into pieces. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. They left quickly, but they failed even faster. They did not even have time to react and did not know what had happened. Bai Yu asked in confusion, "Junior brother, what's wrong?" "I lost." Bai He was not willing to say much. The shock in his eyes had yet to fade completely. He walked behind Bai Jian in a daze. Outside the proud son of Heaven Hall, Xiao Chen sensed that someone was fighting with his flame shadow clone in the lotus lantern. However, after leaving the hall, there was no strong mental connection, so he could not see the battle. "Forget it, I'll come back next year. At that time, I'll directly enter the top 100. Xiao Chen shook his head. He could not be bothered to worry about this matter anymore. He sped up to catch up with Elder Feng. Kacha. The next person to challenge the proud son of heaven ranking was Bai Yu. He did not fare much better than Bai He. Like Bai he only lasted for a few breaths of time before being chased off. The surrounding cultivators preparing to challenge the proud son of heaven ranking all laughed to themselves. These two fellows had been shouting so loudly earlier. They did not care about the other party at all, swearing to chase Xiao Chen off. However, in the end, they did not even last 10 moves before being defeated. It looks like the people of Baiming Palace only know how to talk. They are useless when it comes to a real fight. A stout man from the rank 8 Frost Mist Pavilion laughed loudly. This made Bai Yu and Bai He feel too ashamed to show their faces. They lowered their heads in silence. However, the result was only slightly better. After lasting for a while, his lantern shattered, and the wisp of flame vanished. He failed to break into the proud son of heaven ranking. He is clearly just a newcomer from the Sky Dome realm. How can he be so strong? The stout man revealed a horrified expression, his face filled with disbelief. Following that, the other new disciples of the various sects prepared to challenge the proud son of heaven ranking. However, without exception, all of them were blocked at the final stage. The rules of the proud son of heaven ranking stated that one could not challenge someone above one's rank. One had to move up 1 rank at a time. Otherwise, how could a newcomer challenge someone in the top 10 right after making his way onto the proud son of heaven ranking? As for Xiao Chen, he stood at the very end. He was like a gatekeeper, blocking the ambitious disciples of the various sects, who were preparing to make a name for themselves, from entering the proud son of heaven ranking. Under normal circumstances, the disciples who could definitely make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking were all forced to stop. Only at this moment did everyone's expressions change drastically. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Unexpectedly, a newcomer from the Sky Dome realm had such strength. The blue-clad youth, Bai Jian, revealed a meaningful smile. He said indifferently, "Let's go back to Baiming Palace, then." "Senior brother, I have not made my way onto the proud son of heaven ranking yet," Bai Shi said as she held her lantern. "There is no need. Let's come back next year. That fellow might not understand the rules of the proud son of heaven ranking. He probably does not know what kind of commotion he caused." Bai Jian made it very clear. If Xiao Chen did not leave, Bai Shi would not have a chance to make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking. Since Bai Shi knew that he would fail, there was no need to seek humiliation. When Bai Yu and Bai He heard Bai Jian's words, they lowered their heads even more. They wished that they could find a hole to hide in. Today, the two of them had utterly embarrassed themselves. At the start, they had declared that Xiao Chen would definitely not make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking. However, not only did Xiao Chen successfully make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking, but he even stood at the very end, blocking all the people who came to make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking. Outside the proud son of heaven hall, a fiery red azure wand slowly descended from the sky. 2 delicate girls descended nimbly. When the cultivators outside the proud son of heaven hall saw the pretty girl in a red dress on the right, they all stopped and looked over. Phoenix's Passion Palace's Nuan Muyun. It really is the Phoenix's Passion Palace's Nuan Muyun. She is probably here to bring a new disciple to make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking. The inheritors of the 3 holy lands occupied the top of the proud son of heaven ranking. For many years, no one had been able to shake their position. The ranking of the 7 giants of the Tianwu continent did not include these 3 people at all. This was because these 3 people were much stronger than the 7 giants. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The moment Nguyen Muyun appeared, her radiance attracted everyone's attention. Everyone unconsciously stopped what they were doing. Xiao. Just at this moment, a boat floated high in the sky, and 2 men slowly descended. One of them had an ordinary appearance, dark skin, short black hair, and a saber on his back. No matter how one looked at him, he looked extremely ordinary. Only his eyes shone with a pitch-black light. They were filled with a ferocious wildness as if they possessed a boundless explosive power. The tyrant saber Wang Meng. Unexpectedly, one of the 7 giants, Wang Meng, is here as well. What a coincidence! Of the 7 giants, Wang Meng is the best at fighting and the most arrogant. Since the 2 of them brought their disciples to make a breakthrough, there will definitely be a fight. Given Wang Meng's character, he will definitely compete with Nguyen Muyun to see whose disciple can make it higher. When the silent crowd saw Wang Meng's arrival, they immediately started discussing him. They seemed to be in high spirits. Nguyen Muyun stopped and turned around. Wang Meng. There were not many people in the Tianwu domain who could make her stop. However, this tyrant saber Wang Meng was definitely one of them. Wang Meng smiled and said, Nguyen Muyun, are you bringing your disciples to make a breakthrough? Nguyen Muyun nodded gently. She already expected what the other party would say next. However, she did not fear it. The people she brought all had excellent aptitudes and comprehension abilities. Furthermore, after coming to the Kunlun realm from the Sky Dome realm and cultivating for 2 years, their cultivations were no weaker than the experts of the Kunlun realm. Wang Meng smiled and said, I heard that the Phoenix's Passion Palace picked up a treasure from the last-ranked Sky Dome realm. How about it? Nguyen Muyun, do you have the guts to compete with the junior brother I brought? Nguyen Muyun smiled faintly and said to the girl in green beside her, Liu Su, do you dare to compete? It turned out that this girl in green was the daughter of the previous pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lung Liusu. For Nguyen Muyun to personally bring her to make a breakthrough, the Phoenix's Passion Palace definitely valued her highly. I will do as elder sister Nguyen says. Lung Liusu's tone was calm, but there was no fear in her eyes. Nguyen Muyun smiled faintly and took out a brocade box with the flip of her hand. She said, since you want to compete, then I will accompany you to the end. However, since it is a competition, there should be some stakes. There is a monarch bloodgrass in this brocade box. It can refine a cultivator's blood qi and obtain a trace of an ancient sovereign's bloodline to strengthen one's physique. Wang Meng's eyes lit up. Then he laughed loudly and said, it looks like the monarch bloodgrass that you obtained with much difficulty in the savage battlefield will have a new owner today. Although my junior brother is only an inferior grade martial monarch, he has a rare fire spiritual body. Chapter 648. Enough nonsense. Wang Meng, take out your stake, Nguyen Muyun said in a deep voice, not afraid at all. Wang Meng also took out a jade bottle and said, there is half a drop of dragon marrow in here. It can also improve one's physique. It is no weaker than your monarch bloodgrass. If you win, it is yours. The stakes that the 2 took out were all rare treasures worth cities. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the excitement all had fiery gazes, feeling incredibly envious. Let's go and see who will win. A group of people followed behind Nguyen Muyun and Wang Meng as they headed for the proud son of Heaven Hall. Before the sage wall, the cultivators of the various sects of the Tianwu domain all looked at the last of the 1,000 lanterns. They all felt very depressed. As long as one was on the proud son of heaven ranking, one would be able to obtain benefits. It might be difficult for people like them to reach the top 800 or 900 in one go. However, there was a high chance of making it to the last 100. This was especially so for those who had prepared for many years and only wanted to show their faces on the proud son of heaven ranking. He didn't have any extravagant hopes for the rankings. He just wanted to stand there and feel a little satisfaction in his heart. But now, this little bit of hope was mercilessly blocked by the last lantern, making him sad and dejected. Dong dong dong. The sound of footsteps could be heard coming from afar. When they gathered together, it was very noisy. From the sound, one could tell that at least 1,000 people had arrived. That's strange. Since when did so many people come to challenge the ranking? If one failed, the challenger would suffer serious mental and internal injuries. Under normal circumstances, no one would attempt the rankings unless they were absolutely sure of success. Those who wanted to challenge the roll of honor would have to think thrice before acting, and they would be extremely cautious. Those who came to challenge the roll of honor would definitely not swarm together. Everyone looked back curiously. When they saw the two people leading the group, they could not help but be startled. A moment later, their faces were filled with ecstasy. That's great, Nguyen Muyun and Wang Meng have brought people over to challenge the rankings. The people they brought with them are definitely not weak. It's even possible for them to reach the top 50. Nonsense. Not to mention the 9 ranks of the great families behind Wang Meng, just the disciples of the Phoenix's Passion Palace alone would not be brought out unless they could get into the top 100. No matter what, I will definitely be able to push this Xiaochen down. Fortunately, I had foresight and did not rush to make a move earlier. The group of people hurriedly moved aside, making way for Wang Meng and Nguyen Muyun. Especially those who were not in a hurry to make a move, their faces were filled with excitement. Such a scene astonished the many cultivators that had followed Nguyen Muyun and Chu Feng. After asking around, Zhang Xian understood what had happened. When he looked at the final lantern, he was shocked. When Leng Liusu heard Xiao Chen's name, her body trembled. At first, she thought it was someone with the same name. However, when she looked at the lantern, she noticed that it was a lantern. The flame figure in the lantern quickly grew larger in her eyes. Finally, the white-robed Xiao Chen and Xiao Chen holding the lunar shadow saber appeared before her eyes. Only then did Leng Liusu confirm it. The shock in her heart could not be described with words. Unexpectedly, that young bladesman from back then also came to the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, he caused such a commotion in the proud son of Heaven Hall. Nguyen Muyun frowned slightly and asked, "Liusu, do you know this person?" Leng Liusu's eyes flickered. She had once heard rumors of Xiao Chen defeating several disciples of the Phoenix's Passion Palace in the outer sect. Afraid that Nguyen Muyun would bring trouble for Xiao Chen if she found out, Leng Liusu hid the truth. He seems to be a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as well. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Xiao Chen. I have some impression of him. Leng Liusu could not help but find it strange that an insignificant person like Xiao Chen could attract senior sister Nguyen's attention. Nguyen Muyun smiled gently and said, "I heard junior brother Mu mention him before. His younger brother was ruthlessly defeated by this person in the Sky Dome realm. If I am not wrong, that strand of saber chi from earlier should be from him." After Wang Meng understood what happened, he laughed loudly and said, "Interesting. Unexpectedly, there is such a person in the Sky Dome realm. Very good. I like challenges that are difficult. Nguyen Muyun, are you going to chase that brat off first, or should I?" A crafty look flashed in Nguyen Muyun's bright eyes. She smiled faintly and said, "In that case, I'll let you go first." Wang Meng chuckled, and the fighting spirit in his eyes soared. He said loudly, "In that case, it would be impolite to refuse. 9th junior brother, chase that brat from the Sky Dome realm off. If he is not even as good as a lower realm disciple, he will be embarrassing the sect." Wang Meng's tone was filled with confidence. Wang Wei thought very highly of this 9th junior brother. At the very least, this 9th junior brother could charge up 100 ranks in one go. Taking down Xiao Chen would not be a problem. Wang Meng's 9th junior brother smiled proudly, and a faint flame appeared on his fist. He said, "I swear I will not disappoint you." Fire spirit body. It looks like he has a fire spirit body that is at least 60% comprehended. Otherwise, he would not be so confident. With this, Xiao Chen will definitely be chased off. Upon seeing this scene, the surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. Several people saw hope and could not help rejoicing. In less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea, the ninth junior brother's lantern easily cleared the sage's test before everyone's expectant gazes. The ninth junior brother's lantern knocked down Xiao Chen's lantern with a bang. Then, he gently leaped up and landed on Xiao Chen's lantern. Time passed much slower than everyone expected. The ninth junior brother, who originally thought that he could suppress Xiao Chen, was still unable to end the battle even after 15 minutes. The cultivators who originally had fervent gazes filled with anticipation slowly showed conflicted expressions. After the time it took for half an incense to burn, the outcome of the battle was still undecided. Even the calm Wang Meng could not help but frown. Suddenly, a crisp shattering sound rang out in the silent plaza. Wang Meng relaxed his frown and smiled. The victor is decided. However, when Wang Meng looked carefully, he discovered that the shattered lantern actually belonged to his ninth junior brother. He had not expected such an ending, so he could not help but be flabbergasted. How can it be like this? The people who were filled with anticipation all sighed. Then, they focused their gazes on Lung Liusu. Unexpectedly, Nuan Muyun placed her right hand on Lung Liusu's shoulder, preventing her from making a breakthrough. There's no need. Liusu, come back next year. Nuan Muyun's words shocked everyone. A person brought by a holy land to make a breakthrough actually gave up because of a lower realm genius. Wang Meng smiled coldly and said, Nuan Muyun, what do you mean by this? Nuan Muyun faced the many paintings of sages on the wall and said, take a look for yourself. Wang Meng looked in the direction of Nuan Muyun's finger and saw that one of the paintings had dimmed significantly. If Nuan Muyun had not pointed it out, it would not have attracted anyone's attention. A sage is personally guiding Xiao Chen in his martial technique. Wang Meng cried out hoarsely, startled. Normally, only cultivators with high comprehension ability would attract the attention of sages, causing them to exhaust their will to guide them. There would not be more than 20 such people in the entire proud Son of Heaven ranking. Now, there was one more, Xiao Chen. No wonder Xiao Chen spent so much time in the sage's test. So that is why. We were really stupid at that time. We actually believed what Bai He and Bai Yu said, that Xiao Chen was being chased by a sage and was running around to buy time. *CK, those two guys are idiots. They made us idiots for once. Everyone suddenly understood. They finally understood everything. They could not help but curse themselves for being too stupid. Then they cursed Bai He and Bai. In the distance, White Feather and White River, who were rushing back, sneezed continuously. They looked at each other and felt that this was very strange. But, damn it, this is really strange. Why are there so many sneezes today? Bai Yu said depressedly. After he said that, he sneezed again. Bai He said in a low voice, it can't be. Hundreds of people are scolding us for being stupid, right? We will be fools. What a joke. Then no one in the world would be smart. But Wang Meng looked at Nuan Muyun unhappily. She probably saw the dimmed sage portrait long ago and purposely let Wang Meng take the bait. Let's go. We will come back next year. Wang Meng withdrew his gaze and left without looking back. Nuan Muyun called out to the two, wait a moment. Wang Meng felt depressed in his heart. He asked unhappily, Nuan Muyun, is there anything else? It's fine. If you admit your defeat, you will not go back on your word, right? Hand over that half-drop of dragon marrow, Nuan Muyun said rudely as she stretched out her hand. What a joke. I did not lose to you. Why should I give it to you? Nuan Muyun smiled faintly and said, both of us lost. According to the bet, we have to put up a good wager. Hand over the dragon marrow. I will get someone to send it to Xiao Chen, along with the monarch bloodgrass. Nuan Muyun's tone was calm, but the look in her eyes deterred anyone from doubting her determination. Wang Meng was extremely upset. However, although he was arrogant, he had his own targets. When he faced the other giants, he would have left long ago, ignoring them. However, when he faced the Phoenix's Passion Palace's holy daughter, Nuan Muyun, no matter how frustrated he was, he did not dare to go against her decision. Wang Meng could only hand over the half-drop of dragon marrow to Nuan Muyun and leave, filled with rage. Today, he had embarrassed himself and lost money. It was all that brat Xiao Chen's doing. Wang Meng thought to himself, I have to get back at him for this. Nuan Muyun and Wang Meng were the Phoenix's Passion Palace's holy daughter and the most arrogant tyrant saber of the 7 giants. In the Tianwu domain, they were the focus of attention, the dazzling peak geniuses. This was especially so for Nuan Muyun. Her lantern had already been in the 2nd row of the pyramid for a long time. Unexpectedly, the disciple that these two brought actually lost to Xiaochen, a Sky Dome realm cultivator that the outside world did not think highly of, when he tried to break into the proud Son of Heaven ranking. Before this, there was the luck-bearer of the 10 great battle realms. On his first attempt, he swept through more than 200 people. Now there is the Xiaochen. The Tianwu domain is probably going to undergo a complete transformation. The age of cultivators is not limited to the great 1,000 realms controlled by the Bushin Palace. In the past few years, our Tianwu domain has seen many new young experts as well. The top 100 of the proud Son of Heaven ranking has not changed much for a long time already. I guess that in less than a year, with the growth of these lower realm geniuses, there will definitely be a big change in the rankings. Chapter 649. After Nuan Muyun and Wang Meng left, the crowd slowly became more talkative. They no longer held back when they spoke. As for the main character of this matter, Xiaochen, he was on a warship. However, he did not know anything about this. He could only vaguely sense that his lantern had been challenged by many cultivators. However, none of them succeeded. Xiaochen was still on the proud Son of Heaven ranking. At this moment, Xiaochen no longer cared about this matter. He focused all his attention on the Haotian sect, which he was about to reach. He wanted to see what the Haotian sect was like. White clouds flew by in front of Xiaochen. A gentle breeze blew, and the faint mist in the sky carried traces of spiritual energy. When one opened their mouth and inhaled, they felt refreshed and comfortable. With such dense spiritual energy, it would be hard for the cultivators of the Kunlun realm not to be stronger than the people of the lower realms. In front is the Haotian province, where the Haotian sect is. Old Feng, who was at the bow of the warship, pointed to the front as they crossed a wide river. The Haotian province was one of the few large provinces of the Tianwu domain. It was much larger than the great Jin nation of the Tianwu continent. There were countless cities in the province, and they were all under the jurisdiction of the Haotian sect. Not only that, but the Haotian sect's influence extended beyond the Haotian province. The surrounding smaller provinces would pay tribute to the Haotian sect every year. As for the Haotian sect, they provided them with military protection to prevent these provinces from being harassed by strong demonic beasts, loose cultivators, or high-ranked demons coming out of cracks in the demonic world. At first, when Xiaochen and the others heard Old Feng's explanation, they felt it was strange. They had not expected the Tianwu domain, which was like a fairyland, to be so dangerous. After hearing Old Feng's explanation, they felt relieved. Some strong demonic beasts were as strong as superior-grade martial sages. The provinces without high-ranked sects would find it hard to defend against these spirit beasts even if they sent out all their forces. Occasionally, ferocious beasts would pass through the Tianwu domain, resulting in the entire province being slaughtered. On the other hand, rogue cultivators were even more dangerous. These rogue cultivators were unrestrained and only thought about how to strengthen themselves. They did things without any scruples. Their minds were already twisted. The things they did were even crueler than demonic beasts, worse than beasts. As for rifts to the devil world, they rarely appeared. However, when they did, they were a rare disaster. Even the prefectures presided over by rank 8 sects would be destroyed. The warship moved very fast. After passing many cities, it arrived at a place surrounded by mountains. The mountains rose and fell, towering into the clouds. The green shadows of the mountains were lush and verdant. Clouds and mist curled around the peaks of the mountains, and the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth assaulted one's face. The fatigue in their eyes was swept away, and they felt refreshed. So many spirit veins. There are at least 20 rank 3 spirit veins in this mountain. There are countless rank 2 spirit veins and rank 1 spirit veins. There are also a few supreme spirit veins. So many spirit veins. There are at least 20 rank 3 spirit veins, countless rank 2 spirit veins, and countless rank 1 spirit veins. There seems to be a few peak spirit veins as well. Xiao Chen had heard Ao Jiao explain spirit veins in detail before. Rank 1 spirit veins could not produce spirit stones, rank 2 spirit veins could only produce inferior grade spirit stones, and rank 3 spirit veins could only produce medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen took a cursory glance at the undulating mountains and could feel many spirit veins running through them. As the spirit veins intertwined, the spiritual energy of the world surged endlessly. It felt like one was bathing in a sea of spiritual energy. The warship continued forward. Suddenly, a vast and majestic city appeared in the mountains. The mountain peaks in front were like towering gates opening one by one. Then, that city suddenly appeared, giving off a breathtaking feeling of the fog scattering and flowers blooming. The city was very large. Logically speaking, there should not be such a large empty space in such a densely packed mountain range. It was as if an almighty being was playing with a sandbox, gently pinching the mountains that were supposed to be there and placing them somewhere else with a flick of his fingers. When old Feng saw that vast city, his eyes filled with sorrow. Ever since he went to the Sky Dome realm, he had not returned to this place for 100 years already. Later, someone will bring you to meet up with the people of the other branch sections. After settling your matters, I will have to rush back to the Sky Dome realm. Old Feng's mood was somewhat heavy. As he looked at you, Chenxi, it was especially so. Chenxi, there are some things that Martial Uncle has to tell you in advance. If nothing unexpected happens, you and Gong Yangyu will not be placed in the inner sect. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu nodded slightly. Actually, they had already guessed this along the way. Now that they had arrived in the Tianwu domain, their past glory had already lost much of its luster. Yu Chenxi said seriously, Martial Uncle, don't worry. Even if we are placed in the outer sect, Chenxi will persevere and not embarrass Martial Uncle. Old Feng nodded with a smile. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, you will definitely be placed in the inner sect. Those people look down on the geniuses of the Sky Dome realm. However, I believe that in less than 3 years, you will definitely be able to obtain the position of a true inheritor. However, you are too sharp. It is best for you to keep a low profile for the next 3 years. Although a man does not take revenge, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but smile bitterly to himself. He had never thought of purposely causing trouble. Furthermore, he had never considered himself a gentleman. A gentleman was determined by others. However, Xiao Chen only respected his own principles. What did the opinions of unrelated people have to do with him? However, after old Feng left, they would probably not be able to see each other again. Xiao Chen would not refute him, so he nodded to indicate that he understood. Xiao. 2 young men flew over from the city gates. They wore the alternating blue and white robes of the Haotian sect. They appeared extremely proud. Although they were young, their cultivations were extremely deep. Even Xiao Chen found them somewhat unfathomable, feeling some fear in his heart. When old Feng landed on the bow of the warship, he asked the 4, Are the few of you from the Sky Dome realm? After old Feng stepped forward and stated his identity, he left with one of them, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. The one who remained introduced himself. My family name is Chen Xiao. You can just call me Senior Brother Chen. This time, I am responsible for receiving all the newcomers. I will bring you to your lodgings first. After this person spoke, he turned his back to the 2 and took the lead. Yu Chenxi projected his voice and whispered to Xiao Chen, There are 3 golden threads embroidered on his chest. That is the mark of a true inheritor. No wonder his cultivation is so deep. It turns out that he is a true inheritor, Xiao Chen thought to himself. After entering the city, the 3 could feel the majesty of this city. It was even vaster than the Tianwu continent's dragon ceiling city. The strangest thing was that there was a small city in the sky above the city. 18 inverted mountain peaks circled the city in the sky. Chen Xiao introduced from the front. The city in the middle is the inner city of the Haotian sect. Inner sect disciples can go there once a month. The 18 mountain peaks outside are the residences of the true inheritors. Each mountain peak has a rank 3 spirit veins origin. The true inheritors have absolute control over that rank 3 spirit vein. The moment Xianxia said that, Xiao Chen and the other two could not help but feel shocked. In the lower realm, even a large sect could not control a rank 3 spirit vein. Unexpectedly, a true inheritor could do so here. Thinking about it, if one could use a rank 3 spirit vein's origin to cultivate, how fast would one's cultivation speed be? The three's expressions were within Qin Zhao's expectations. He revealed some pride in his eyes as he smiled faintly. Right now, half of the 18 mountain peaks are empty. All of you have a chance. Gong Yangyu immediately asked doubtfully, why is it half empty? Such a good resource is just sitting there and not being used. Chen Xiao replied indifferently, it is better to have nothing than to have something shoddy. If it does not meet the standard, it is better to leave it empty. What standard is it? Why is it so strict? Gong Yangyu muttered. However, Chen Xiao did not say anything more. He led the three around the city, giving them a simple introduction of the medicine refining hall, the business district, the auction house, and the like. The western part of the city is the area for outer sect disciples. The eastern part is the area for inner sect disciples. If outer sect disciples have nothing to do, it is best not to go there. Gong Yangyu asked curiously, why? Chen Xiao replied calmly, that place is a mix of good and bad people. There are many factions there. In the past few years, for the sake of meeting the standard of a true inheritor, the few peak people have been competing intensely. Several shady methods have appeared. If you really go there, be careful or they might rob you of all your treasures. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. From Chen Zhao's words, it was clear that the standard of a true inheritor was very strict. They had already used all sorts of methods, but half of the 18 mountain peaks were still empty. If the Haotian sect lacked talents, it was clear that the number of cultivators in the Haotian province was not the reason. After familiarizing themselves with the city's environment, Chen Xiao led the three to a large courtyard. He said, go in, there are still some people from the branch sects who have not arrived yet. When everyone is here, we will assign you to the inner sect or the outer sect. Xiao Chen took the lead and entered. When he looked around, he discovered that there were already many people in the courtyard. There were at least 100 men and women in total. Even the weakest among them was much stronger than Gong Yangyu. There were also a few strong auras that made Xiao Chen wary, not daring to be careless. There were no chairs in the courtyard, only some bare stone stools. Xiao Chen casually found one and sat down. As they sized up the others, several people in the courtyard opened their eyes and started to size up Xiao Chen's group as well. When they saw the words Sky Dome on their identity medallions, they withdrew their gazes. They revealed disdainful expressions and no longer paid any attention to the three. Suddenly, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at a skinny, effeminate man. In that instant earlier, that person seemed to have sent out some hidden energy. This person's technique was very ingenious, not causing any fluctuations in space. However, the hidden energy was not directed at Xiao Chen, so he did not bother with it. Bang! Just at this moment, there was a shattering sound. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and saw that Gong Yangyu had just leaped up, preparing to sit on the stone stool in front of him. In the end, the moment Gong Yangyu touched it, the hard stone stool shattered. Caught off guard, Gong Yangyu fell to the ground with a plop. Haha! The Sky Dome realm truly lives up to its reputation as a last-ranked sect. The people who come do not even know how to sit. When the skinny man saw the situation, he laughed loudly. Chapter 650. The other young cultivators, who were resting with their eyes closed, opened their eyes. They all revealed faint mockery on their faces. Everyone here would become competitors sooner or later. Thus, no one said anything to stop the situation from developing. Instead, they just waited and watched. Gong Yangyu's complexion alternated between green and red. He was clearly embarrassed. Rage burned in his heart as he stood up and swung his staff at the skinny man. Why are you so angry? We have been waiting here for a few days. It is already too boring. We are just having some fun. The skinny man did not panic at all. He just sat there cross-legged. He gently blocked the descending staff with his hand and used a skillful technique to deflect Gong Yangyu's force. Gong Yangyu's momentum was ferocious. However, he did not gain any advantage. Instead, he was easily knocked back dozens of meters. Gong Yangyu shouted and executed everlasting heaven and earth. He took 7 steps, and the 7 afterimages merged together. Immediately, the wind howled and the staff moved like a mountain. The skinny man smiled coldly and suddenly stood up. All the quintessence in his body surged as he quickly sent out 3 palm strikes. As the skinny man moved his hands, he moved his feet, slowly dissipating the force of the staff. Then he sent out a 3rd palm strike. Bang! Gong Yangyu vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. The skinny man's technique for dissipating the force was very exquisite, flabbergasting everyone. Unexpectedly, the stone stool under his feet did not shatter. The force of the staff spread to the ground, creating many tiny cracks that densely covered the ground. The skinny man mocked. "It is just a game. Why take it so seriously? You are asking for trouble. To think that you actually dare to attack me." The skinny man's gaze turned cold. Unexpectedly, he did not intend to let Gong Yangyu off. He leaped into the air and kicked at Gong Yangyu. Xiao! Just at this moment, a dazzling saber light flashed. A sharp killing intent accompanied by a strand of purple saber chi flew at the skinny man. Everywhere the saber chi passed, the surrounding space rippled like waves. As the ripples spread out, they formed strong winds howling endlessly. The skinny man panicked for some reason. He quickly withdrew his leg and retreated, dodging that strand of saber chi. Kasi. After knocking back the skinny man with 1 saber strike, Xiaochen sheathed his saber and did not make another move. Gong Yangyu stood up and walked over to Xiaochen with a pale complexion. Then he thanked him softly. That skinny man stared at Xiaochen for a long time. In the end, he still found Xiaochen somewhat unfathomable, so he gave up on making a move. Xiaochen's saber strike conformed to the norm. There was nothing too shocking about it, but there were also no major flaws. Aside from the skinny man who was in the same situation, no one else could feel how powerful it was. At this moment, Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu had extremely unsightly expressions. They had not expected to run into such a situation the moment they arrived at the Supreme Sky Sect. In the future, with his identity in the Sky Dome realm, no matter where he went, people would make things difficult for him. Xiao and would not. And would. Xiao. Even though Zhang Xian wasn't doing anything at all, he still exerted immense pressure on everyone. This was especially so for a tall and sturdy man in front. His battle spirit was as ferocious as a raging fire. He was like a wild beast on fire. They are people from the battle realms. These people are definitely from the battle realms. Unexpectedly, there are people from the battle realms coming to our Haotian sect. The 10 great battle realms were famous. The geniuses from the battle realms were definitely not mediocre. The hearts of everyone present sank. In the future, they would probably have several more competitors. The 4 geniuses from the battle realms could not be bothered to take more than a few steps. The tall and sturdy man in front shouted at the person sitting on the nearest stone bench, "Scram! The 4 of you, quickly get up and give up your seats." The 4 people were stunned. Clearly, they had not expected to be scolded by these 4 people in front of everyone. They could not help but be put in a difficult position. "You are seeking death." During this moment of hesitation, the 4 cultivators from the battle realms shouted ferociously and attacked at the same time. Vast palm energy surged out like a surging river. The palm energy surged out like a surging river. The 4 hurriedly got up to face the attack. In the end, they were no match for 1 palm strike. This was especially so for the man who got struck by the tall and sturdy man. That man was knocked out of the courtyard like a cannonball and landed on the streets of the city. What a fellow! The moment they disagree with each other, they start fighting. This is indeed in line with the character of the people from the battle realms. The others were startled, but they did not dare to say anything. The few truly strong people did not want to get involved with these 4 either. Everyone knew that the people of the battle realms were famous for being battle maniacs. When they started fighting, there would be no end to it. They had to determine a victor. Furthermore, these people all had the bloodline of the ancient giants flowing in their bodies. Their strength remained the same, and they did not hold back when they attacked. Even if these people were slightly stronger than the people from the battle realms, they would not be willing to fight with them. This little girl is rather pretty. Come and sit with me. At some point in time, the tall and sturdy man had fixed his gaze on Xianxia. The tall and sturdy man laughed loudly and spread open the fingers of his huge right hand. A strong suction force immediately pulled Xianxia into the air. The surging force was like an invisible black hole. When the tall and sturdy man suddenly attacked, Xianxia cried out and left the ground. Xiao Chen's expression changed. He leaped up and gently landed a palm strike on Xianxia's shoulder with his right hand. Then, he clenched his left hand into a fist and sent out a fist wind. Rumble! The two forces clashed in the air, giving off heavy buzzing sounds. Sonic booms resounded and a strong wind blew in the courtyard, making everyone's hair flutter. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on Xianxia's shoulder and pulled him behind him without anyone noticing. Then, he said softly, "Stand behind me." When the tall and sturdy man saw Xiao Chen make a move, he did not show much displeasure in his eyes. Instead, a fervent, almost cruel light flashed in his eyes. The cultivators of the battle realms had two hobbies. One was women, and the other was fighting. Compared to women, fighting to one's heart's content was more interesting. This fellow is in trouble. That tall and sturdy man seems to be the number 2 genius of the 9th battle realm, Gang. He is extremely strong. Once the cultivators of the battle realms target you, it will be very hard to shake them off. You either get killed by them or beat them to death. However, they beat most people to death. They are a bunch of madmen. Seeing that the tall and sturdy man targeted Xiao Chen, several people immediately revealed gloating expressions. This was especially so for that skinny man. A cold and cruel smile appeared in his eyes. Indeed, Gang stood up and smiled coldly. "Since you have the guts to block me, you should be prepared to die." Bang! Suddenly, a sonic boom resounded in the air. Gang's figure flashed in the air and arrived before Xiao Chen. He did not use any fancy movement techniques, only extreme speed. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he sank his feet down. He circulated his vital qi quickly, and in the time it took for a spark to fly, he clashed with that punch. Bang! 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 Gang pressed forward. After the first punch, he followed up with a second and a third. Every time he punched, an impassioned shout resounded in the surroundings. The shouts seemed to come from the distant ancient era. They sounded desolate and ancient, spreading a heavy aura. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they felt astonished. If they received these 3 punches head-on, given their physical bodies, they would definitely suffer. The best way was to avoid the sharpness of the attack and use speed and skill-based martial techniques to deal with it. Someone sighed and said, "This fellow is really seeking death." Instead of dodging, he actually dares to clash head-on with a battle realm cultivator. When the skinny man heard this, he said in disdain, "He is probably too slow. How capable can the people from the Sky Dome realm be?" However, the surprising thing was that after Xiao Chen received 10 punches from Gang, the entire courtyard trembled continuously before this huge force. However, Xiao Chen's footsteps did not move at all. He was like an old tree rooted to the ground, as firm as a rock as he dealt with the attacks calmly. After the 10 punches, Gang saw that Xiao Chen was not in a sorry state as he expected. His expression turned serious as he pushed off the ground and landed back on the stone stool. Before that huge force, Xiao Chen's meridians, blood, and bones trembled continuously. However, that was all. Xiao Chen's body had first been tempered by the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. After cultivating the firmament body tempering art, his meridians, blood, and bones were tempered once more. His physical body was much stronger than that of regular cultivators. After circulating his energy, Xiao Chen digested the quintessence in his body. His gaze turned extremely cautious, not relaxing at all. Xiao Chen estimated that this Gang had only used 30% of his strength at most. This was because the other party did not seem to be panting or needing to adjust his breathing after sending out 10 punches. Indeed, the people of the battle realms could not be underestimated. The expressions of the other branch sect disciples changed slightly. They looked at Xiaoqin, keeping an eye out for him. Initially, no one paid attention to Xiaoqin. Now, he attracted some attention, gaining a sense of his existence. Chapter 651. Sidu Gang, this fellow is a body-tempering cultivator. Use your true abilities. Otherwise, others will think that the people of the Battle Realms are only capable of this much. A Battle Realm cultivator behind Sidu Gang shouted with blazing eyes. 10,000 meters in the air, the two true inheritors who had brought in Xiaoqin and the others earlier watched the situation below with interest. Chen Xiao smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Wang Cheng, these people from the lower realms are more interesting than we thought." The youth called Wang Cheng said sullenly, "I nearly misjudged this Xiaoqin. His cultivation is not high, but he also cultivates a body-tempering technique. His strength is not that simple." Chen Xiao looked around and said, "Senior brother Wang, what do you think of these geniuses from the lower realms? Do you think any of them can become true inheritors?" Wang Cheng entered deep thought and said, "I noticed that at least 10 people have pretty good talent. This is especially so for that Battle Realm Sidu Gang. His cultivation is so vast that no one here can compare to him. If he enters a berserk state, he will be even more horrifying. However, it is hard to say whether they can become true inheritors or not. Let's see if they can handle the competition between the inner sect's 5 big factions first." A disciple flew down from the floating inner city and landed beside the two. After bowing respectfully, he handed over a document and said, "Senior brothers, the distribution of the inner and outer sect disciples that the elders discussed is already out." Chen Xiao received the document and said, "Unexpectedly, they discussed for so long. However, it is finally out. If we had waited any longer, we would have run out of patience." Wang Cheng smiled gently and said, "That's normal. The treatment of the inner sect disciples and the outer sect disciples is very different. It is already beyond my expectations that they can come out so quickly." The two casually flipped through the document and slowly flew down to the courtyard, preparing to announce the contents of the document. At this moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard was extremely heavy. The fanaticism in Situ Gang's eyes turned into a blazing flame. His strong aura slowly soared. When everyone sensed it, they felt their hearts palpitate. They unknowingly took 2 steps back, afraid of getting caught up in the shockwaves of the battle. There were rumors of the destructive power of the people of the Battle Realms unleashing their true strength. No one was willing to suffer such a calamity. However, on the other side, Xiaoqin did not show any intention of backing down. He gathered his aura. Even when facing a strong Battle Realm expert, he was neither servile nor overbearing, maintaining a calm expression. However, just as the intense battle was about to erupt, 2 vast auras suddenly appeared in the courtyard that tore through the clouds. It was as if an invisible ocean had suddenly crashed down, silently covering everything. Although Situ Gang's valiant and frightening aura was powerful, it was not worth mentioning in this vast ocean. Very quickly, it was submerged and disappeared without a trace. Everyone quickly looked over and saw that Chen Xiao and Wang Cheng were already standing on top of the wall. "It's a true disciple." Someone immediately recognized who they were. Their gazes were filled with yearning. They were shocked by the strength they had displayed. Just by relying on their auras, they easily resolved the situation. Even someone as irascible as Sidu Gang did not dare to lose his temper. "Very good. At least you know your limits. Now, I will announce which of you can enter the inner sect and which will be assigned to the outer sect." When Qin Shao saw that no one said anything, he nodded and spoke in a calm tone. When everyone heard this, they pricked up their ears. Outer sect and inner sect. There was only a difference of 1 word, but the treatment they received was as different as heaven and earth. Everyone hoped that they would be assigned to the inner sect. Everyone showed expressions of anticipation as they waited quietly. Wang Cheng, who was at the side, held the official document and said, "I will only read out the names of the people assigned to the inner sect. Those whose names are not read out are naturally outer sect disciples." As the names were read out one by one, several people revealed joyful smiles. As for those whose names were not read out, they waited anxiously. Xiaochen did not have to wait for long before he heard his name called. He relaxed slightly. As for Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu, they did not hear their names read out. Although they had expected this, they could not help but feel disappointed. I am not convinced. Why is he only an early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch? Furthermore, he is a cultivator of the Sky Dome realm. He is directly sent to the inner sect. I am a peak inferior-grade martial monarch, yet I still have to struggle in the outer sect. A long-faced cultivator whose name was not read out shouted as he pointed at Xiaochen. The moment this cultivator said this, the people whose names were not read out felt dissatisfied and echoed his sentiments. There were always some people who felt that others were only SOSO, that they could not compare to them. Xiaochen did not find this strange. He could not be bothered with them, waiting to see how the two true inheritors would deal with this. Chen Xiao and Wang Cheng did not seem surprised. Their gazes casually landed on the person who caused trouble first. This is not fair, absolutely not fair. I want to fight with him. I can prove that I am qualified to enter the inner sect. That long-faced cultivator jabbered on endlessly to Chen Xiao and Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng frowned slightly and pointed with his finger. A deep blue sword chi shot out from his fingertip. The sword chi was incredibly sharp. It ignored the long-faced cultivator's protective quintessence and directly tore a small hole in his chest. Without any warning, Wang Cheng attacked directly, mercilessly teaching this person a lesson. When the other people who agreed with the long-faced cultivator saw this scene, they immediately shut up. Why did you injure me? I did not do anything wrong. Are you all that great just because you are true inheritors? The long-faced cultivator asked as he held his chest in intense pain. Wang Cheng did not say anything. Chen Xiao formed hand seals with both hands and formed a cage-like hand seal. Then he sent it at the long-faced cultivator. A light flickered, and the cage-like hand seal entered the long-faced cultivator's body. His aura vanished, and he became like an ordinary person. What's going on? Why can't I circulate my quintessence? The long-faced cultivator exclaimed in horror when he felt the situation in his body. Chen Xiao said expressionlessly, as true inheritors, we have the authority to enforce the rules. We can kill those who look down on the decisions of the Elders' Assembly. Since this is your first time in the Haotian sect, I will only punish you a little. I will seal your dantian for 1 month. Wang Cheng said, outer sect disciples can take the test every once in a while. If you are strong enough, it would not be difficult for you to become an inner sect disciple. Seeing the two strength, no one dared to say anything else. They all kept quiet. The two leaped off the wall, and Chen Xiao said, inner sect disciples, follow me to the east of the city. Senior brother Wang will lead the outer sect disciples. The 100 or 200 people who came split into two groups and headed out of the courtyard. Just as they were about to leave, Yu Chenxi said sincerely, Senior brother Xiaochen, thank you for your help. Xiaochen had risked defending a battle realm genius to shield her. Yu Chenxi's gratitude to Xiaochen was indescribable. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, you are my friend. If you are in trouble, how can I sit back and do nothing? I believe that you will definitely help me if I am in trouble. Work hard. I will look out for you in the inner sect. Given your talent, you will definitely regain your former pride. Yu Chenxi nodded heavily and said, I definitely will. The two waved goodbye. Gong Yangyu, who was at the side, said some words of thanks before leaving silently. Under Qin Zhao's lead, the group quickly headed to the east of the city. The east of the city was very large, but there was only one entrance. There were people guarding the entrance. When the disciples guarding the entrance saw Chen Xiao, they immediately bowed respectfully. Every month, you will receive 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones and 10 inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls. Every 7 days, an old senior of the sect will give you a lecture. However, you are not allowed to ask questions. If you ask in private, you will have to pay spirit stones. Chen Xiao first brought the group to register. After they received their inner sect identity medallions, he explained the treatment and sect rules that inner sect disciples enjoyed. 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones and 10 inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls. Everyone could not help but reveal expressions of joy. None of the sects in the lower realms were able to enjoy such treatment. Furthermore, spirit-gathering pearls were even rarer. They required a large number of martial sages to refine them by exhausting their cultivation. The teachings of an old senior would also enlighten them. Most true experts would not be so kind as to share their cultivation experiences with others. This is where you will be staying. Every 10 rooms will share a rank 1 spirit vein's origin. Every month, you will need to spend 10,000 superior grade spirit stones. Chen Xiao pointed at a row of simple residential areas and said slowly. When everyone heard the first half of what Xiaochen said, they all revealed excited expressions. In the lower realm, a rank 1 spirit vein's origin could support a large sect with tens of thousands of people. Here, 10 inner sect disciples could share one. However, when they heard the second half of what Xiaochen said, their faces immediately sank. They would only receive 10,000 superior grade spirit stones a month. Just the cost of their accommodation would be used up. If they wanted to cultivate, obtain medicinal pills, or go out exploring, they would not have any spirit stones left. You need spirit stones? That is too expensive. Chen Xiao ignored everyone's complaints. He continued, if you want to stay in a better place, you can pay an additional spirit stone and enjoy a spirit vein's origin to yourself. Furthermore, everyone will have to take on a mission from the sect at least once a month. However, you new disciples will have 1 month to familiarize yourselves. After that, Chen Xiao answered a few simple questions from the crowd. Then he took his leave. Before everyone's envious gazes, he flew to the floating mountain peak that belonged to him. The houses in the residential area were all adjacent to each other. Compared to the independent courtyard that Xiaochen lived in, the environment was much simpler. After tidying up the house, Xiaochen sat at the head of the bed and started to think about his cultivation goals. Chapter 652. After arriving in the Kunlun realm, where the spiritual energy was incredibly dense, Xiaochen's first goal was to refine his quintessence. There was no need to rush to break through to the next cultivation realm. He needed to be steady, slowly closing the gap between him and the native cultivators of the Tianwu domain in terms of the purity of his quintessence. If there was an opportunity, Xiaochen wanted to break through to the 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation as well. However, he could not rush this. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was even more mysterious than a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. The latter layers of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation became increasingly difficult to advance. Xiaochen's second goal was to continue tempering his physical body, to cultivate the firmament body tempering art to the peak of the 6th layer, making his physical body even stronger. Not only was it excruciating to cultivate a body-tempering cultivation technique, but it also required more and more heavenly treasures to support it with each level. Now that the firmament body-tempering art had reached the 6th layer, the natural treasures that he could use would be worth cities. Given his current status, it would be difficult to buy them. Xiaochen's third goal was to comprehend the second move of the heaven-ranked dragon subduing / soaring dragon. With this, he would have a strong physical body and a refined cultivation. Naturally, he needed a martial technique that could bring out the greatest might of his accumulations. After sorting through these goals, Xiaochen could not help but feel a headache coming on. None of the 3 goals were easy to accomplish. Not only did they require a large number of spirit stones, but they also required a lot of time and a very high comprehension ability. The latter 2 were easy to accomplish, but the former was difficult. Everything in the inner sect required spirit stones. Although Xiaochen had some wealth now, he could not afford to spend them for a long time. Xiaochen shook his head and sighed gently. Never mind, I should refine my quintessence first. This does not require spirit stones, I just need time. Xiaochen shifted his gaze to a prayer mat on the floor of the room. Complicated formations were carved on the prayer mat, connecting it to a spirit origin deep underground. Sitting cross-legged on it, Xiaochen immediately sensed a rank 1 spirit origin the size of a human head in his sea of consciousness. It split into 10 strands and scattered outwards. Even though the vast and pure spirit origin was split into 10 strands, each strand was like a gushing river. Who knew how much spiritual energy it contained? He could feel that the other 9 people were absorbing the spiritual qi from the spiritual origin with great excitement to improve their cultivation. Xiaochen was not that excited or rash. Every time he absorbed some spiritual energy, he would immediately circulate the purple thunder divine incantation, continuously compressing it. When it was completely compressed to the point where it couldn't be compressed anymore, it was then inserted into the meridians. Above his dantian, of the 99 transparent true essence water droplets, one of them slowly turned purple. First it was a pale purple, then it turned deep purple. In the end, the purple water droplets became as smooth as pearls, as if they were solid. Given this, even after spending a lot of time, Xiaochen's cultivation did not increase. It looked like he was still an inferior grade martial monarch. Half a month later, out of the 99 drops of true essence liquid in Xiaochen's body, 30 of them had become as smooth as pearls, with a bright and beautiful luster. Dong dong dong. On this day, after he had rested as usual, just as he was about to refine his true essence, there was a series of knocks on the door. Xiaochen stood up from the prayer mat and casually waved his hand, sending out a clump of energy. The door opened with a gong-dang sound. A yellow-clad man stood at the door. He was skinny and had an ordinary appearance. However, his cultivation was pretty good, late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. Unfortunately, it was not very dense. In Xiaochen's opinion, it seemed somewhat exaggerated. This person looked somewhat familiar to Xiaochen. He should be like Xiaochen from a lower realms Haoyan sect branch. Xiaochen had met him once in that courtyard. "This friend, do you have business with me?" Xiaochen asked as he stepped forward and invited this person in. Then he brewed a pot of tea. The yellow-clad man smiled and said, "I am Zhuiyusher, from the Cloud Sea realm. I live next door to you. It is nothing major, so I just came to drop by. I wonder if I have interrupted your cultivation?" Of the 3,000 great realms controlled by the Bushin Palace, the Cloud Sea realm was one of the lower-ranked realms. It was not much better than the Sky Dome realm. Xiaochen recalled the information on the Cloud Sea realm. Then he picked up his teacup and took a sip. Smiling, he said, "It's fine. Coincidentally, I have been cultivating for half a month. It is good to find someone to chat with. Let me introduce myself. I am Xiaochen from the Sky Dome realm." When Zhuiyusher heard Xiaochen's words, shock appeared in his eyes. He said, "You said that you have been cultivating bitterly in this room for the past half-month?" Xiaochen felt it was strange. He asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Zhuiyusher smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Xiao is really different. In the past few days, none of us have been able to endure the loneliness. In the past half-month, everyone has familiarized themselves with the eastern part of the city. Earth-ranked martial techniques, which are considered precious treasures in the lower realms, are everywhere here. As long as you have spirit stones, you can buy them. Furthermore, there are all sorts of medicinal pills for cultivation. There is a dazzling array of them, so many that one's eyes would be dazzled. The auction house in the inner city even auctions heaven-ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques, as well as all sorts of superior-grade secret treasures. However, the amount of superior-grade spirit stones required is astronomical." Zhuiyusher was very talkative. Whenever Xiaochen spoke, Zhuiyusher would go on and on. This reminded Xiaochen of his old friend, Bai Lishi. The two of them were both chatterboxes. Although Zhuiyusher spoke a lot of nonsense, there were some things that Xiaochen was interested in Zhuiyusher's words. Xiaochen had not gone out for the past half-month. Zhuiyusher's arrival came at a good time, so Xiaochen did not feel frustrated. "That's right, Brother Zhuo, let me say something. Your cultivation has grown rather fast. Have you never thought about the problem of the density of quintessence? The people chosen from the lower realms were the cream of the crop of the Great Thousand Realms. If Xiaochen could think of the problem of the density of quintessence, Zhuiyusher would definitely be able to." Zhuiyusher laughed loudly and said, "Naturally, I have thought about it. However, there is no need to worry. When I reach the peak of the late stage, I will go to the medicinal hall in the inner city to buy a quintessence gathering pill." "Quintessence gathering pill? What is that?" Xiaochen frowned slightly. Zhuiyusher knew that Xiaochen had not gone out yet, So he explained the origins and uses of the quintessence-gathering pill in detail. The spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm was too dense. Cultivators cultivated very quickly. For the sake of preventing unstable quintessence, alchemists created medicinal pills to compress spiritual energy. There was a corresponding medicinal pill for every rank of cultivator. The quintessence-gathering pill was meant for martial monarchs. After consuming it once, quintessence would automatically condense. If one cultivated after that, their cultivation speed would be much slower. This was also why the cultivators of the Kunlun realm advanced at a slower pace. Consuming a medicinal pill was equivalent to cultivating twice in the same cultivation realm. Naturally, their quintessence would be much denser than that of lower realm cultivators. Suddenly, Zhui Yushi thought of something. He said, "Brother Xiao, could it be that you have been refining quintessence on your own for the past half-month? That would have been a waste of time." Xiaochen smiled bitterly. What did it mean to build a cart behind closed doors? This was the result of building a cart behind closed doors. If he had gone out, he would not have ended up like this. How many times can I consume the quintessence-gathering pill within a cultivation realm? Xiaochen asked casually. Zhui Yushi replied, "It can only be used once. After that, I can consume it again when I advance to medial-grade martial monarch." In that case, it did not matter. If I refined it once and used the quintessence-gathering pill again, my quintessence would definitely be stronger than others. However, that way my cultivation would grow even slower. Under such circumstances, it would be a test of a cultivator's mental state. One would have to spend more time and endure the unbearable loneliness of the world. One would have to not be blinded by the prosperity and vanity before them. It was hard for the younger generation to avoid being proud and arrogant. They liked to fight for fame and profit. It was already very rare for them to not be eager for quick success. It would be very difficult for them to spend more time to solidify their foundations. Xiao Chen's heart was focused on the great Tao. His goal of reaching the peak of the martial Tao had never wavered. He clearly knew that the peak of the martial Tao was what he pursued. On the path to the peak, the fame and prosperity before him were just fleeting clouds. Sooner or later, they would vanish like smoke. Xiaochen continued to ask, "Do you know the price of this quintessence-gathering pill?" When Xiaochen mentioned the price, Zhui Yushi immediately withdrew his smile. He sighed and said, "An inferior-grade quintessence-gathering pill costs 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones. A medial-grade quintessence-gathering pill costs 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones. A superior-grade quintessence-gathering pill costs 150,000 superior-grade spirit stones." Damn it! Xiaochen could not help cursing in his heart. The price was really extraordinarily high. Right now, Xiaochen only had 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones on him. If he bought a slightly better quintessence-gathering pill, he would be penniless. Zhui Yushi smiled bitterly and said, "Don't get angry. This is still the preferential price for inner sect disciples. If you went elsewhere, it would be even more expensive. However, you don't have to worry too much. As inner sect disciples, we can take on missions with higher rewards. Tens of thousands of spirit stones are not as difficult to earn as you think." After chatting for a while, Zhui Yushi stood up and took his leave. He wanted to say something but hesitated. "Brother Xiaochen, in the future, we should move around more. Cultivation is not just about cultivating bitterly. From what I've heard, the internal strife within the inner sect is extremely intense. Now, there is a group of lower realm cultivators like us. Without an increase in resources, the fights in the inner sect will only be even more intense." Xiaochen stood up to send Zhui Yushi off. Zhui Yushi's final words made him enter deep thought. Sometimes, there were a lot of things that people wouldn't give you peace just because you wanted it. Only when one is strong can one feel at ease. Only when one is at ease can one feel at peace. Determination appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then, he sat back down on the prayer mat and continued to refine his quintessence. As the sun rose and set, the world outside the house was filled with flowers and bustling with noise. There were newly advanced disciples who found strong backers and obtained the peak earth-ranked martial techniques that they dreamed of. Their combat prowess increased rapidly. There were even new disciples who bought quintessence-gathering pills. The purity of their quintessence soared, immediately surpassing those of the same generation. There were also newly advanced disciples who went out on experiential training and obtained news of fortuitous encounters, making others even more envious. Situ Gang worked with 4 people from the battle realms and forcefully formed a large faction in the intense competition in the inner sect. Then they started to compete with the other 5 factions. That skinny man also gathered the remaining lower realm geniuses and formed a faction of his own, looking very awe-inspiring. There were also several peak lower realm geniuses who originally kept a low profile. After accumulating a certain amount of experience, they revealed their ferocity and beat up some of the older inner sect disciples to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Their fame soared. Zhui Yushi passed the news to Xiao Chen. The world outside was extraordinarily bustling. Every time Zhui Yushi spoke of this news, his eyes filled with envy, and his bloodlines surged restlessly. Chapter 653. Xiao Chen smiled faintly at this and ignored them. He focused on refining his quintessence. More and more pearl-like purple liquid appeared in the 99 drops of transparent quintessence. Xiao Chen's quintessence was much denser than before. After another 20 days, Xiao Chen decided to go out. This was the first time the new disciples were collecting their stipends. It would be a waste not to take the 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones and 10 inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls. Zhui Yushi had been waiting outside the door for a long time. In the past month, whenever Zhui Yushi had nothing to do, he would look for Xiao Chen to chat for a long time. They had become much more familiar with each other. Let's go. Brother Xiao, I already asked around and found out where we can collect our stipends. Zhui Yushi appeared very excited. Although the spirit stones were going to be used for rent, the 10 spirit gathering pearls were extremely valuable. However, those 10 spirit gathering pearls were extremely valuable. If they were exchanged for superior grade spirit stones, 1 inferior grade spirit gathering pearl would be worth 5,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, as long as one was not in a rush to use spirit stones, no one would be foolish enough to use spirit gathering pearls to exchange. After leaving the residential area, Zhui Yushi led the way with great familiarity. They passed through a few bustling streets and corridors before arriving at a palace gate. There were many inner sect disciples here to collect their stipends. There was a long line. Xiao Chen finally saw a few of them. These inner sect disciples were mostly late-stage inferior-grade martial monarchs. However, they were different from Zhui Yushi. These inner sect disciples had very withdrawn auras and extremely dense quintessence. They were all late-stage inferior-grade martial monarchs. If Zhui Yushi fought with them, he would not be able to last more than 10 moves. If Xiao Chen guessed right, these people should have consumed a quintessence-gathering pill and cultivated back to peak inferior-grade martial monarch. Aside from this, Xiao Chen also discovered something else. Some people received more stipends, while others received less stipends. The inner sect disciple who collected the most received 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones and 50 inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls in one go. Xiao Chen asked Zhui Yushi, who was behind him, "What's going on with those people?" Zhui Yushi explained, "Those are the inner disciples who are ranked higher on this month's contribution ranking. They completed many missions for the sect and received additional rewards. By the way, speaking of this, we have to accept a mission this month. If we don't accept it, we'll be expelled from the inner sect." The Haotian province was vast, and there were countless cities within the province. There were many merchant guilds, clans, and city lord residences. When they encountered problems that they couldn't resolve, they would request for help from the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect was also happy to accept the mission. Firstly, it could maintain the stability of the prefecture, and secondly, it could train the disciples of the sect. There were also some missions that were issued by the direct disciples, elders, and deacons of the sect. They encountered some matters that they couldn't find the time to resolve. They would also issue it as a mission and hand it over to the disciples of the sect to complete it. They only needed to pay a small amount of compensation. Zhui Yushi said, "Not only can you obtain mission rewards by completing missions, but you can also obtain contribution points and additional rewards when you receive your stipend. It can be considered the greatest source of wealth for inner sect disciples. However, the rewards and contribution points of missions are linked to the risks involved. There are often rumors of disciples never returning after they accepted a mission. As they spoke, it was soon the turn of the two to receive their stipend. The process was very simple. They just needed to hand over their inner sect disciple identity medallions and let the other party verify it. Wuxia did not have a rich family background. When he received the 10 spirit gathering pearls, he had an excited expression on his face. He held up the spirit gathering pearls and said, "This is great. I finally have the money to buy the quintessence gathering pill." Xianxia felt it was strange. He asked, "Why are you exchanging for spirit gathering pearls for no reason?" Inner sect disciples could use a 10th of their rank 1 spirit origin to cultivate. Under such conditions, the effects of superior grade spirit stones on cultivation were much weaker. They could only be used when one went out. Normally, they could only be used as currency. They were not as valuable as they were in the lower realm. However, spirit gathering pearls were different. Not only could they help in breaking through, but they were also faster than using spirit origin to cultivate. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had sufficient spirit gathering pearls. Wuxia smiled bitterly and said, "I don't want either. However, I should be able to advance to peak inferior grade martial monarch before the end of the month. I will need to use the quintessence gathering pill." Xianxia felt relieved. He had obtained 200,000 superior grade spirit stones by killing several veteran martial monarchs in the lower realm. Not everyone was like Xianxia, daring to look down on those veteran martial monarchs in the lower realm after advancing to martial monarch. "Let's go. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go buy the quintessence gathering pill. I will be entering closed-door cultivation after this," Wuxia said. The floating city in the sky was the inner city of the Haoyan sect. Inner sect disciples had a chance to go there once a month. Rumor had it that there was a peak rank 4 spirit origin in the inner city. Not only did it cause the inner city to be covered in a spiritual fog all year round, but it also produced a large number of superior grade spirit stones every year. Even if one did not use the spirit origin to cultivate in the city, the effects would be much better than the rooms of the inner sect disciples. After the two passed through the dense fog made of spiritual energy, they registered themselves at the city gates and successfully entered the inner city. Compared to the bustling Haoyan city below, the atmosphere in the inner city was much calmer. The people on the streets rarely spoke loudly. Occasionally, one would see many strong disciples with unfathomable cultivations. No one dared to underestimate them. Wuxia had been to the inner city once last month. He was familiar with the places that sold medicinal pills in the city. Soon, he led Xianxia to a herb store. When the store owner saw that there was business, he immediately greeted them warmly. He smiled and asked, "Two little brothers, what medicinal pills would you like to buy?" Wuxia said impatiently, "Give me an inferior grade quintessence gathering pill. I will use spirit gathering pearls to buy it. Is that possible?" Yes, of course." A smile bloomed on the store owner's face. This was already a big deal in the first place. Furthermore, he could use spirit gathering pearls to buy it. "Wait a moment." Xianxia stopped the store owner. "I will pay for his quintessence gathering pill. Also, give me a superior grade quintessence gathering pill." Wuxia exclaimed in shock, "Brother Xianxia, don't look at me like that. I lent you the spirit stones first. You have to return them," Xianxia said with a faint smile. Wuxia felt very excited. A spirit gathering pearl was much more valuable than a superior grade spirit stone. Furthermore, it was a very precious item. It was not something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. If not for the fact that Xianxia needed a quintessence gathering pill to advance to peak inferior grade martial monarch, he would not exchange for a spirit gathering pearl. "Thank you, Xianxia. I will not say anything else. You are my friend for sure." Xie Shiwen patted Xiaoqian's shoulder heavily. After handing over the spirit stones, Xiaoqian compared the two quintessence gathering pills. He discovered that there was no difference between the two except that the superior grade quintessence gathering pill had a deeper luster. The store owner smiled and explained, Little brother, there is not much difference between a superior-grade quintessence gathering pill and an inferior-grade quintessence gathering pill. However, if you cultivate an earth-grade cultivation technique, the effects of an inferior-grade quintessence gathering pill will be greatly reduced. Under normal circumstances, a medial-grade quintessence gathering pill is sufficient for most people. If you want to exchange now, you can. Xiaochen carefully put away the superior-grade quintessence gathering pill and said, "There's no need. I just want the superior-grade quintessence gathering pill." Xiaochen was not in a rush to leave the store. He asked about natural treasures and medicinal pills that could assist in cultivating the firmament body tempering art. This is the blood refinement pill. It is worth 400,000 superior-grade spirit stones. It can be used to refine a cultivator's blood. It has excellent effects when used to supplement a body-tempering cultivation technique. This is the spirit freezing pill. It can reduce the pain when cultivating a body-tempering cultivation technique. It is worth 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones. This is the yellow spirit flower. It is a rare natural treasure that can penetrate deep into the marrow. It is worth 500,000 superior-grade spirit stones. The cultivation of a body-tempering cultivator required a large number of natural treasures. When the store owner saw Xiaochen asking about these medicinal pills, he immediately introduced them with a fervent expression. It seemed like countless spirit stones moved in his eyes. There were many good things. Xiaochen felt envious. However, he was too shy and could only watch. Under the disappointed gaze of the store owner, the two left the store and rushed back. 1 hour later, the two finished paying the rent for the month. Just as they were about to return to their rooms and enter closed-door cultivation, a group of uninvited guests blocked their way. I have been waiting for the two of you for a long time. You are finally back." The skinny man in front, who had injured Gong Yangyu, led a group of people and blocked the two. Zhui Yusher's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "That person is Gui Wu, one of the leaders of the two new factions in the inner sect. He is probably not here with good intentions." It turned out that this person's name was Gui Wu. After not seeing him for a month, this person's cultivation had not changed. However, his quintessence was several times denser than before. Compared to the experienced inner sect disciples that Xiaochen had seen, Gui Wu was no weaker. In fact, he was even stronger. Xiaochen looked at the other party and said calmly, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't block the way." Gui Wu smiled coldly and said, "In that case, I'll say it. Each of you, hand over 5 spirit gathering pearls." Right after Gui Wu spoke, the 6 people around him immediately released their auras and locked down on the two. Although these people's cultivations were not as high as Gui Wu's, their quintessence was still very dense. They had probably consumed the quintessence gathering pill before. Their strength could not be underestimated. Xiaochen remained silent. He only quickly evaluated the strength of both sides in his heart. Gui Wu had consumed the quintessence gathering pill and cultivated back to peak inferior-grade martial monarch. Of the 99 drops of liquid quintessence, Xiaochen had refined only 66 of them. He had not consumed the quintessence gathering pill yet. In terms of quintessence purity, Gui Wu was currently stronger than Xiaochen. As for martial techniques and combat techniques, Xiaochen did not fear Gui Wu. If they fought Gui Wu now, Xiaochen should have at least a 50% chance of victory. This was not a high chance. Furthermore, the other party clearly came prepared. Adding in the group of people around Gui Wu, if they attacked together, Xiaochen and Zhui Yusher would not have much of a chance. Perhaps Xiaochen and Zhui Yusher could retreat easily. However, they would not be able to avoid the harassment of these people, which would affect their cultivation. Zhui Yusher felt furious in his heart. However, when he saw the other party's strength, he felt helpless. If Gui Wu did not hand over the spirit-gathering pearls, it would be hard to avoid physical pain. In the future, Gui Wu would continue to seek trouble. Gui Wu laughed loudly and received the 5 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls from Zhui Yusher. Then, he looked at Xiaochen and asked, "What about you?" Xiaochen flicked his finger, and the 5 spirit-gathering pearls flew in an arc towards Gui Wu. Gui Wu stretched out his hand and easily caught the 5 spirit-gathering pearls. He was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Xiaochen to agree so easily. Chapter 654. Back then, when Gui Wu saw Xiaochen make a move in the courtyard, he had thought that Xiaochen would be the toughest bone to chew. So he had made a lot of preparations. After handing over the inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls, Xiaochen walked forward expressionlessly, not saying a word. The person beside Gui Wu smiled and said, "Big brother, this brat is not as mysterious as you say. How can someone from the Sky Dome realm be that powerful?" Gui Wu weighed the spirit-gathering pearls in his hand and said in a cold voice, "At least he is sensible. I happen to lack one person for me to make an example out of." After that, he turned his head and asked, "How many inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls did we collect?" Someone immediately calculated and said excitedly, "There are 100 people in this residential area that we control. That's a total of 500 spirit-gathering pearls." When Gui Wu heard this, he shook his head and said, "That is still too little. The original 5 big factions controlled at least 300 or 400 people in this residential area. That group of blockheads from the battle realm controlled more than 200 people. Of the 7 big factions, we are the weakest. We have to be more ruthless next month. Everyone has to hand over 7 spirit-gathering pearls. Otherwise, we will be pushed out sooner or later." In the wooden hut that Xiaochen was in, Zhui Yushi said with some joy, "Xiaochen, it is fortunate that you did not make a move on them. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire." "What do you mean?" Xiaochen asked. Zhui Yushi took a sip of tea and said, "Collecting spirit-gathering pearls from inner sect disciples has always existed. Previously, our residential area was under the control of the 5th-ranked inner sect disciple, Lan Feichen. Half a month ago, Gui Wu led a group of people to fight with him. No one knows the result. However, after that, Lan Feichen assigned our residential area to Gui Wu." Xiaochen frowned slightly and said, "Lan Feichen would not give him a portion for no reason. It looks like this Gui Wu is not simple." Zhui Yushi said, "He has a strong backer. He is the grandson of the Spirit Sea Realm's Haotian sect master. I heard rumors that he brought millions of superior-grade spirit stones. After consuming the quintessence-gathering pill and consuming many natural treasures, he returned to peak inferior-grade martial monarch." After chatting for a while, Zhui Yushi took his leave. Only then did Xiaochen reveal a murderous intent. "My spirit-gathering pearls are not that easy to obtain." "My spirit-gathering pearls are not that easy," Xiaochen muttered to himself softly. With the earlier experience, Xiaochen's speed of refining veritable essence energy became much faster. After that experience, Xiaochen of Xiaochen, his quintessence, in Qin had Chen, Wu, Xiaochen, Xiao, Xiaochen, Xiaochen, and Qin gathering, Qin, Qiu, Xiaochen, of Qin of Jin of Chen. Xiaochen of Qin of Yu, Qin, of Tian of Qin of the Yin, by. The saber chi was like lightning, disappearing in a flash. It silently pierced through a vase on the wooden table and the wall, heading out of the room. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the vase landed in his grasp. The vase was made of porcelain. With just a gentle touch, it would shatter. If it were in the past, with Xiaochen's strong quintessence, he would have crushed the vase into powder with just a strong wind. However, the saber chi of Xiaochen's quintessence was not weakened at all. However, it only managed to create a flawless hole in the vase. If others were here and did not see Xiaochen make a move, they would definitely think that there was a hole in the vase in the first place. Xiaochen played with the vase for a while and smiled faintly. Then, he waved his hand and returned the vase to its original position. "The purity of my quintessence is probably no weaker than Gui Wu's after he consumed the quintessence-gathering pill." When he ran into Gui Wu, Xiaochen already had a 60% chance of victory. However, Gui Wu was not alone. He had 6 or 7 lower realm geniuses who were slightly weaker than him. Xiaochen had to consume the quintessence-gathering pill and refine his already extremely dense quintessence. Only then would he not fear being surrounded. Martial techniques had never been Xiaochen's weakness. Be it the 4-season saber technique that he comprehended or the blue dragon returns to the sea, which he could already bring out 80% of. Xiao Chen was confident that he could defeat his opponents in martial techniques. All Xiao Chen lacked was accumulations of quintessence. Once he completely refined his quintessence, no one in inferior grade martial monarch would be a match for him. At that time, he could seek trouble for those people. Xiao Chen was not someone who would suffer losses. Since they took his spirit-gathering pearls, they had to pay the price. Right now, Xiao Chen was still a middle-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. Using the quintessence-gathering pill would be a waste. However, Xiao Chen still had more than 100 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. As long as he was willing to part with them, he would be able to use them to advance to peak inferior-grade martial monarch in a week. I have to cultivate slowly for now. There are still 5 more days to the end of the month. I should go and accept a sect mission first. Xiao Chen had to accept a sect mission. Otherwise, he would not be able to remain in the inner sect. This was a hard and fast rule of the Haotian sect. Xiao Chen did not dare to disobey it. When Xiao Chen passed by Zhui Yusher's house, he scanned it with his spiritual sense. The house was empty, Zhui Yusher was not there. Xiao Chen did not mind. He found someone and asked politely. Then he found out how to get to the mission hall. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen arrived at the mission hall. As the end of the month approached, there were many people in the mission hall. The place was very noisy. After waiting for a while, Xiao Chen finally arrived at the front desk. He received a mission list and started to look through it carefully. The missions were not separated into ranks. The missions with high rewards were all linked to high risk. Normally, no one would overestimate themselves and take on a mission that they could not complete. If one failed a mission, they would be punished accordingly. The higher the reward, the greater the punishment. With such a rule, it prevented people from taking on missions blindly. This is an escort mission. The city lord's residence of Haining City has to escort a batch of resources to pay tribute. It is not very dangerous. However, it takes a long time and the reward is low. There is also a mission to collect spirit beast materials. It was issued by an alchemist of our sect. The reward is very high. However, the rules are too strict. Not only do they have to ensure the completeness of the materials, but they also have to ensure the freshness of the materials. Who can do that? Xiao Chen carefully searched for missions that were suitable for him. However, he discovered that he was not satisfied with any of them. Either the reward was low, or the conditions were too harsh. Hey, hunting loose cultivators? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he pulled out a mission list. It described a city at the border of the Haotian province. Recently, a group of loose cultivators had arrived. They were all inferior-grade martial monarchs. They came and went like the wind. This group of loose cultivators had wiped out half of the 4 clans in the city. Not only did they sweep away all the accumulated wealth of the clans, but they also cut open their stomachs and killed everyone, regardless of age or gender. This caused everyone in the city to panic. The objective of the mission was to kill this group of loose cultivators and obtain 1,000 contribution points and 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and held the mission list in his hand. He said, "It shall be you." Not only could Xiao Chen test the results of his cultivation, but he could also obtain rewards. This mission was tailor-made for him. The Haotian province was vast and boundless. Just this province was larger than the entire Great Jin nation of the Tianwu continent. There were 9 large cities in the province, hundreds of medium-sized cities, and no less than 1,000 small cities. Dingshui City, which Xiao Chen wanted to go to, was one of these small cities. Dingshui City sat at the border of the Haotian province and the White Feather province. The White Feather province was very large as well. The rank 8 sect, the Rising Heaven Pavilion, guarded this province. If this were any other place, given the Rising Heaven Pavilion's strength, it would not be an overlord. However, Dingshui City was too close to the Haotian sect. As the saying went, one mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. Only one overlord could exist in one place. The Haotian sect suppressed the Rising Heaven Pavilion for many years, overshadowing it. Haotian City was very far from Dingshui City, several million kilometers away. Due to the restrictions of the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen's speed was reduced by at least 20%. If Xiao Chen wanted to fly over by himself, even if he did not eat or drink and rush day and night, he would still need a month. Clearly it was not worth it. Fortunately, there were very few long-distance transportation formations in the Sky Dome realm. They were not rare in the Kunlun realm. This was a secret passed down from the Immortal epic. After several seniors of the Kunlun realm studied it for thousands of years, they finally made some headway. These transportation formations could be replicated. After all, they were just replicas. They could not achieve a perfect effect. Furthermore, the cost was very high. Even with the wealth of the Haotian sect, it could only set up a total of 10 transportation formations in the 9 cities of the Haotian province and its main sect. Even so, it made it much more convenient for cultivators to travel. Xiao Chen only needed to go to Sky Mound City and ride a flying spirit beast to reach Dingshui City in 5 days. After Xiao Chen accepted this mission, he did not waste any more time. He headed for the transportation plaza in the city. Just as he was about to leave, someone called out to him. "Brother Xiao, are you here to accept a mission as well?" In the crowded mission hall, Zhui Yushi had a joyful expression on his face as he quickly headed for Xiao Chen with a group of people. Xiao Chen turned his head back and discovered that Zhui Yushi's quintessence, which had been floating around, had withdrawn into his body. His cultivation had fallen from late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch to early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. However, Zhui Yushi's aura was much sharper than before. The current Zhui Yushi was completely different from the Zhui Yushi of half a month ago. Clearly, Zhui Yushi was very satisfied with his current cultivation. As he walked, he could feel an indistinct self-confidence. However, when Zhui Yushi saw Xiao Chen's cultivation, he was greatly startled. Xiao Chen's cultivation was now completely withdrawn, like a pool of limpid autumn water, unfathomable. Xiao Chen was clearly a middle-stage inferior-grade martial monarch, but the purity of his quintessence was much stronger than Zhui Yushi's. That is impossible. If he consumed the quintessence gathering pill, his cultivation would fall back to early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. How could his cultivation be so much higher than mine? Could this be the effect of the superior-grade quintessence gathering pill? No matter how Zhui Yushi thought about it, this was the only possibility. "Xiao Chen, you already consumed the superior-grade quintessence gathering pill?" Zhui Yushi asked. Zhui Yushi had exposed the fact that he had a superior-grade quintessence gathering pill in front of everyone. Xiao Chen was slightly upset. However, Xiao Chen understood Zhui Yushi's character. He knew that Zhui Yushi had not done it on purpose. So, he could not get angry. He nodded and said, "I guess so." When the group of people behind Zhui Yushi heard that Xiao Chen had consumed a superior-grade quintessence gathering pill, a strange look flashed in their eyes. Chapter 655. Now, these lower-realm genius cultivators could be said to be poor. Several of them could not bear to part with spirit-gathering pearls and could not even afford inferior-grade quintessence-gathering pills. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen could buy superior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. He must have brought more spirit stones from the lower realm than them. A few people looked around, sizing up Xiao Chen. No one knew what they were thinking. Zhui Yushi invited warmly, "That's right, Xiao Chen, we just accepted an escort mission. It will take us half a month to complete. It is very safe. Do you want to come with us?" "There's no need. I accepted a mission to kill loose cultivators. If there is an opportunity in the future, let's work together again." Half a month was too long, and the reward would not be high. Xiao Chen did not want to accept such a mission. So, he waved his hand and rejected the other party's invitation. When Zhui Yushi and the others heard this, they all revealed astonished expressions. "Why did you accept a mission to kill loose cultivators? Although the reward is high, it is very dangerous. Most experienced disciples would not dare to accept it," Zhui Yushi said. Loose cultivators were normally vicious and merciless. They had killed countless people and lived everywhere. Loose cultivators had rich combat experience and liked to do things as they pleased. They lived in blood and fire for a long time and were all people who did not fear death. The competition in the sect was fierce, but it was rare for someone to die. Sect disciples compared to rogue cultivators. There was a clear difference in aura between sect disciples and loose cultivators. Missions to kill loose cultivators were usually completed by experienced inner sect disciples working in groups of 2 or 3. Zhuyu said a lot, hoping that Xiao Chen would change his mind and join them on the escort mission. I have made up my mind. I'll take my leave first. Xiao Chen was very clear on his own strength. He did not want to say anything more, so he took his leave. Brother Zhua, don't try to persuade him. If he wants to die, why stop him? We have just arrived in the Kunlun realm. How can we risk our lives so quickly? We have to accumulate our strength first. This fellow overestimates himself. If he were really powerful, he would be like Gui Wu and Sidu Gang, forming a new faction. He would not need to hand over the spirit-gathering pearls to Gui Wu. As they discussed the matter, they all revealed disdainful expressions as they watched Xiao Chen leave. They all felt that he was seeking his own death. Zhuyu also looked somewhat displeased. He had tried to persuade Xiao Chen nicely, but this Xiao Chen did not appreciate it at all. Since ancient times, sages had always been lonely. The biggest reason was probably that no one could understand them. Xiao Chen listened to everyone's words, but he didn't even have the thought of refuting them. After arriving at Sky Mound City through the teleportation formation, Xiao Chen spent some spirit stones to obtain the information and whereabouts of that group of loose cultivators from an organization that sold information. That group of loose cultivators had a total of 7 people. They were all middle-stage inferior-grade martial monarchs. The leader was a peak inferior-grade martial monarch. He had even consumed the priceless quintessence gathering pill on the black market. These 7 people frequently committed crimes in the nearby provinces. They were wanted by several provinces, earning themselves the nickname of the 7 Black Wind Killers. Their infamy spread far and wide in the nearby provinces. Loose cultivators were extremely crafty. The 7 Black Wind Killers were even more so. Several times, the true inheritors of the large sects or elders went to capture them. These people would scatter when they heard the news, fleeing in all directions, not wanting to fight. Even when they sent inner sect disciples, none of them returned. This gave the various large sects a headache. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had not expected this group of loose cultivators to have such a reputation. The danger of this trip was probably much higher than he had imagined. The waning moon disappeared, and the stars disappeared. The night was dark. One could not even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. The Feng clan, one of the 4 great clans of Dingshui City, was brightly lit. The entire residence was under martial law. Guards patrolled the large residence as though it was about to face a great enemy. Half a month ago, the other 2 great clans of the city, the Tang clan and the Lu clan, were completely slaughtered by that group of loose cultivators. Women, old and young, all died miserably. Furthermore, the 7 Black Wind Killers announced that they would return in half a month. This made the entire Feng clan very uneasy. They feared that they would suffer the same fate as the previous 2 clans. All the elites of the Feng clan gathered in the Great Hall. Including the Feng clan's clan head, there were a total of 5 inferior-grade martial monarchs, 20-odd martial kings, and several hundred martial saints. However, no one felt safe. Everyone knew that if the 7 Black Wind Killers really came, they would not be able to do anything with their strength. The Feng clan's clan head was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a worried expression on his face as he muttered to himself, "I wonder if the Haotian sect has received our mission request?" However, after thinking about it, the Feng clan's clan head felt that the chances were slim. The true inheritors would definitely not come. The reward that the Feng clan's clan head offered would not attract many veteran disciples. Even if 1 or 2 came, they would not be of much use. No matter how the Feng clan's clan head thought about it, it was a hopeless situation. "Ha! Who is the Feng clan's clan head? Hand over all your women and spirit stones, and we, the 7 Black Wind Killers, will give you a quick death." As the Feng clan's clan head pondered, arrogant laughter came from the distance. The voice was coarse and contained a killing chi that made everyone uncomfortable. "They are here." The expressions of everyone in the hall changed. Panic flashed in their eyes. The hands holding their weapons even trembled slightly. The 7 Black Wind Killers were infamous. Their methods were cruel. Before the battle even started, they already put a lot of pressure on everyone's hearts. 5 minutes passed. However, after the 7 black wind killers laughed, they still did not appear. This made everyone feel suspicious. Based on the earlier voice, the 7 black wind killers were already less than 5 kilometers away. How could they not be here yet? The Feng clan's clan head thought of a possibility. He grasped his sword tightly and said, "Let's go out and take a look." The group left the great hall and looked up. They saw a tall building in front. A young bladesman dressed in white stood calmly on the roof of the building. His appearance could not be seen clearly. In front of him were 7 black-clothed men radiating ferocious auras and surging killing chi. They stood on the roof of a building opposite. The 7 black-clothed men exuded a heavy stench of blood. That was a bone-deep killing chi that could not be washed away no matter what. The person in the lead had only one left eye. The other was a grayish-white right eye. There was also a scarlet scar around the eye socket. At a glance, it looked like a bloody hole. This was extremely horrifying. If one were a timid person, they would not even be able to look them in the eye. Fear before the battle even started would cause one to lose their composure. Where did this brat come from? How dare he block our way? Beside the one-eyed man, a man who was as skinny as a monkey and had a wretched look in his eyes shouted. These words contained a baleful aura. As the sound waves drifted over, they tried to enter Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness surged like waves as he said coldly, "So what if I block your way?" His voice was also imbued with his powerful mind power, and the sound waves rumbled. As the sound waves surged, they clashed with the skinny man's voice and easily broke the killing chi in his words. The sound waves did not stop and continued forward. The skinny man grunted and took a step back, suffering a small disadvantage at Xiao Chen's hands. When the leader, the one-eyed man, saw this scene, he smiled sinisterly and said, "You are quite capable. Brat, which sect are you from? After you die, I will send your head back." "I am the Haotian sect inner sect disciple, Xiao Chen. My name is Xiao Chen, and my name is Chen." Xiao Chen said unhurriedly, "However, I'm afraid you will not be able to obtain my head. You'd better lend me your head." Xiao Chen's unhurried speech gave off a feeling of laziness at first, causing others to lower their guard. However, Xiao Chen said the last word cleanly and without any hesitation. By the time they reacted and Xiao Chen finished speaking, Xiao Chen had already left. "Oh no!" The one-eyed man's expression changed as he shouted, "Old 7, be careful." In the quiet night, there was no moon or stars. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the sound of punches came from the wind. It was Xiao Chen who executed the Azure Dragon Tail Whip. He moved in an intense arc in the air, heading for the weakest of the 7. Then, he charged at lightning speed at the weakest person of the 7. When that person sensed Xiao Chen's sudden attack, although he was astonished, he did not panic. This showed his rich combat experience. That person's right ear twitched slightly as he listened carefully to the sound of the wind. Then he reacted quickly. Without hesitation, he turned his body and punched at Xiao Chen. Bang! When the two fists collided, there was an explosion of surging shock waves. A strong wind blew everywhere, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. That person did not move at all. He watched as Xiao Chen's figure slowly disappeared into the strong wind. He smiled coldly and said, "Insignificant tricks. Our 7 black wind killers have killed countless inner sect disciples like you." "Is that so?" A voice came from above him. He felt flustered for no reason. When he looked up, he discovered that there was actually another Xiao Chen above him. Without giving that person any time to react, Xiao Chen circulated all the vital qi in his body and executed the Dragon Claw Fist's breaking armor fist, forming a sharp shockwave. Xiao Chen broke through that person's protective quintessence and struck the Tianmen acupoint on his head. This was one of the fatal acupoints of the human body. Blood leaked out of that person's mouth as he died on the spot. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. In just a few breaths, the weakest person was killed by Xiao Chen. When the others looked carefully, they discovered that the figure hidden in the wind was just a clone. You are seeking death. The 7 Black Wind Killers moved unhindered everywhere, living a free and unfettered life. What kind of storm had they not seen before? Even the true inheritors, elders, and administrators of the sect could not do anything to them. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen managed to take down one of them in just one exchange. Furthermore, that person was just an inner sect disciple of the Haotian sect. The one-eyed man shouted and released his killing chi. He drew a cavalry saber and sent out a dazzling saber light as he hacked down. The other 5 reacted quickly as well. As they moved, they blocked off all of Xiaochen's paths of retreat. In the blink of an eye, they formed a tight encirclement, trapping Xiaochen inside. These people blocked off Xiaochen's paths of retreat. They wanted to force him to clash head-on with the one-eyed man, not allowing him to escape. However, did Xiaochen need to retreat? Xiaochen smiled gently and flipped his hand. The lunar shadow saber appeared from the universe ring. He grasped the saber hilt with his right hand, and a light came out of the scabbard. Xiao! 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 With every step Xiaochen took in the air, he left behind an afterimage. Each afterimage sent out a different saber strike. Chapter 656. By the time Xiaochen clashed with the one-eyed man's saber light, he had already left behind 6 afterimages. The afterimages instantly merged together, and a dazzling saber light shot out from his saber. His aura soared. The 2 sabers clashed. As the one-eyed man expected, the scene of Xiaochen flying back in a sorry state did not happen. Instead, the one-eyed man got blasted back by this saber strike. A gap immediately appeared in the tight encirclement. Xiaochen did not get greedy. For this one-eyed man to have lived for so long, he definitely had some ability. Xiaochen's body swayed gently, and he escaped the encirclement of the 6 people. Then he landed on the roof behind him. When the Feng clan's clan head, who was in the brightly lit residence below, saw this scene, he was extremely astonished. An inner sect disciple actually managed to escape from the 7 Black Wind Killers. Not only was he safe and sound, but he even managed to subdue one of them. Such strength was simply unimaginable. The Feng clan's clan head muttered, "Strange, I know all the leaders of the inner sect's 5 big factions. How come I have never heard of a white-robed bladesman? When did this person appear?" "Clan head, we are probably saved this time," someone at the side said joyfully. The Feng clan's clan head shook his head and said, "It is hard to say. The 7 Black Wind Killers are not that easy to deal with. The reason that person died at his hands was probably due to carelessness. This white-robed bladesman is still too careless. It would be great if he could recruit a few more companions. If the situation turns bad, we will immediately make a move to help. Kill." The one-eyed man calmed the surging quintessence in his body. His expression turned cold, and he revealed a sinister smile. Then he led the 5 people over again. 5 surging, berserk-killing chi merged together, forming an undulating scarlet sea before everyone's eyes. As the waves splashed, vengeful spirits and malicious spirits charged out of the water, wailing loudly. Xiaochen felt slightly dizzy. He raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "I wonder how many people these fellows have killed to form so much baleful chi. If a regular cultivator did not have strong mental energy, they might even crumble before this overwhelming baleful chi. No wonder people said loose cultivators were hard to deal with." The mental energy in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness circulated, expelling the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Xiaochen held his saber with one hand. His heart was calm as he dealt with the 6 people charging at him with a calm expression. In the pitch-black night, saber lights and sword shadows flew everywhere. The surrounding buildings collapsed one by one as a group of people fought intensely. The dense quintessence on Xiaochen's saber light made the 7 Black Wind Killers feel extremely uncomfortable, aside from the one-eyed man. Every time he exchanged a move with Xiaochen, the quintessence on his weapon would be broken by Xiaochen's saber light, turning into hidden energy that entered his body through his weapon. The longer they fought, the more intense this feeling became. The 2 with the weaker physical bodies could not help but leak blood from the corners of their mouths. On the other hand, although Xiaochen was attacked repeatedly by the 6 people, he fought steadily and surely. His powerful and condensed quintessential essence swept away most of the attacking qi. As for the remaining half, Xiaochen relied on his horrifying physical body to block them without any pressure. Only the one-eyed man's attacks could cause him some trouble. "Big brother, this is troublesome. Did we fall for a trap? This fellow might be a peak character in the inner sect." The reason the 7 Black Wind Killers could live for so long was not because they were unrivaled. Instead, it was because they could judge the situation. If they encountered a true disciple, sect elder, or a famous young expert, they would immediately avoid the battle and flee far away. At this moment, one of them could no longer hold on. He thought of retreating, so he sent a voice projection to the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man replied coldly, "If you dare to run, I will chop you in half. I recognize the portraits of the inner sect's 5 great experts. This brat is definitely holding on. If we kill him, the spirit gathering pearls on him will help me advance to medial grade martial monarch." Feeling helpless, the 6 continued to clench their teeth and hold on, waiting for Xiaochen to crumble. The calm and composed Xiaochen continued to block the attacks of the 6 in an unflustered manner. As he watched the black-clothed men vomit blood from the hidden energy, he silently calculated the time to make a move. Xiaochen moved swiftly and decisively. When he truly made a move, he instantly turned the situation around. Pu Si. After another 100 moves, 3 of the 7 Black Wind Killers vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. The accumulated damage from the hidden energy exploded forth with a considerable might. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. When he saw a strange light flash in the 3's eyes, he smiled coldly to himself. However, he still did not rush to make a move. "Big brother, this brat did not fall for it. What should we do? It looks like he is not that inexperienced." "He is very experienced." The 3 felt bitter in their hearts. They sent voice projections to the one-eyed man, complaining. The one-eyed man's entire left eye was already scarlet, looking very scary. His damaged right eye was even more horrifying. The wounds around it had already split open. The scar burst open, and scarlet blood seeped out continuously. The one-eyed man's originally ugly face now looked like an evil spirit from hell. "I don't believe it. Burn your quintessence and destroy him in one breath." The one-eyed man sent a voice projection. The hearts of the others could not help but thump heavily. Burning their quintessence was truly cutting off all means of retreat. If they still could not defeat Xiaochen, they would exhaust all their quintessence and would not even have a chance to flee. "Xiao!" Just as they hesitated, Xiaochen, who had been fighting steadily and passively defending, suddenly made his move. He did not hold back his 60% comprehended saber intent. With the support of his saber intent, the slender saber gave off a beautiful flower-like light in the dark night. The saber trembled, and a resonant and pleasing hum resounded cheerfully. All the bladesmen in Dingshui City in the dark night were startled by this. All the bladesmen in Dingshui City, be they sleeping or cultivating, startled awake at this moment. They leaped out of their houses and looked into the distance. "Kill!" Xiaochen's eyes turned scarlet. Since he intended to make a move, he needed to be swift and decisive. He also silently unleashed his peak state of massacre. The 7 Black Wind Killers, who frequently killed and drank blood, actually felt fear in their hearts when they saw Xiaochen, who was as sharp as a saber. Electricity leaped about, and thunder roared in the dark night. Xiaochen, who suddenly attacked, knocked the one-eyed man back with one saber strike. After that, Xiaochen ignored the one-eyed man and charged at the person with the most severe internal injuries. Saber lights danced around, and Xiaochen sent out 7 saber lights in the dark night. Each saber light split into 3 beams of light, charging over in an unending stream. Every saber light leaped about with purple electricity. As the saber lights flickered, that person seemed to see a sea of electricity surging at him. Dang, ding, ding. At the critical moment, the one-eyed man performed better than usual, sending out 21 sword strikes and blocking all the saber lights. However, his quintessence was not as dense as Xiaochen's. Every time the one-eyed man blocked a saber strike, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. After blocking 21 saber strikes, his complexion turned terrifyingly pale. However, Xiao Chen's saber-light sea of fire was not just that. The sea of electricity that the one-eyed man saw was real. When the sea of electricity arrived, it directly blasted the one-eyed man to death. The remaining four exchanged glances. They had not expected Xiao Chen's attack to be so sharp and his timing to be so precise. Xiao Chen ignored the openings that they revealed earlier, waiting for the moment they hesitated to make a move. This was not a sect disciple who had just come out of seclusion. His combat experience was even richer than theirs. Scram out here. When the one-eyed man saw Xiao Chen kill another person, he became flustered and exasperated. He grasped his saber with both hands, and the dense quintessence gave off an unparalleled sharpness as he sent it at the sea of electricity. The one-eyed man's saber was very fast. However, Xiao Chen, who was hidden in the sea of electricity, was even faster. Just as the sharp saber light was about to strike the sea of electricity, an even sharper and more resplendent saber light leaped out. The saber light was like a shadow, streaking across the night sky like a meteor. It was very fast. 3 lines of blood shot out. Saber wounds about 1 centimeter deep appeared on the necks of the other 3 7 black wind killers, and they died instantly. The saber that leaped out of the sea of electricity was very beautiful. Even the beautiful meteor paled in comparison to it. Those 3 people did not even know how they died, not to mention where the saber came from. The dead did not know. Even the one-eyed man, who was still alive, did not know. The one-eyed man only saw the sea of electricity suddenly part, and a white figure flashed by. Then, 3 of his capable subordinates died. The one-eyed man's gaze chased after Xiao Chen's figure. He looked around and discovered a white figure 200 meters in front of him with his back facing him. Blood dripped from the tip of the saber. The remnant saber intent in the air behind the figure had yet to scatter, buzzing loudly. Fear spread in the one-eyed man's heart. He did not think of anything else. He sheathed his saber and turned to flee. The one-eyed man flew forward with all his might, wanting to get as far away from that figure as possible. As a loose cultivator, the one-eyed man was not afraid of death. However, he did not want to end up like those 3, dying without even knowing how the other party had attacked. Xiao Chen slowly turned around and watched the one-eyed man flee. His lips curled up in a smile. Under the night sky, that delicate face revealed an extremely cold smile. 3 dragon roars resounded from Xiao Chen's chest. 3 blue dragon images appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, carrying him into the air. In just 3 breaths, he caught up to the one-eyed man. I said before, I want to borrow your head. Xiao Chen hacked down with his saber, knocking the one-eyed man, who had turned around in a hurry, into the ground. The tall building behind him collapsed. 4-season saber technique, fated person in autumn waters. Not giving this person any chance to flee, Xiao Chen sent out a gentle saber light. It was like the gentle smile of a fated person, filled with endless sorrow, warmth, and gentleness. The one-eyed man, who had just stood up, felt an autumn wind blow his face. It was like a young girl gently caressing his chest. Then a bloody, bowl-sized hole appeared in his heart. You are definitely not an inner sect disciple of the Haotian sect. The one-eyed man looked at the wound on his chest and pointed at Xiao Chen, feeling extremely dissatisfied. Now, the 7 black wind killers, who had been causing trouble everywhere and living freely, were all dead. The entire Feng clan residents fell silent. As they looked at the white-robed bladesman slowly descending from the sky, unspeakable shock appeared in their eyes. Who is this person? To think that he managed to kill the 7 black wind killers alone. The 7 black wind killers swept through the 18 southern provinces, coming and going like the wind. They burned, killed, and plundered for a long time. Unexpectedly, they all died at the hands of a youth today. Chapter 657. His saber intent is very strong. In our 18 southern provinces, there are not many young bladesmen with stronger saber intents than him. When that saber intent first came out, I could not control my saber. When the many bladesmen heard the hum of the saber, their eyes filled with shock. Ignoring the discussions and gazes of the others, Xiao Chen raised the bodies of the 7 black wind killers one by one and chopped off their heads. Xiao Chen returned the heads to the Haotian sect as proof that he had completed the mission. Then he removed the spatial rings of the 7 black wind killers one by one. Loose cultivators pursued a life of pleasure. Who knew when they might die? Normally, they would not have much wealth on them. However, this group of people had just robbed 2 clans. They should have some things on them. After doing all this, Xiao Chen stood on the blue dragon and landed before the Feng clan's clan head. He took out the mission list and said, "You are the one who issued the mission for the Haotian sect, right? Put your fingerprint here." The Feng clan's clan head was somewhat dazed. Even now, he could not believe that the 7 black wind killers, who had stirred up trouble in Dingshui City and kept everyone on tenterhooks, had died just like that. After Xiao Chen reminded the Feng clan head again, he reacted and quickly put his fingerprint on the mission list. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks for young hero's help. The entire Feng clan is unable to repay you. You are too serious. I took someone's money, so I helped them eliminate their calamity. That is all." Smiling gently, Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Then his white figure vanished into the vast night before everyone's eyes. Xiao Chen had come in the dark and left in the night. He came and went like the wind, disappearing without a trace. The pitch-black night did not change because of him. Only the 7 headless corpses lying on the ground silently spoke of Xiao Chen's achievements and fame. After a long time, when everyone had left, 2 figures with strong auras flew into the city from a distance. When he flew into the city and saw the 7 headless corpses, he looked at each other in dismay, feeling somewhat depressed. The 2 wore alternating blue and white robes. The one on the right had a sword at his waist, and the one on the left had 2 sabers on his back. If the people of Dingshui City were here, they would have recognized them as Rising Sky Pavilion disciples based on the sect insignia on their chests. Furthermore, they were inner sect disciples with high statuses. Dingshui City was located at the border of the Haotian province and White Feather province. Historically, Dingshui City had been under the jurisdiction of White Feather province and Haotian province. It could be considered a relatively chaotic place. There were many cities like this in all the major states. Such a city with unclear ownership was also a place that individual cultivators were most willing to visit. The square-faced cultivator carrying 2 sabers looked at the 7 headless corpses and said, "Senior Brother Wang, we are too late. Someone killed the 7 black wind killers before us. The kings, the black rogs, the black roared, the sky saints, the black were 7. The 7. The black frequently. The 7. The cultivator with the 2 sabers was Lu Feihu. The handsome swordsman with the sword at his waist was Wang Feng. These 2 were the peak inner sect disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion. Coincidentally, they had accepted the mission to kill the 7. When they received the news, they immediately rushed to Dingshui City. Unexpectedly, they were still too late. Wang Feng remained silent. After a while, a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He said, "The blood from the wounds has not coagulated yet. This person has not gone far. There should be people in the city who saw what happened." Lu Feihu immediately understood what Wang Feng meant. After wandering the world for so long, this was not the first time he had done something like this. Lu Feihu made a prompt decision and grabbed a nearby cultivator. Then he inquired about what had happened. After the 2 heard it, disbelief flashed in their eyes. Lu Feihu said, "That's impossible. An inner sect disciple that I have never heard of easily killed the 7. If it were one of the 5 old experts of the Haotian sect's inner sect, I might believe it. After all, these 5 are already very close to the strength of a true inheritor." Wang Feng's pitch-black eyes also revealed an uncertain expression. However, he was not in a rush to object like Lu Feihu. After a long time, Wang Feng voiced his opinion. The reason the 7 black wind killers can run amok for so long is not because their cultivation is much higher than that of an ordinary inner sect disciple. After all, loose cultivators do not have as many resources as sect disciples. Instead, it is because of the baleful aura they have and their rich combat experience. With these 2 added together, inner sect disciples who just left the sect would not be able to gain any advantage against them. Lu Feihu was not stupid. He immediately figured it out. He said, "You mean to say that this person might be a disciple with a lot of experience from the lower realm? His killing intent and combat experience are no weaker than the 7 Black Wind Killers?" Wang Feng nodded and said, "That's right. That is the only possibility." He did not rely on his cultivation to kill the 7 Black Wind Killers. He is definitely not a match for us. This person is definitely going to use the transportation formation from Sky Mound City to Haotian City. We just have to stop him before he gets there. As Xiaochen left the city, he did not know that 2 Peak Inner Sect disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion had already targeted him. At this moment, Xiaochen had an expression of anticipation as he opened the spatial rings on the 7 Black Wind Killers' hands. Aside from some truly strong bandits, loose cultivators normally would not have a lot of wealth on them. The reason was very simple. If they had a lot of resources, they would not have to take the risk of plundering everywhere. Furthermore, they were not in a sect. If they wanted to buy medicinal pills, they would be much more expensive than sect disciples. For example, in the Haotian sect, an inferior-grade quintessence gathering pill only cost 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones. In the outside world, it would cost more than 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones. To loose cultivators, the spirit-gathering pearls that the sect gave them for free were treasures that they craved. Even if one had money, it would be difficult to buy them. As loose cultivators, they lived precariously. Who knew when they might die at the hands of others? They always pursued the principle of enjoying themselves while they could, spending as much wealth as they could. However, there would always be surprises. Occasionally, there would be news of someone killing a loose cultivator in the Tianwu domain and obtaining an unexpected fortune. However, today, Xiaochen probably had no fate with this surprise. Of the 7 spatial rings, he opened 6 in a row. In the end, there were no treasures worth looking at. However, there were spirit herbs under 1,000 years old, medicinal pills worth several thousand superior-grade spirit stones, and yellow-ranked profound-ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques. There were countless of them. These should be the wealth that they had obtained after looting the 2 clans of Dingshui City. Given the size of Dingshui City and its geographical location, it was easy to imagine how many treasures the 4 clans had accumulated. The only consolation was that the 6 of them had some superior-grade spirit stones on them. Altogether, they had more than 100,000. To Xiaochen, who had spent all his superior-grade spirit stones on the quintessence gathering pill, this solved some of his urgent problems. Xiaochen shifted his gaze to the last spatial ring. That was the spatial ring of the one-eyed man of the 7 Black Wind Killers. This person was the leader of the 7 Black Wind Killers and also the strongest. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, his wealth should be a little more than the other 6 combined. Filled with anticipation, Xiaochen sent his spiritual sense into this person's spatial ring. After a rough scan, he got a rough idea of what was inside. There were more than 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones, more than 20 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls, 1 inferior-grade quintessence gathering pill, and a peak-grade medicinal pill for instantly replenishing quintessence. Xiaochen smiled faintly. At least there was some profit. In total, there were 400,000 superior-grade spirit stones. The 20 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls could be considered a windfall. What Xiaochen lacked now were inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. Only the surging quintessence in the spirit-gathering pearls could speed up his cultivation. Superior-grade spirit stones could only be used as currency. After tidying up everything, Xiaochen hurried on his way, pondering over his actions in the previous battle. What was wrong and what was good for him? The last strike of the Blade Flash and Thunder Shadow was the first time that it was used against so many people at the same time, and it achieved an effect that even Xiaochen could not have imagined. If Xiaochen was not wrong, this Lightning Shadow Saber Light should be an inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique. It was of a lower rank than the Blue Dragon Goes to Sea, but its effects were not much worse. Moreover, it did not consume as much quintessential essence. In the future, Xiaochen could use Saber Light Thunder Shadow as his trump card and Blue Dragon Goes to Sea as his trump card. Heaven-ranked martial techniques were different from Earth-ranked martial techniques. One had to continuously comprehend and dig deeper. Every 10% increase in might would result in a completely different outcome. No matter how much one dug deeper into an earth-ranked martial technique, it would only be like the four-season saber technique. Its potential was limited. After all, its creation was based on essence. However, heaven-ranked martial techniques could continuously make breakthroughs. They were based on even stronger quintessential essence. Even if one broke through to martial sage in the future, or even peak martial sage, one could continue using it. It would not become outdated. Xiaochen muttered to himself, I can only bring out 30% of Saber Light Thunder Shadow's might. However, this name sounds rather unpleasant. When I have time in the future, I have to think of a better name. The original move was called Sword Light Fire Shadow, which sounded pretty good. However, after changing it to Saber Light Thunder Shadow, it seemed rather ordinary. Along the way, Xiaochen looked relaxed. In reality, he was not idle at all. He continuously thought about the various variations of the Saber Light Thunder Shadow. 4 days later, the majestic Sky Mound City came into view. Xiaochen could not help but increase his pace. When he passed a forest, Xiaochen could not help but frown slightly. He had been to this forest before. It was a place one had to pass to get to and from Sky Mound City. However, there were no strong spirit beasts in the forest. There were only some ordinary birds and beasts. Logically speaking, there should not be any danger. However, Xiaochen had clearly felt a killing intent earlier. That killing intent disappeared in an instant. It had been hidden very well. Xiaochen had always been very confident in his senses. He immediately sent out his spiritual sense and searched the forest carefully. Strange, I clearly felt a killing intent. Why did my spiritual sense not discover anything? Xiaochen withdrew his spiritual sense and revealed a suspicious expression. In the Kunlun realm, the laws were restricted. When cultivators flew, not only were they slower than in the lower realms, but they also exhausted more quintessential essence. Unless their lives were in danger, regular cultivators would not casually fly for long periods of time. Xiaochen looked at the forest and thought for a while. In the end, he decided to enter it. Chapter 658. At worst, if there was any danger, he could just flee. Among those of the same generation, Xiaochen did not dare claim to be unrivaled. However, he was still proud of his speed. If he ran into a martial sage or someone close to that level, there was no need to think too much. If a martial sage wanted to kill him, no matter how he ran, it would be pointless to think too much. There was a narrow path in the quiet forest. As Xiaochen walked on it, his expression remained the same as usual. However, he kept his spiritual sense on the surroundings at all times. All sorts of small birds rested on the green trees on both sides of the path. These birds were unique to the Kunlun realm and were very intelligent. The chirping sounds rang out crisply without end. Carried by the gentle wind, the sounds continued to spread into the distance. Everything seemed to be the same as usual. The more it looked like this, the more cautious Xiaochen became. The 99 drops of pearl-like quintessence liquid above his dantian spun quickly, ready to counterattack at any time if he met with any danger. Bang! Suddenly, the ground in front of and behind Xiaochen split open, and 2 figures leaped out. A sharp killing intent spread out like a strong wind. Flap, flap, flap. The birds perched on the trees were startled. They flapped their wings in a fluster and fled in flocks. The person in front held 2 sabers in his hands. The 2 sabers danced around quickly, creating a chaotic saber wind. His aura was startling, like a torrential storm pouring down. The saber wind chopped down the surrounding trees, turning them into wood shavings that filled the air and danced in the wind. When one looked around, dust and wood shavings filled the air behind the dual saber man. Shockwaves surged out like surging waves. When he attacked, he raised his aura to its peak. As for the person behind him, he held a 1-meter-long sword. The sword light was withdrawn, looking simple and plain. He was like a sharp arrow tearing through the air, rushing forward. Compared to the startling aura of the dual saber cultivator, this person was very simple. The 2 formed a sharp contrast. One was very skillful, and the other had a horrifying aura. When the 2 attacked at the same time, A dense killing intent encased Xiao Chen. They wanted to take down Xiao Chen in one move. Xiao Chen kept his spiritual sense on the surroundings. He did not panic when the two suddenly attacked. In the blink of an eye, he had found several openings in the joint attacks of the two. Then he quickly analyzed which openings he could use to allow him to suffer the least damage and retreat. The opportunity was fleeting. Xiao Chen had never been a wishy-washy person. After thinking for a moment, he made his move. Xiao Chen drew his saber and sent out a dazzling light. He had already agitated his quintessence and infused it into his saber. Gotcha! Xiao Chen turned around and blocked the simple sword behind him. It looked like a simple sword, but it contained an extraordinary amount of power. When the sword and the saber collided, a series of energy ripples erupted and spread in all directions, directly uprooting the surrounding trees and crushing them into powder. Dust billowed, and when the dust from the man with the twin sabers merged together, the entire scene turned chaotic and blurry. Xiao Chen's arm went numb. He was astonished at the strength of that swordsman. However, the situation had already developed according to his script, so he did not fear it. Xiao Chen's figure trembled slightly, and he used the roaming dragon's 9 transformations to leave behind a clone. Then he soared into the sky and hid in the dust. Amid the dust, the man with the twin sabers watched as Xiao Chen's clone flew over. He rejoiced and immediately swung his saber. In the blink of an eye, the two sabers sent out no less than 100 saber lights, chopping Xiao Chen's clone into countless pieces. "We fell for it," the man with the twin sabers cursed softly, his expression changing when he saw the situation. When all the dust settled, the two of them looked up and saw Xiao Chen standing on a tree branch a kilometer away, calmly looking at the two of them. Naturally, these two were the Rising Sky Pavilion's Wang Feng and Lu Feihu. They had been lying in ambush here for a long time already and had made ample preparations. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen still managed to avoid their ambush. On the tree branch, Xiao Chen carefully sensed the two's cultivations. The swordsman was a middle-stage medial-grade martial monarch. The man with the twin sabers was not weak either, an early-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chen could not help but frown slightly. The Kunlun realm was not like the lower realms. Here, a cultivator's strength would increase by a small cultivation realm. It would be incredibly difficult to fight someone of a higher cultivation realm. These two medial-grade martial monarchs were probably in trouble. When Xiao Chen recognized the sect insignia on the other party's chest, he said coldly, "The Rising Sky Pavilion's people? I don't think I have any grudges with the two of you. Why are you blocking my way?" Lu Feihu crossed his twin sabers and smiled. "Naturally, we do not have any grudges with you. However, you have something that we want, so you have to stay." Wang Feng said calmly, "Just hand over the heads of the 7 black wind killers. We will not take the treasures on them." Like the Haotian sect's mission hall, the Rising Sky Pavilion also had a contribution ranking every month. As long as one topped it, they would receive a great reward. Compared to the rewards, the Rising Sky Pavilion did not care about the 7 black wind killers' wealth. When Xiao Chen heard Wang Feng's natural tone, as though it was only right for him to take the heads that he had worked so hard to obtain, he could not help but laugh hoarsely. He said, "In that case, I'll say this as well. Quickly scram. Otherwise, when the Haotian sect's people find out that your Rising Sky Pavilion's people are behaving atrociously here, you will not be able to escape." Lu Feihu smiled sinisterly. His magnanimous face revealed a trace of incongruous viciousness as he said, "That is if you are alive and able to make it back alive." Right after Lu Feihu spoke, he prepared to make a move. However, Wang Feng stopped him. Wang Feng had exchanged a move with Xiao Chen. Wang Feng had used 50% of his strength in that attack. However, as an inferior-grade martial monarch, Xiao Chen was able to receive it calmly. Unlike Lu Feihu, Wang Feng felt that this person before him was not as simple as an ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch. Wang Feng smiled faintly and said, "This friend, how about selling the heads in your hand to us? 7 heads for 70,000 superior-grade spirit stones." Xiao Chen said rudely, "Sorry, I do not lack these spirit stones. I gave you face but you rejected it. Why are you speaking nonsense to him?" Lu Feihu had a fiery temper. He cursed and leaped into the air, charging over. Wang Feng's expression turned completely sullen. In his opinion, he had already given Xiaochen a lot of face. Unexpectedly, this fellow still overestimated himself. 2 were medial-grade martial monarchs, and 1 was a middle-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, these 2 were peak inner sect disciples of rank 8 sections. Xiaochen did some calculations. If he continued fighting, he would only have a 50% chance of victory. Furthermore, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After all, Xiaochen was only an inferior-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, he had not consumed the quintessence gathering pill yet. If he refined his quintessence with the quintessence gathering pill, he would not fear these 2. Xiaochen would not be able to gain any advantage in this fight. However, this Lu Feihu seemed to be underestimating him. Perhaps he still had a chance. With a thought, Xiaochen pushed off a tree branch and retreated. Right after Xiaochen dodged, Lu Feihu's sabers chopped the tree he was standing on into several pieces. Sharp saber chi flew around the forest. Kasu. Many trees fell to the ground after being chopped in half. Lu Feihu's aura flourished as he chased after Xiaochen, hacking wildly at Xiaochen as he slowly closed in on him. A few more exquisite saber techniques forced Xiaochen into a corner. Lu Feihu laughed loudly and said, "Brat, let's see where you can run to." A look of horror flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he retreated in a fluster. However, he quickly hid it and did his best to brandish his saber to block. When Lu Feihu noticed the look in Xiaochen's eyes, he felt very pleased. He thought to himself, "Your acting is pretty good. Do you think I cannot tell that you are just putting on a strong front?" Bang! The 2 sabers struck the pitch-black blade of the lunar shadow saber. A berserk saber intent and quintessence surged out. Xiaochen immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew back miserably. When Lu Feihu saw the situation, he was even more certain of his thoughts. He smiled coldly and said, "Now you know how to regret it. Unfortunately, it is too late. Don't think that you are incredible just because you are a disciple of the Haoyan sect." Lu Feihu took large strides and charged forward, forcing Xiaochen to retreat without being able to retaliate. When Wang Feng, who had been quietly following, saw this scene, he was surprised at first. However, he smiled in relief and said, "So, that is how it is. I nearly got scared off by this brat." This brat should have suffered significant internal injuries from the initial attack. However, he endured it. He wanted to use his identity as a disciple of the Haoyan sect to scare the 2 of them away without having to hand over the heads of the 7 Black Wind Killers. However, under Lu Feihu's ferocious attacks, he immediately exposed himself. He could not hide it even if he wanted to. After thinking for a while, Wang Feng concluded that the situation was as he guessed. He relaxed slightly and no longer followed Lu Feihu closely like before. Instead, he followed at a leisurely pace. Each move of Lu Feihu's was more ferocious than the one before. As he advanced, he forced Xiaochen into a sorry state. He could only barely deal with Lu Feihu. The surrounding trees were destroyed one by one like building blocks, turning into catkins that flew all over the sky. As Xiaochen raised his lunar shadow saber, he looked like he was blocking the other party's attacks in a sorry state. However, in reality, he was calculating every opening of Lu Feihu's. "No, this opening is too small. Although I can force Lu Feihu back, he will be able to react quickly. I will not be able to injure him. This move will not do either. After I injure him, I will not be able to retreat. Wang Feng, who was at the side, will be able to catch up." Xiaochen circulated his energy and vomited another mouthful of blood. His face paled even more. Even as he faced the various opportunities, he remained absolutely calm, waiting for the best opportunity. Lu Feihu swung both his sabers and burst forth with surging quintessence. He knocked Xiaochen into the air and sent him crashing into the ground. When Lu Feihu saw Xiaochen struggling to stand up, he smiled sinisterly. He walked over step by step, lowering his guard to the lowest. Wang Feng, who was at the side, also revealed a sinister smile. He muttered to himself, "This fellow is finally an arrow at the end of its flight. This is the moment. Make your move." When Lu Feihu got within 2 meters of Xiaochen, something strange happened. Xiaochen, who looked weak and had difficulty standing up, suddenly soared into the air. He swung his saber 7 times. Each saber strike perfectly merged his quintessence and state of thunder. The 7 saber images split into 3, turning into 21 saber images. The saber light was very bright, and thunder roared. Xiaochen's aura suddenly reached its peak. Chapter 659. These 21 saber images were hard to distinguish. The might of each saber strike was immense. No one dared to underestimate them. The most important thing was that Lu Feihu had just let down his guard. Every step he took was filled with openings. It was impossible to defend perfectly. Dang, ding, ding. Lu Feihu managed to block 18 of the 21 saber strikes. However, he could not block the remaining 3. 3 saber lights tore open bloody wounds on his chest. Fortunately, Lu Feihu's quintessence was much denser than Xiaochen's. Although the wounds were horrifying, they were not fatal. However, before Lu Feihu could catch his breath, the 21 saber lights suddenly formed a line, forming a vast sea filled with electric light. Bang! The sea of electricity knocked Lu Feihu back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood as electricity leaped around his entire body, crackling continuously. The situation instantly changed. However, it was not over yet. As Lu Feihu flew back, before he landed, he saw a saber light coming from an unknown place. Like a bolt of lightning, the saber light flew towards Lu Feihu's chest. At the critical moment, Lu Feihu did his best to twist his body. Kasi! A scarlet light shot out. That saber light chopped off Lu Feihu's right arm, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Lu Feihu fell to the ground, unable to get up. With his right arm chopped off, intense pain assaulted him continuously. He rolled around on the ground, moaning in pain. When Wang Feng, who was not far away, saw this sudden scene, he wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. How did the previously listless Xiaochen suddenly become so lively and lively, instantly turning the situation around? By the time Wang Feng recovered his wits, Xiaochen was already standing on 3 blue dragon images, rushing towards the distant Sky Mound City. Xiaochen's speed flabbergasted Wang Feng. Even if Wang Feng chased with all his might, he could barely keep up. After losing the initiative, he would never be able to catch up. Wang Feng looked at the moaning Lu Feihu on the ground and then at Xiaochen, who calmly retreated. Wang Feng's expression alternated between green and white, clearly extremely frustrated. 2 of the top inner disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion had actually been fooled by a brat who had just left the sect. Furthermore, they had to pay such a hefty price. Along the way, Xiaochen did not slow down. He flew to the corner of Sky Mound City before letting out a sigh of relief and stopping. The sword-wielding martial artist gave him a very dangerous feeling. With Xiaochen's current cultivation, if the other party wasn't careless, it would be very difficult to defeat him. Only by consuming the quintessence gathering pill and refining his quintessence could he defeat his opponent easily. But before that, there was no need to take the risk and fight to the death with the other party. The gains did not make up for the losses. Looking at the space ring in his hand, Xiaochen smiled and strode toward the city gates. This spatial ring was from Lu Feihu's arm. As for Lu Feihu's arm, he had already thrown it away. Instead of rushing to the transportation formation in the city, Xiaochen rented a quiet courtyard and prepared to open Lu Feihu's spatial ring. Lu Feihu was one of the top inner disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion. Although he could not compare to the top inner disciples of the Haotian sect, he should be much wealthier than those loose cultivators. Xiaochen sent his spiritual sense into the spatial ring and carefully scanned it, not missing any corner. When he withdrew his spiritual sense, he revealed an expression of wild joy. In the spatial ring, there was a total of 1 million superior grade spirit stones, more than 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, 1 superior grade quintessence gathering pill, and several rank 8 medicinal pills of the same grade as the quintessence gathering pill. After consuming the quintessence gathering pill, it could clear away all the distracting thoughts in a cultivator's heart for a period of time, increasing the chances of a cultivator making a breakthrough when comprehending a martial technique. There were also many other medicinal pills and spirit herbs of a lower grade. All the things that Lu Feihu had accumulated as an inner disciple ended up in Xiao Chen's hands. Xiao Chen could not help but smile. Lu Feihu probably feels like dying now. Xiao Chen tidied up the items in the 7 Black Wind Killer's spatial rings and Lu Feihu's spatial rings. Then he put on a cloak and went out, exchanging them for superior grade spirit stones. With this, Xiao Chen now had a total of 1,800,000 superior grade spirit stones. He was originally poor, but now he was rich. However, the most important thing were the spirit gathering pearls. After obtaining 100 spirit gathering pearls from Lu Feihu, Xiao Chen would be able to advance to peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. As for the 100-odd inferior grade spirit gathering pearls that Xiao Chen originally had, he could keep them and consume the quintessence gathering pill to increase his cultivation quickly. It is time to raise my cultivation to peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. Xiao Chen took out the 100 spirit gathering pearls and clenched his fist. As long as he consumed the quintessence gathering pill, he would be able to defeat Wang Feng and Lu Feihu. Xiao Chen went to the cultivation room in the courtyard and sat cross-legged on a prayer mat. Then he placed the 4 spirit gathering pearls on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. When he was a martial king, Xiao Chen had experienced the might of the spirit gathering pearls. He did not dare to be careless. He took a deep breath and slowly melted the 4 spirit gathering pearls. Bang! 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 The 4 spirit gathering pearls melted one after another, releasing a horrifying energy that spread out in Xiao Chen's body. His internal organs trembled endlessly. Xiao Chen's internal organs trembled endlessly. As the 4 surging energies clashed with each other, his body churned like it would explode at any moment. Most people could only refine 1 inferior grade spirit gathering pearl at a time because their physical body could not endure it. Refining 4 spirit gathering pearls in one go like Xiao Chen was no different from sending himself to death. Xiao Chen knew his limits. Given the strength of his physical body, as long as he could stabilize his mind, refining 4 spirit gathering pearls at the same time would not be a problem. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Chen endured the intense pain. He kept his mind calm and did his best to persevere. Dida, dida. Sweat poured off Xiao Chen's body like rain. In less than a minute, he looked like he had been fished out of water. The intense pain was easy to imagine. However, Xiao Chen had to persevere because he did not have much time left. In this Kunlun realm, just 2 medial grade martial monarchs would be able to force him back. A superior grade martial monarch would be able to destroy him. Xiao Chen had his own pride. Even though he was in a dormant state, it did not mean that he had given up on the determination in his heart. After 5 minutes, the intense pain finally disappeared. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Then he circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation and slowly refined the huge spiritual body formed by the 4 spirit gathering pearls. After 10 great cycles, the spiritual energy in Xiao Chen's 9 meridians flowed out of the 9 main meridians and gathered together. Finally, the spiritual energy condensed into a drop of quintessence liquid glistening with purple light. Then, it slowly floated above Xiao Chen's dantian. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. After persevering for so long, there was finally some reward. Xiao Chen picked up another 4 spirit gathering pearls and placed them on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. Then he continued to refine them. According to Xiao Chen's estimations, he needed to condense at least 120 drops of quintessence liquid before he could reach peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. 10 days later, after spending a total of 150 spirit gathering pearls, Xiao Chen finally advanced to peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. The number of spirit gathering pearls required exceeded his original plan. Xiao Chen had expected this long ago, so he was not surprised. Compared to a regular heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation seemed to be even stronger. Even Xiao Chen could not figure it out. Rumor had it that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer was a dividing line. If he could cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 7th layer, there would be an unimaginable change. There might even be an ancient heavenly tribulation. However, this was not something that Xiaochen could think about for now. At this moment, Xiaochen's quintessence was vast, strong, and reserved. With his cultivation at peak late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch and his plain and reserved aura, no one would believe that Xiaochen had not consumed the quintessence-gathering pill. Xiaochen cautiously took out the superior-grade quintessence-gathering pill. Then, he looked at this quintessence-gathering pill with lingering spiritual energy. He revealed a contemplative look. Medicinal pills were divided into 9 ranks. Above rank 9 were holy pills. Above holy pills were the legendary immortal pills. Even sovereign martial emperors sought immortal pills. However, whether immortal pills existed or not was just a legend in this world. In this world, any medicinal pill that reached rank 8 was extremely precious. The superior grade quintessence gathering pill was the peak of rank 8 medicinal pills. If it was sold for 200,000 medicinal pills in the sect, it could be sold for 700,000 or 800,000 medicinal pills in an auction outside. However, the sect limited the purchase of such strategic medicinal pills. It was very difficult for inner sect disciples to sell them. He collected his wandering thoughts and placed the medicinal pill in his mouth. The quintessence gathering pill melted in his mouth. The quintessence gathering pill melted and turned into a cool liquid that flowed down his throat. Everywhere it passed, it gave him a very comfortable feeling. Qi. However, when that liquid flowed to the top of Xiaochen's dantian, he felt a burning sensation. The comfortable feeling instantly turned into extreme pain. When the liquid flowed into the liquefied medicinal pill, the 99 drops of pearl-like liquid sizzled and gave off steam. It was like his body was on fire. The fire penetrated deep into his bones, burning in his blood, burning in his bones, and burning in his muscles. Suddenly, Xiaochen's face contorted in pain. His facial features scrunched up. He did not look human at all. Why did one have to endure such intense pain when consuming the quintessence gathering pill? Why had no one mentioned it before? Xiaochen gritted his teeth and gave off a grinding sound. He felt very suspicious. He did not believe that many people could endure such pain. Even the pain that Xiaochen experienced from the spirit-gathering pearls in his body paled in comparison to this pain. Damn it! Could it be because of the superior-grade quintessence-gathering pill? Why did the owner not warn me? I should have bought some expensive medicinal herbs to help. If I could not endure it and failed, the 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones would have gone to waste. However, in reality, Xiaochen had misunderstood the owner. The problem was with himself. Most cultivators would not condense quintessence on their own. Not only was it difficult, but it was also time-consuming and required a lot of patience. The most important thing was that after one condensed their quintessence and consumed the quintessence-gathering pill, they would experience the same unbearable experience as Xiaochen. In the vast Tianwu domain, there were countless outstanding people. Those seniors had already thought of refining their quintessence before consuming the quintessence-gathering pill. Chapter 660. However, when most people consumed the quintessence-gathering pill, the pain tormented them into failure, causing them to fail in their breakthrough. The higher the cultivation technique, the greater the pain one would have to endure. The more severe it was, the more painful it was, and the more severe it was, the crippling of one's cultivation. Aside from a few geniuses, very few people managed to make it through. If Xiaochen was cultivating bitterly and was willing to spend some time to listen to the teachings of the seniors, the first lesson would be like this. However, Xiaochen did not know about this. Right now, he thought that it was because of the superior-grade quintessence-gathering pill, so he persisted bitterly. However, Xiaochen had his own opportunity. That was his physical body, which was very strong among those of the same generation. Those with stronger physical bodies than him would not spend time cultivating quintessence. Those with stronger quintessence than him would not spend time cultivating their physical bodies. If Xiaochen possessed a willpower that surpassed that of an ordinary person, he might be able to make it through. Of course, the prerequisite for all this was that he could endure this pain. Otherwise, if he admitted defeat in his heart, no matter how strong his physical body was, it would just be a decoration. Xiaochen had to persevere. Otherwise, he would waste too much time, which would be too unfortunate. Xiao Chen was in so much pain that his thoughts turned blurry. He only retained a trace of his heart and persisted bitterly. The 100-odd drops of quintessence slowly shrank under the heat of the quintessence-gathering pill. Then they merged in 2s and 3s. Every time the quintessence-gathering pill merged, there was intense pain. Xiao Chen did not dare to open his mouth and scream. He was afraid that he would accidentally bite his tongue off. This state persisted for an unknown period of time. Just as that trace of Xiao Chen's consciousness was about to fade away, the pain in his body suddenly vanished. Xiao Chen relaxed. Before he could even catch his breath, he collapsed and fell asleep. This sleep was very sound. In a deep sleep, he did not think about anything. By the time Xiao Chen woke up, it was already 3 days later. He stretched his body a little, and there was a crackling sound coming from all over his body. When Xiao Chen stood up, he could not help but feel that he was lighter than before. However, his strength was firmer than before. Clenching his right hand into a fist, Xiao Chen circulated his quintessential essence slightly. Immediately, he sensed a powerful and restrained power and punched the air. The true essence directly exploded on the fist, and a thunderous explosion resounded in the air. The entire beam began to shake violently. The amount of power he used was clearly the same, but the power he could unleash was more than 4 times stronger than before. This was the power of the quintessential essence condensed by the quintessential gathering pill. Ordinary people could only increase the power by 2 times, but because he had condensed it once in advance, the power was doubled again. Xiao Chen's face lit up with joy. He reacted and said, "Could it be that I succeeded?" Xiao Chen sank his consciousness and took a look. He saw 30 drops of quintessence neatly floating above his danton. They had a rich luster and were at least twice as large as before. Haha, we really succeeded. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. He walked out of the training room and went to the courtyard. He began to feel the effects of being reborn. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not know that he had unintentionally completed a goal that very few people had achieved in the past 1,000 years. He only thought that everyone who consumed a superior-grade quintessence-gathering pill would experience such pain. Bang! 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 Fists howled, and strands of quintessence exploded on Xiao Chen's fist. The surrounding air churned as the explosive force pressed down. The ground seemed like it would sink in, shaking left and right like an earthquake. Could. If I meet those 2 fellows from the Rising Sky Pavilion again, I will not have to show weakness. I don't need to pretend to be weak. If I fight them directly, I have a 70% chance of defeating them easily. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and stood upright. A bright light shone in his eyes, filled with strong self-confidence. As for Gui Wu's group, there was no need to care about them. Even if 6 or 7 people surrounded them, Xiao Chen could defeat them, beating them into submission. After sorting out his emotions, Xiao Chen collected the deposit for the courtyard. Then, without further delay, he prepared to rush back to the Haotian sect. As Xiao Chen rushed to the transportation formation in the city, he discovered that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Occasionally, cultivators flew out of the surrounding restaurants and inns. Furthermore, they were all heading in the same direction. In the Kunlun realm, flying in the air exhausted a lot of quintessence. If there was nothing major, no one would fly in the air for no reason. After all, if it was just traveling, there would not be much of a difference in speed between traveling on land and in the sky. Quick, let's go. The top genius of the 9th battle realm, Renhua, is going to challenge the top bladesman of our 18 southern provinces, Feng Xingxing. The geniuses of the 10 great battle realms have all been in the limelight recently. Several famous young experts have been defeated by them. Of course, there are no mediocre people in the battle realms. They have the bloodline of the ancient giants and are born with divine strength. Their strength is vast and they love to fight. Furthermore, they are the top geniuses among them. However, their rise is too fast. Feng Xingxing is an expert second only to the 7 giants. He ranks in the top 100 of the proud son of heaven ranking. Even the older generation people praise his saber techniques. In this great age, everything is possible. How can we still look at it with the old standards? As Xiao Chen stood in the air, he listened to the scattered news coming from all around. Finally, he understood the ins and outs of the matter. There were geniuses from the lower realms challenging the local experts of the Tianwu domain. Furthermore, both sides had significant backgrounds. Hence, many cultivators rushed over to watch the excitement. I have been in the Tianwu domain for a long time already, but I have not seen a true fight between the top experts of the younger generation. It would be good to go and take a look. After changing his mind at the last minute, Xiaochen decided to join in on the excitement. He would definitely learn a lot from a fight between experts of the same generation, broadening his horizons. The battle realms Renhua and the 18 southern provinces proud son of heaven rankings 7 giants, Feng Xingxing. One was the top genius of the 9th battle realm, and the other was known as the top bladesman of the south. The commotion caused by the two's arranged battle far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Nearly all the experts above martial monarch in Sky Mound City made a move. There were even many martial kings rushing over from all directions. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. The location of the arranged battle was Nine Sword Peak, which was very close to Sky Mound City. That place was vast and sparsely populated. There were no spirit beasts or natural treasures on the mountain. It was just like a desolate mountain. With this place as the location of the duel, no matter how large the shockwaves were, there would not be any problems. Xiaochen followed the crowd and flew to the location of the duel. When he looked to the front, he saw 9 tall peaks on the plain. They looked like 9 treasured swords rising from the ground and piercing the sky. That place was 9 Sword Peak. The 9 peaks were shaped like treasured swords, hence its name. Xiaochen asked around and found out that this 9 Sword Peak was a holy land for duels. Due to the special environment of this place, experts of the younger generation frequently came here to challenge. The shockwaves from the previous battles had shaved off several kilometers of the tall peaks. Even so, the 9 peaks were still more than 20 kilometers tall. One could easily imagine how majestic 9 Sword Peak had been in the past. 4 or 5 people already stood on one of the 9 peaks. All of them were tall and stout, exuding the ferocious aura of wild beasts. The auras of these people merged and surged towards the sky, stirring up the white clouds in the sky. Even before the battle began, it already felt like a storm was brewing. Unexpectedly, aside from the few in closed-door cultivation, the geniuses of the 10 great battle realms are all here. This lineup is really big. I have long heard that the people of the battle realms are the most united. Now that I see them, the rumors are indeed true. Indeed. That is why most people would not seek trouble with the people of the battle realms. They are madmen in the first place. When a group of madmen fearlessly fights with you, that is even scarier. Those who are one cultivation realm higher than them would have a headache if they met with this group of people. The local cultivators of the Tianwu domain besides Xiaochen discussed softly. As they spoke, they appeared very relaxed. Xiao. A loud piercing sound could be heard from afar, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. A sharp aura swept over like a strong gust of wind. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look and saw a person flying over from the west. This person was tall and skinny, and his face was very narrow, giving him a stern look. This person held a saber in his left hand and wore clean and simple blue robes. He flew over expressionlessly and stopped at the summit of a mountain. This person glanced around, and his gaze was like a sharp saber light, seemingly solid. With one glance, the faint fog around the summit slowly scattered. Feng Xingxing is here. Thousands of martial monarchs in the surroundings of the mountain range looked into the distance. Even more cultivators stopped to watch on the ground below the mountain peak. The place was very lively. Among the crowd, Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself, what a strong saber intent. He is the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces. I hope he lives up to his reputation. Feng Xingxing glanced at the people from the battle realms 3 mountain peaks away. The corners of his lips curled up, and pride appeared on his stern face. He said indifferently, there are so many people here. Gang, are you planning to gang up on them? As Feng Xingxing spoke, the top geniuses of the other battle realms scattered. Now, only the stout Renhua remained at the summit. Haha. Feng Xingxing, you overestimate yourself. Do you think we need to work together to deal with you? Renhua released his aura and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with boundless tyranny and arrogance. His voice reverberated in the mountain peaks for a long time without stopping. In the end, it turned into a whistling gale that drifted back and forth between the 9 mountains. The wind howled, and the clouds parted. Feng Xingxing's white robes fluttered loudly in the wind. Put, put, put. Suddenly, the wind howled. A chain of crisp explosions rang out. Everyone looked over. It turned out that when Feng Xingxing's clothes fluttered, there was an intense energy fluctuation. Every time his clothes fluttered, there would be an explosion. The continuous explosions shook the air until it buzzed. Countless rocks on the mountain peak rolled down like an army of thousands of men and horses. What a powerful move! Everyone gazed at Renhua, and they were extremely shocked in their hearts. Just a single sentence was able to cause such a great might, so exactly how thick is his true essence? Furthermore, Feng Xingxing, who remained calm under the surging sound waves, was probably unfathomable as well. When Xiaochen saw the simple exchange of moves between these two, he felt somewhat astonished. This Renhua was only a late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. However, Renhua's flexibility in using quintessence and strength far surpassed Xiaochen's. Chapter 661. Feng Xingxing remained expressionless on his stern face. He smiled coldly and said, "Insignificant tricks. The 5 of you attacking together is actually nothing much. How arrogant! Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant later." Renhua snorted and pushed off the mountain peak heavily. Then, he drew a black ruler and flew forward at lightning speed. The distance between the 9 mountain peaks looked very close from a distance. In reality, even the closest one was a kilometer away. Bang, bang, bang. Every time Renhua passed a mountain peak, he would push off heavily with his feet. Every time he pushed off, his speed would increase. Crunching sounds came from the mountain peaks. With the force of his feet, the mountain peaks shattered, becoming shorter by several inches. Dust filled the air, giving off a startling aura. Such a large formation was in line with the rough and unrestrained combat style of the people of the Battle Realms. Although it took a long time to describe, Renhua arrived before Feng Xingxing in just 4 or 5 flashes. The heavy black ruler seemed to contain a tremendous force as it hacked at Feng Xingxing with a berserk aura. The instant it landed, it seemed to split the air in half. With the naked eye, one could clearly see a shockwave parting the air like a curtain of water. Feng Xingxing turned around slightly and drew his saber, blocking the descending ruler. A loud collision resounded, deafening everyone's eardrums. Feng Xingxing did not move at all. He easily received such a heavy blow that seemed to be able to break the sky. Renhua chuckled and said unconcernedly, "Your hand must be numb. This is just the appetizer." Feng Xingxing said coldly, "You overestimate yourself. I am not as weak as you make me out to be. This ruler of yours is really, really weak." Kasu. A dazzling saber light flickered like stars as Feng Xingxing drew his saber. A sharp saber intent gathered and merged with quintessence to form a strand of pitch-black saber chi. Renhua's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Feng Xingxing to be able to draw his saber so easily under the pressure of his heavy ruler. Renhua's figure flickered as he retreated. The friction between his body and the air gave off a dull sonic boom. The corners of Feng Xingxing's lips curled up slightly. His right hand, which held his saber hilt, was like an artist waving a baton, swinging it forward rhythmically. That strand of pitch-black saber chi immediately swept out, forming a curved black line in the air. As Renhua retreated, the curved black lines between the 2 surfaces slowly widened, giving off a strange sense of beauty. Renhua's expression turned unsightly. The arc formed by the black saber chi seemed to expand endlessly. It was less than 2 inches away from his face. The strong wind from the saber chi caused the hair in front of his head to flutter wildly. The skin on his face also hurt. The black saber chi was like a blade of death. If he was a little slower, his head would immediately be chopped in half. Furthermore, the distance between them was simply too close. There was simply no time for him to use his heavy ruler to block the attack. All he could do was continue to retreat. At this moment his life was hanging by a thread. He could only gamble that the saber chi would weaken before he ran out of quintessence due to time. When the people outside saw this, they did not think much of it. It was just Feng Xingxing sending out a strand of black saber chi to force Renhua back. Unexpectedly, Renhua's situation had already reached a point where he would die if he was not careful. Feng Xingxing revealed a disdainful smile. His right hand moved at lightning speed, and he sheathed his saber. Xiao! When the saber was completely sheathed, the black saber chi instantly formed a black ring and flickered before disappearing into nothingness. Renhua, you are looking for the wrong person if you want to use me as a stepping stone to become famous. If you want to defeat me, get the top 3 geniuses of your 10 great battle realms. You are not qualified. Feng Xingxing smiled faintly. Then he shot forward like an arrow, turning to leave before everyone's doubtful gazes. What's going on? Is the battle over? Several people could not understand what was going on. They had not expected this battle, which they were all looking forward to end so quickly. Most people did not even know who won. Only a few people could see that Renhua, who landed miserably on a mountain peak, had a symmetrical saber scar on both his left and right cheeks. It looked like someone had used a black brush to draw on both sides of Renhua's face, a very comical sight. In just one move, the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces, Feng Xingxing, who was second only to one of the 7 giants on the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, defeated the top genius of the 9th battle realm. With such strength, Renhua ended the battle so quickly. The cultivators who had come to watch this startling battle felt greatly disappointed. They had not expected the battle to end in such a manner. Renhua did not even have a chance to use the giant bloodline that he was famous for in the battle realms before he was defeated. Damn it! What's going on? This is too unexpected. Feng Xingxing was right. Renhua is indeed looking for the wrong person if he wants to use him as a stepping stone to become famous. He truly lives up to his reputation as the top bladesman of the younger generation of the South. I believe that after the new year, he will challenge the 7 giants to prove himself. Recently, the newcomers of the 10 great battle realms have been in the limelight. Several of the local experts have been defeated. Feng Xingxing has helped our 18 southern provinces gain some pride. However, this Feng Xingxing humiliated Renhua like that. The strongest genius of the first battle realm, Hao Lang, will definitely help him vent his anger. The battle ended as quickly as it started. Only after a long time did people react to it. The discussions slowly turned fervent. Amid the noisy crowd, Xiao Chen's gaze was calm. He revealed a contemplative light, which seemed out of place in this bustling scene. Feng Xingxing's earlier saber strike had given Xiao Chen a great comprehension. Others might not understand, but as a genius bladesman like him, Xiao Chen understood it very well. That seemingly simple saber strike actually contained many exquisite techniques. The first thing that impressed Xiao Chen was the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. 60% comprehended saber intent was actually already considered great perfection. However, when Feng Xingxing bound it in the saber chi, it did not leak out at all. This ensured that the arc-shaped saber chi's angle became larger and larger. When it approached a circle, the saber chi's energy and aura did not disperse at all. Next was the state of wind. Xiao Chen felt that Feng Xingxing should have touched the threshold of the will of wind. Otherwise, that saber strike would not have been so fast, not giving Renhua any chance. The most horrifying thing was the instant Feng Xingxing withdrew his move. When the black saber chi formed a ring, Xiao Chen clearly felt a frightening force. Xiao Chen clearly felt a frightening force. If Xiao Chen had been in Renhua's shoes, he would not have believed that he could survive that saber strike. However, such a strong saber strike only left 2 faint saber marks on Renhua's face. How strong was one's control to do that? There was always someone better. This Kunlun realm was indeed a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It would be very difficult for Xiao Chen to defeat that Renhua. Furthermore, he only had a 60% chance of victory. He needed to last 500 moves. However, Feng Xingxing defeated Renhua in 1 move. Xiao Chen's thoughts continued to expand. What kind of strength did the 7 giants, who were stronger than Feng Xingxing, have? What kind of strength did the holy scions, who always occupied the top 3 positions of the proud son of heaven ranking, have? The road ahead would be difficult. Xiao Qin had expected it long ago, so he did not overthink it. Feng Xingxing's saber strike had given him a lot of inspiration. Xiao Qin prepared to go back and ponder on it. He had long since been able to bring out the might of his 60% comprehended saber intent. However, he had not been able to control it perfectly. This was a good opportunity. Xiao Qin had not watched this battle for nothing. Not only had it broadened his horizons, but it had also provided substantial help to his comprehension of saber intent. After quietly leaving the bustling scene, Xiao Qin flew to Sky Mound City alone. His white figure looked very plain and unadorned. Xiao Qin withdrew his sharpness, not showing any brilliance. No one would care about him. Many heroes appeared in the glorious Tianwu domain. Experts of the various lower realms appeared, showing off their sharpness. On the stage of this great age, these people revealed their brightest side, wanting to leave their names in the annals of history, immortal for 10,000 years. For now, Xiao Qin was just a spectator. He could only silently watch a battle of Feng Xingxing's level like the other passers-by. Xiao Qin had no affinity with the excitement. He only watched quietly, not saying anything. However, he would not do nothing. Xiao Qin's burning blood never stopped. He only hid his pride in his heart. He was a dragon that would soar through the 9 heavens in the end. The transportation formation left in the Immortal epic allowed Xiao Qin to return to the Haotian sect millions of kilometers away in an instant. After Xiao Qin returned, he immediately rushed to the mission hall, preparing to hand in the mission for killing the 7 Black Wind Killers. There were still 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones waiting for him there. Although Xiao Qin now had a net worth of 1 million superior-grade spirit stones were not enough. Hence, these 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones were still very important to Xiao Qin. At the same time, Zhui Yushi and his group of friends successfully completed the escort mission without any surprise or danger. They each received more than 10,000 of the 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones, feeling overjoyed. This escort mission is not dangerous at all. Given the Haotian sect's reputation, who would dare to cause trouble? I already said that this mission is the most suitable for us. That's right. We obtained more than 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones and even got to see the sights of various places along the way. This trip was not in vain. Zhui Yushi and his group of friends chatted frankly with assurance, clearly in a good mood. Along the way, they ate well, played well, and saw many beauties. Suddenly, Zhui Yushi thought of something. He walked over to the counter and said to the mission administrator behind him, "Senior, I have a question. I have a companion called Xiao Qin. He seems to have taken on a mission to kill loose cultivators. Has he returned yet?" The black-robed administrator revealed an unhappy expression, but he still said, "Not yet. Your friend took the mission to kill the 7 Black Wind Killers. It has already been half a month. He probably will not return." When Zhui Yushi heard this, his expression could not help but change. No matter what, he still felt very grateful to Xiao Qin. Back then, when the two of them were just acquaintances, Xiao Qin was willing to buy the quintessence gathering pill for him. Xiao Qin was even afraid of hurting Zhui Yushi's pride, saying that he was lending it to him. With such a character, this person was definitely worth befriending. Chapter 662. When a friend behind Zhui Yushi heard this, he could not help but laugh. "Haha, I already told him not to overestimate himself long ago." However, he did not listen. Now he even lost his life. This kind of person deserves to die. He did not even look at himself first. Back then, when we tried to advise him, he still dared to show us an attitude. I have heard of the 7 Black Wind Killers before. Several of the inner sect disciples with deep pockets wanted to kill them. In the end, they all died. That Xiao Qin has not returned yet. He is probably dead. Come. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go and collect our stipend. After we collect our stipend and the rewards from this mission, we can buy some medicinal pills and cultivate properly. Zhui Yushi shook his head without saying anything. He did not want to say anything more. After all, no matter how much he thought of Xiaochen, he was already dead. There was no need to dwell on it. The most important thing was to live a good life. As Zhui Yushi thought this, he raised his head and saw an extremely familiar white figure at the entrance of the mission hall. That person's delicate face did not show any joy or sorrow. There was no expression on his face as he calmly parted the crowd in the mission hall and headed for the window to hand in missions. This person was dressed in white robes with a blue headband and a saber at his waist. Who else could it be but Xiaochen? Xiaochen was stunned. When he saw Zhui Yushi and the others, he nodded at the stunned Zhui Yushi and continued on his way. Zhui Yushi and the others had stupefied expressions as they exchanged glances. They all saw extreme disbelief in each other's eyes. I bet that this fellow gave up on the mission and ran back. Definitely. Even when 2 or 3 of the inner sect disciples worked together, they would find it hard to complete the mission. How could he possibly complete it? I bet as well. These people had just been saying that Xiaochen was dead. However, when they saw Xiaochen walking out alive, their first thought was that Xiaochen had given up on the mission. Xiaochen handed over his mission list to the black-robed administrator. Then he took out the heads one by one. Without changing his expression, Xiaochen said, "This is the signature of the Dingshui city's Feng clan's clan head. These are the heads of the 7 black wind killers. Will Senior please verify them?" Once these words were spoken, the expressions of Zhui Yushi and the others immediately changed. They sucked in a mouthful of cold air and said, "How can this be? This fellow actually really killed the 7 black wind killers." The 7 black wind killers were very famous. Senior inner sect disciples of the Haoyan sect had once died in the hands of these 7 people. Thus, the inner sect disciples were rather familiar with the 7 black wind killers. When they heard that someone had killed the 7 black wind killers, they all cast their gazes on Xiaochen, who was in the midst of submitting his mission. The black-clothed administrator did not dare to be careless. He immediately called someone over to check and verify it. It did not take long for the black-clothed administrator to receive the verification. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Clearly, the administrator had not expected Xiaochen to really complete this mission. He took out 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones and said, "The mission items and the signature are all real. This is your reward." After verifying the verification, several people were astonished. They could not believe that a lower realm disciple who had just entered the inner sect killed the 7 black wind killers. As for Zhui Yushi and the others, they felt conflicted in their hearts. They no longer dared to say anything. After the rewards were given, there were still contribution points that had not been calculated. The black-clothed administrator continued, "You accepted this mission last month, but the mission was handed in this month, so the contribution points will be for this month." Xiaochen nodded to indicate that he understood. The last time he came, he had already asked around about the contribution points. There was a contribution ranking in the inner sect. At the end of the month, the top 20 inner sect disciples would be summarized. When the inner sect disciples collected their stipends next month, they would receive additional stipends based on their ranking. You killed the 7 black wind killers. 1,000 contribution points. You can check the contribution ranking. Your name should already be on it. Although the black-clothed administrator was surprised that Xiaochen could kill the 7 black wind killers, he did not ask any questions. Everything was official. After thanking the administrator, Xiaochen went to the contribution ranking. The contribution ranking was a crystal wall. The crystal wall was divided into 100 boxes from top to bottom. The first box had the name of inner sect disciple, Yun Feiyu. 9,000 contribution points, first rank. Xiaochen had heard of this person before. This person was very low-key and mysterious among the inner sect disciples. He did not belong to any of the 5 big factions. He was a loner. Unless he was in closed-door cultivation, the first place on the contribution ranking was always his name. Yun Feiyu was considered the strongest person most likely to become the next true inheritor. He was very incredible. After Yun Feiyu, the remaining 5 people were the leaders of the 5 factions in the inner sect. From 2nd to 6th, they were Yu Jiqiang, Meng Hongguang, Feng Wuheng, Bai Zihao, and Lan Feichen. These 5 people were very strong. They often extorted resources from the other inner sect disciples. Hence, it was not surprising that they were in the top 10. The 7th and 8th places were two veteran inner sect disciples. They were also loners. However, they were not as famous as Yun Feiyu. The 9th and 10th places were the two people who had been in the limelight recently, Sidu Gang and Gui Wu. One of them came from a battle realm, and the other came with millions of superior-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, they had pretty good talent. Soon, they used the vast resources to rise up in the Haotian sect's inner sect. Xiaochen continued to look and discovered that his name happened to be in the 20th place. If his ranking did not change before the end of the month, he would be able to collect an additional stipend next month. Gui Wu, who is in the top 10, only has 5,000 contribution points. It looks like if I chase after him, I have a good chance of getting into the top 10. However, I'll forget about it for this month. Half the month had already passed. Xiaochen still had to temper his physical body and comprehend his perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. He did not have time to complete missions. Xiaochen thought for a while and prepared to leave the mission hall. He would collect his stipend for this month first. The value of 10 spirit gathering pearls was rather tempting. When Xiaochen passed by Zhui Yushi, the latter had a complicated expression. He wanted to say something but did not know how to say it. "Brother Xiao, congratulations." Zhui Yushi called out to Xiaochen after holding back for a long time. Xiaochen stopped walking and did not turn around. He replied softly, "Many thanks." Sages were all lonely. Xiaochen was not a sage, but he would not resign himself to mediocrity. He wouldn't look down on those who coveted stability, but these people shouldn't criticize and snort disdainfully at the decisions of others because of their own choices. One could resign oneself to mediocrity, but one could not wantonly mock others because they had dreams. If Zhui Yushi joined forces with these people, it would be hard for him to interact with them in the future. Xiaochen shook his head and stopped thinking about this. Then he calmly walked out of the mission hall before the many inner sect disciples' incredulous gazes. The stipend was 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones and 10 spirit gathering pearls. Xiaochen intended to change his environment. His original residential district was too small. Furthermore, there were too many people. It was not suitable for personal comprehension. After tidying up the original wooden hut, Xiaochen was blocked by a group of people the moment he stepped out. "Brat, you are doing pretty well. You even completed the mission of the 7 Black Wind Killers." A few young experts from Gui Wu's faction, who had consumed the quintessence gathering pill long ago, led 10-odd people as they blocked Xiaochen's path in an aggressive manner. However, Gui Wu was not among the group. The leader was a black-clad swordsman with a cold and sinister appearance. Gui Wu's cultivation was pretty good, 2 grades higher than Xiaochen's. He was a late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. The black-clad swordsman revealed a ferocious light in his eyes. Leading a group of inner sect disciples who had consumed the quintessence gathering pill, he appeared very overbearing. Xiaochen knew why the black-clad swordsman was here. He smiled faintly and said, "You came at a good time. If you had not come to look for me, I would have gone to look for you." The black-clad swordsman laughed loudly and said, "Are you seeking death? Don't think that after killing the 7 Black Wind Killers, you can challenge our young Master Gui. Honestly speaking, young Master Gui is already a medial-grade martial monarch. This month, he will try to make it into the top 5 of the contribution ranking." Someone at the side said, "If you are smart, take out all your spirit gathering pearls. You are from the Sky Dome realm. Using spirit gathering pearls would be a waste." Relying on their numbers and the fact that Xiaochen was only an early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch, this group of people did not care about Xiaochen at all. Their words carried a heavy threat. Such a commotion immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding residents. Gui Wu's group had taken most of their spirit gathering pearls, so they were already furious. Unfortunately, they were alone and not as strong as Gui Wu, so they did not dare to voice their anger. Seeing that Xiaochen wanted to resist, no one thought highly of him. After all, he was alone. Furthermore, Gui Wu was already a medial-grade martial monarch. His position had stabilized further. Even if Xiao Chen could defeat this group of people, he would have a hard time dealing with Gui Wu's revenge. Take out your spirit-gathering pearls. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving here today. The black-clad swordsman shouted sternly as he pointed at Xiao Chen. This group of people had long wanted to make an example out of him. They wanted to establish their prestige. They could not wait for Xiao Chen to cause trouble so that they could teach him a lesson. Haha, I want to see how you are going to take them out. Xiao Chen smiled gently and his figure flashed. Then, he punched at the black-clad swordsman. The black-clad swordsman placed his right hand on his sword hilt and smiled coldly. Good timing. Xiao. Right after the black-clad swordsman spoke, Xiao Chen suddenly increased his speed. His figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages. He was incredibly fast, and his fist grew larger in the black-clad swordsman's eyes. How can he be so fast? The black-clad swordsman was startled. He had only drawn his sword halfway when the punch struck his chest. Boom! The surging quintessence on the fist exploded. The air trembled and a huge force pressed down, causing the ground to tremble. The force of the explosion pierced through the black-clad swordsman's protective quintessence, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood and fly back. The sword in the black-clad swordsman's hand fell to the side. He had an expression of horror on his face as he coughed and vomited another mouthful of blood. He said with much difficulty, "Attack together! Beat him up!" After the initial shock, the 10-odd people recovered their wits. They quickly swarmed over and surrounded Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and flipped his palm. The lunar shadow saber appeared in his palm. He did not draw the saber, only infusing his dense quintessence and 60% comprehended saber intent into the scabbard. Xiao Chen could use these people to test out the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent that he comprehended from Feng Xingxing's saber technique. Chapter 663. Xiao Chen remained calm and composed. Amid the sharp attacks of the inferior-grade martial monarchs, he strolled leisurely. As he swung his scabbard, he scattered the incoming attacks. After Xiao Chen found an opening, he quickly swung his scabbard with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Saber intent and quintessence exploded out. Many figures were knocked back. After they fell to the ground, they could no longer get up. Xiao Chen did not go easy on them. Those who got hit had at least a few broken ribs. They would not recover without a month of rest. The others were even more startled. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had not drawn his saber yet. If he had drawn his saber, the people on the ground would have been dead. The battle did not last long. Xiao Chen's strong quintessence held a suppressive advantage over these people. Xiao Chen was clearly only an early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. However, when he clashed with them, he easily broke their martial techniques. Several people felt confused. Dang! The tip of the lunar shadow saber struck the ground heavily, giving off a melodious sound. When the black-clad swordsman's companions looked around, none of them could stand up. Strands of saber intent lingered in the air, still buzzing like a powerful treasure saber humming. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he frowned slightly. He still could not control his 60% comprehended saber intent as he pleased. However, it was already much better than before. Xiao Chen, don't be too cocky. When young Master Gui returns from his mission, just you wait. The black-clad swordsman cursed viciously as he fell to the ground. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said calmly, "In that case, tell Gui Wu that I, Xiao Chen, will be waiting for him. Even if he does not come, I will go and look for him. As for you, scram now." Before the surrounding people's astonished gazes, Xiao Chen raised his leg and kicked the black-clad swordsman into the air. The force was so great that the crowd could not keep up with the speed of the black-clad swordsman flying back. With anger in one's chest and a person's heart in a bad mood, a real man would take revenge. Since this person dared to snatch Xiao Chen's spirit-gathering pearls, he had to be prepared to pay the price. Even until the end of time, he would make him spit it out. Xiao Chen would have to face Gui Wu sooner or later. How could he fear the black-clad swordsman's threat? In the eastern part of the city, there was a courtyard for the inner sect disciples. There were quiet cultivation rooms and all sorts of training grounds. The environment was elegant, clean, and simple. The rank 1 spirit vein in the cultivation rooms was for the owner alone. It was at least 10 times better than that of the residential area. However, the price was also unimaginably expensive. A month's rent would cost a whole 200,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Although Xiaochen felt a heartache, he could tell that using just 1 spirit vein's origin was worth this price. Moreover, he needed a spacious and quiet place to comprehend saber intent. Xiaochen Mu, spirit lake. He and spirit and Xiao King. And Chen and. Several hundred meters apart, several similar courtyards could be seen on both sides of the lake. Actually, this was where the inner sect disciples with deep experience lived. Only those senior disciples who had been in the inner sect for a few years or even a decade could afford the expensive rent. Ordinary people could not afford it. Senior brother Xiao, this is your new residence. There are already maids and servants in the courtyard. If you prefer peace and quiet, you can ask them to leave. That manservant looked at Xiaochen respectfully as he pointed to the courtyard. Xiaochen looked around and felt very satisfied with his surroundings. He said, "You can leave now. Bring those unrelated people away as well. Just send them food once a week." After everyone left, Xiaochen stood under a large tree in the courtyard. He replayed the fight between Feng Xingxing and Renhua in his mind. After a while, Xiaochen closed his eyes and stopped thinking about anything. He started to comprehend the inspiration that he had gained. The large tree was 100 meters tall, and its leaves fluttered and fell. When the wind blew, the colorful leaves danced in the wind, circling around Xiaochen. The white-robed Xiaochen held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Xiaochen's delicate face had his eyes tightly shut, looking like he was in a deep sleep. For days. Xiaochen stood under this tree for 4 days, not doing anything. He did not do anything at all. It was like he was in a meditative state. Some yellowed leaves stuck to Xiaochen's head and shoulders. It was like he did not notice them. He did not brush them away, just standing there. In the quiet courtyard, Xiaochen was like a decoration. If an outsider came in, they would not discover a living person standing in the courtyard at first glance. At some point in time, the quiet, decoration-like Xiaochen suddenly moved. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and casually swung his saber. Xiaochen did not care about the angle, target, or purpose. This saber strike was completely random, following what he had comprehended in the past few days. Xiu. A strand of dazzling saber chi tore through the air. A strong wind blew, and fallen leaves flew everywhere. The saber chi was like a precise scalpel, gently cutting through the fallen leaves that filled the sky, splitting the leaves in front of it in half. Then, with a flash, they turned into motes of colorful light and disappeared into the air. The wind was still blowing and the leaves were still flying. It was like that strand of saber chi had never appeared at all. After a long time, the wind stopped and the withered leaves fell to the ground in a sparse manner. Xiaochen opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings. Everything was the same as before. If it weren't for the many leaves on the ground that had been neatly split in half, Xiaochen wouldn't have been able to see them. No one would have discovered that Xiaochen had just sent out a strand of saber chi. Furthermore, it was a strand of saber chi containing a 60% comprehended saber intent and 50% comprehended quintessence. Just like that, a strand of strong saber chi appeared silently and disappeared without a trace. None of its aura leaked out. When Xiaochen sheathed his saber, he did it cleanly and smoothly. Xiaochen revealed a faint smile. He said, "I finally managed to execute a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. However, I have prepared for this saber strike for 4 days. My opponents on the battlefield would not even give me a second to prepare." After thinking for a while, Xiaochen took out a small jade bottle from the universe ring. Then he poured out a medicinal pill. This medicinal pill was called the spiritual heart pill. Like the quintessence gathering pill, it was a rank 8 medicinal pill. It could temporarily increase a cultivator's comprehension ability without any side effects. This was something that Xiaochen had obtained from the Rising Sky Pavilion disciple, Lu Feihu. He could use it at this moment. After consuming the spiritual heart pill, and the medicinal energy spread out, Xiaochen felt refreshed. His thoughts expanded infinitely, and he gained a new understanding of the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was very high in the first place. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create the 4-season saber technique. With such a foundation, the effects of the spiritual heart pill were much greater than that of a regular person. The spiritual heart pill only lasted for 10 minutes. However, in these 10 minutes, Xiao Chen gained a lot. His understanding of the perfect saber intent deepened. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Xiao Chen felt like he was suddenly enlightened. He swung his saber 3 times. Each saber strike perfectly merged saber intent and saber chi, none of them leaked out. After another 3 days, Xiao Chen consumed the remaining 3 spiritual heart pills. As he swung his saber light, the 60% comprehended saber intent was perfectly contained in the saber chi. He could break it as he pleased. There was no need to prepare or think too much. With a casual swing, he perfectly merged the saber intent into the saber chi. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chen practiced the 4-season saber technique. After perfectly controlling the 60% comprehended saber intent, he executed the 4-season saber technique again. With each saber strike, Xiao Chen actually gained a new comprehension. The might of the spring thunder chop, burning to desolation, fated person in autumn waters, and grieving frost all increased significantly, giving Xiao Chen a pleasant surprise. After practicing spring, summer, autumn, and winter, Xiao Chen felt refreshed. Then he executed the final move of the 4-season saber technique, cycle of seasons, in one breath. In that instant, the 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, appeared in the courtyard. All sorts of scenes, April's peach blossoms, July's flowing fire, October's autumn wind, and winter's snow, appeared, intertwining with each other. Xiao Chen swung his saber. With the support of the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent, the energy of the cycle of seasons turned into a beam of rainbow light, flying towards the lake in front of the courtyard. Boom! A huge energy burst out, and a shocking pillar of water appeared on the lake. It was 100 meters wide and 3 kilometers tall. With one glance, the water rippled, looking majestic and majestic. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. The energy supporting the pillar of water instantly vanished, and the huge wave fell cleanly. Several of the inner sect disciples who also lived here felt that energy. They quickly leaped out of their courtyards and stopped to take a look. The lake water surged endlessly. However, they could no longer feel the strong and powerless aura a moment ago. This was very strange. Strange, I wonder which senior brother was trying out a new martial technique earlier? The many inner sect disciples who leaped out all shook their heads gently. Then, they returned to their courtyards with suspicious expressions. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, "The might of a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent is indeed extraordinary. No wonder Feng Xingxing could defeat Renhua in one move back then." If this 10th-ranked genius of the battle realm had not made any improvements, given Xiao Chen's current strength, he would have a 70% chance of defeating him. "Xiao Chen, get out here." Just as Xiao Chen was thinking and preparing to go out, a shout suddenly came from the other side of the lake. 18 pillars of water immediately burst out of the calm lake. The sound was startling. Xiao Chen looked into the distance and raised his eyebrows. He saw the person who had arrived. It was Gui Wu, who had rushed back from his mission. Behind Gui Wu was a group of companions. All of them had terrifying auras and even released killing intent. On the road on the other side of the lake, the inner sect disciples from the residential area all ran over. If Xiao Chen guessed right, Gui Wu had purposely spread the news. He wanted to defeat Xiao Chen in front of everyone and re-establish his prestige as a giant of the inner sect. 1 week ago, Xiao Chen had injured all the subordinates Gui Wu sent to collect the spirit-gathering pearls. Gui Wu could not get back at him, he would lose his status as a giant of the inner sect. In the future, no one would obey him. "You're finally here? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and pushed off with his feet. Then he flew towards the center of the lake. Chapter 664. The lake water rippled and undulated. The blue sky and white clouds churned in the water. Although the lake looked calm, there was an undercurrent. Xiaochen gently pushed off the water and landed firmly on the surface. Then he looked calmly at Gui Wu. Gui Wu's cultivation had indeed broken through the bottleneck of inferior-grade martial monarch, reaching middle-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Gui Wu was indeed quite capable for him to make such progress in such a short time. However, that was all. This was not enough to shock Xiaochen. His target had never been Gui Wu. He just did not want to waste too much effort. Once he did, he would trample on the other party forever, settling things once and for all. This had always been Xiaochen's principle. Gui Wu's skinny face looked cold and emotionless. A murderous intent surged in his eyes as he looked at Xiaochen. He said, "I knew that you would not submit so willingly. Unexpectedly, you caused such a huge problem for me." Xiaochen had publicly refused to hand over the spirit-gathering pearls and easily defeated his subordinates. His actions dealt a severe blow to Gui Wu's faction. Gui Wu's prestige plummeted. At this moment, the leaders of the other factions all gathered here, hiding in the crowd. If Gui Wu could not defeat Xiaochen, then Gui Wu's faction would immediately be attacked by the other factions, and they would be eliminated. Xiaochen found this funny. He said indifferently, "Submit? That word does not exist in my dictionary. You are taking it for granted." "Xiaochen, I'll ask you one more time. Are you really going to go against me? If you apologize for what happened that day and hand over the spirit-gathering pearls, I can let you off today." Gui Wu shouted coldly and unleashed his aura, pressing down on Xiaochen. He wanted to suppress Xiaochen with his aura first. Xiaochen did not say anything, allowing the other party's seemingly solid aura to surge over. The berserk aura was as heavy as a mountain. It caused the lake water on both sides to churn endlessly. As the waves churned, they moved up and down. The inner sect disciples who received the news that Gui Wu purposely leaked all looked over without blinking. They all wanted to know where Xiaochen, an unknown disciple from the Sky Dome realm, got his confidence to challenge the new giant of the inner sect, Gui Wu. Who do you think will win? In an inconspicuous corner of the lake, the leaders of the 5 inner sect factions were also quietly watching the duel. The one who spoke was the leader of the 5 factions, Yu Jiqiang. Beside him were Meng Hongguang, Feng Wuheng, Bai Zihao, and Lan Feichen. Upon hearing this, Lan Feichen, who had fought with Gui Wu before, said, "There is nothing much to say. Xiaochen will definitely lose. Gui Wu has an extremely strange technique for deflecting force. I exchanged 1,000 moves with him and exhausted his quintessence before I defeated him. Furthermore, back then, Gui Wu was an inferior-grade martial monarch. Now that he has advanced to medial-grade martial monarch, he is probably even stronger." Feng Wuheng said calmly, "Although this Gui Wu is nothing in our eyes now, it should not be difficult for him to defeat Xiaochen." Bai Zihao and Meng Hongguang also expressed the same opinion. They believed that Xiaochen would definitely lose. Yu Jiqiang smiled gently and said, "Since that is the case, then why are you all here to watch this fight that has no suspense at all?" The 4 all smiled awkwardly. Bai Zihao said, "Everyone's goal should be the same. There are still a few months before the true inheritor selection begins. For this Xiaochen to be able to kill the 7 Black Wind Killers, he must be quite capable. It would be best to have him test Gui Wu's limits. You all should also want to see how much Gui Wu has grown, right?" Feng Wuheng sighed softly. These 2 fellows from the lower realm are indeed unexpected. Situ Gang's strength goes without saying. However, this Gui Wu is a great threat to us as well. As the 4 spoke, Gui Wu slowly lost his patience. Under the pressure of his aura, Xiaochen did not feel uncomfortable at all. Xiaochen appeared calm and composed. Waves surged up and down, and his white robes fluttered in the wind. His figure was like a majestic mountain, not moving at all. "Let's see how long you can continue pretending," Gui Wu shouted ferociously. With a flip of his hand, he drew a sword. Then he casually sent out a strand of sword chi at Xiaochen. Gui Wu shifted his feet slightly, and that strand of sword chi brushed past Xiaochen. With a chi sound, it entered the lake. Gui Wu had just dodged that sword chi when he arrived before Xiaochen. His sword flickered with a withdrawn light as it pierced toward Xiaochen. Ding. Xiaochen quickly drew his lunar shadow saber. As the saber light danced, he casually knocked away the surging sword strike. Bang! Suddenly, a pillar of water erupted from behind Xiaochen. The sword chi that Gui Wu sent out earlier exploded at the bottom of the lake. The huge explosive force formed a whirlpool, and the surrounding water sank by 2 meters. Suddenly, Xiaochen's feet hovered in the air as he fell towards the bottom of the lake. Taking advantage of the critical moment when Xiaochen fell, Gui Wu laughed maniacally and sent out a series of sword flowers. Then he pulled back his right hand. Hundreds of sword images suddenly gathered together. The 1-meter-long sword instantly released a dazzling light, and a sharp sword intent filled the air. It turned out that Gui Wu had not casually sent out that initial sword strike. He had been waiting for this critical opening. Great! This move should be able to end the battle. Meng Hongfei could not help but exclaim when he saw the situation. Gui Wu's scheming was indeed outstanding. Since his opponent did not have an opening, he created one for his opponent. Then he seized the opportunity to deal with his opponent in one move. Xiaochen's expression turned grave. Indeed, this Gui Wu could not be underestimated. With just 2 moves, he created such an excellent opportunity for himself. Seeing that the sword was about to strike his chest, Xiaochen could not be bothered to dodge. Xiaochen circulated his quintessence and infused his 60% comprehended saber intent into his saber, forming a dense saber chi. Then he hovered in the air and clashed with Gui Wu. Bang! Something strange happened. Gui Wu, who carried a strong aura, attacked at lightning speed when Xiaochen was in the air and could not borrow any force. Unexpectedly, Gui Wu got knocked back by Xiaochen's saber strike. His feet slid on the water, and 2 walls of surging waves appeared on both sides of his body. What's going on? Everyone was astonished. They could not understand what happened. Gui Wu, who held the absolute advantage earlier, got knocked back by Xiaochen's decisive saber strike. Lan Feichen, who had exchanged moves with Gui Wu before, was even more astonished. He said, "That should not be the case." Given Gui Wu's deflecting techniques and Xiaochen's low cultivation, he should be able to casually dissipate the quintessence of this saber strike. Xiaochen turned around and pushed off into the air. Now that he had a chance to catch his breath, he immediately stood on the blue dragon image and charged at Gui Wu. The shock in Gui Wu's heart could not be described with words. The martial technique that he relied on to survive was actually unable to disperse the force of Xiaochen's saber strike. Before Gui Wu could be shocked, Xiaochen had already pressed forward. He infused his perfect 60% comprehended saber intent into his saber, and a clap of thunder resounded. Xiaochen executed the 4-season saber technique's first move, the spring thunder chop. Gui Wu did not believe it. He circulated the quintessence in his body and tilted his body, trying to dissipate all the force of this saber strike. Bang! Gui Wu vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Then he landed miserably on the water, burning to desolation. After knocking back Gui Wu with one move, Xiaochen was not surprised. He took advantage of the momentum and executed the most explosive move of the 4-season saber technique. Bang! 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 Gui Wu executed the strong 4-season saber technique one after another. Despite being only an inferior-grade martial monarch, Xiaochen forced Gui Wu into retreat. His earlier ferocious aura was swept away. Such a scene flabbergasted everyone. The expected one-sided victory did not happen. Instead, it turned out to be such a situation. Fated person in autumn water. A gentle saber light flashed, like a fated person smiling faintly. Then, it knocked Gui Wu into the bottom of the lake like a cannonball. Up in the air, Xiaochen stood on the blue dragon image. His face was expressionless as he stared at the calm surface of the lake, looking like he was searching for something. The surrounding inner sect disciples were all shocked speechless. For moves, Xiaochen used only 4 moves to defeat Gui Wu. No one had expected such a result. Cycle of seasons, endlessly multiplying. Suddenly, Xiaochen's gaze stopped on the calm surface of a lake. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the cycle of seasons, All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Then, a 7-colored saber light leaped out. What is he doing? Isn't the fight over? The many inner sect disciples could not help feeling suspicious. They could not understand Xiao Chen's actions. Boom! Before the confused voices faded away, a huge whirlpool appeared on the calm lake. A 3-kilometer-tall, 300-meter-wide pillar of water burst into the air. The sound was deafening, like the sky was collapsing and the ground was collapsing. It stunned everyone for some reason. When everyone looked up, they saw a person in tattered clothes at the highest point of the pillar of water. That person was tossed high into the air by the pillar of water and landed heavily on the ground like a sandbag. Gui Wu's body landed on the shore. The huge impact gave off an explosive sound. His naked body bounced a few times on the shore before landing on the ground. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of Gui Wu's mouth. Wounds covered his entire body. He looked incredibly weak, and his gaze turned hazy. Xiao! The blue dragon under Xiao Chen's feet roared. As it moved up and down, Xiao Chen instantly arrived in front of Gui Wu. The surrounding inner sect disciples all moved back, their gazes filled with fear as they looked at Xiao Chen. Earlier, Xiao Chen had clearly defeated Gui Wu, forcing him into the lake in a sorry state, not daring to get up. However, he had not let Gui Wu off, forcefully blasting him out even when he was at the bottom of the lake. It was clear that this white-robed bladesman, who did not seem to have a temper, was a ruthless character. Gui Wu, who was on the ground, recovered a little. As he looked at Xiao Chen in front, fear filled his heart. He pushed himself off the ground with both hands and retreated continuously. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Do you still think that there is a need for me to submit to you now?" Today, Xiao Chen had completely defeated Gui Wu, ruthlessly defeating him in front of everyone. The wounds on Gui Wu's body would take at least half a year to recover. As for the shadow in his heart, he would never be able to get out of it. When Xiao Chen made a move, it was like a thunderbolt, ruthlessly trampling on his opponent, not giving him a chance to make a comeback. When Xiao Chen saw this person's sorry state, he smiled coldly and ignored this person. He turned around and stepped on the lake surface, flying back to his residence. That is a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Suddenly, Yu Jiqiang, the strongest of the 5 factions on the other side of the lake, exclaimed. Chapter 665. The expressions of the other 4 changed. They all felt a deep threat. Lan Feichen said, "In our 18 southern provinces, only Feng Xingxing can achieve a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Could it be that this fellow is as strong as Feng Xingxing? That can't be wrong. Only a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent, combining quintessence and saber intent perfectly, would be impossible to break." Feng Wuhan sighed. Meng Hongfei also sighed softly. "Originally, I wanted to see where Gui Wu's bottom line was." Unexpectedly, an even more troublesome Xiao Chen suddenly appeared. Yu Jiqiang smiled slowly and said, "Everyone, don't be too pessimistic. Feng Xingxing is known as the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces. He is also the top true inheritor of the Full Moon Pavilion. For him to obtain this title, he did not just rely on his perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Xiao Chen is far from comparable to him. We still have a chance." "Senior brother Yu, what do you mean?" Bai Zihao rolled his eyes as if he thought of something. A sinister smile flashed on Yu Jiqiang's face. He said, "This fellow's potential is pretty good. However, his cultivation is far from ours. We have plenty of opportunities before he rises up." Lan Feichen said coldly, "That's right. One Yunfeiyu has suppressed us for so many years. If another Xiao Chen comes to snatch resources from us, we will never be able to become true inheritors in this lifetime. Senior brother Yu, your cultivation is the highest. We will listen to you." The other 3 did not even think about it, immediately agreeing to Yu Jiqiang's suggestion. Yu Jiqiang smiled coldly and said, "This matter needs to be discussed at length. However, for now, there is a big fool who will help us test it out. White-robed bladesman, there is still a battle between us that has not been decided yet. Are you thinking of leaving already?" Everyone looked over and saw Sidu Gang among the Battle Realm disciples on the shore laughing loudly. Then he soared into the air and threw a punch at Xiao Chen's back. A resonant dragon roar resounded. When the blue dragon image under Sidu Gang's feet heard the sound of air tearing behind him, it seemed like Xiao Chen had reached a state of telepathy with him. Without needing to deliberately control it, the blue dragon phantom circled once, and Xiao Chen instantly turned around. Facing this domineering punch, Xiao Chen's eyelids sank slightly. He did not dare to be careless. He circulated his vital qi, and the 12 acupoints on his right arm quietly opened. Then he punched out as well. Bang! A terrifying explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The surface of the lake that had just calmed down surged again in an instant. 81 pillars of water shot into the sky. The lake water fell down like raindrops, drenching the two people's clothes. Both of them retreated 100 steps, and their feet landed heavily on the surface of the water. At the same time, a pillar of water rose up behind them, intertwining with each other. Sidu Gang laughed and said, "Satisfying, take another punch from me." Tens of thousands of meters in the sky behind him, the wind and clouds fluctuated. Faintly, there seemed to be the silhouette of an ancient giant among the layers of white clouds. That giant was 300 meters tall, and its aura was like a mountain. It reared its head back and roared, stirring up the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. Situ Gang used this overwhelming aura to stomp heavily on the surface of the lake. He spread out his arms and soared like a great rock, sending another punch at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. He recognized that this was the ancient giant bloodline that the people of the Battle Realms relied on to become famous. After Situ Gang activated it, it was truly startling, its aura startling. The veritable essence energy that Xiao Chen had refined twice circulated quickly in his body, flowing through all the meridians of various sizes. It was like thousands of gushing rivers. The aura that Xiao Chen had been hiding erupted. A dragon roar seemed to build up in his chest, and he was not suppressed by the other party's aura. Just as the other party arrived, Xiao Chen merged his vital qi and veritable essence energy and sent out a berserk dragon fist. Bang! 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 As the dragon's head roared, it clashed its fists. A strong aura spread out into the surroundings. The lake water split in half, forming 200-meter-tall walls of water surging towards the shore. Damn! The wall of waves carried a huge force. The inner sect disciples who were watching from the shore cursed and quickly flew into the air. Hu Qi! This strike forced Xiao Chen back 300 meters. His qi and blood surged endlessly. His internal organs were shaken, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Earlier, when Xiao Chen used the four-season saber technique in the courtyard, he had exhausted a significant amount of veritable essence energy. After that, he used the four-season saber technique again in the battle with Gui Wu. Now, he only had a quarter of his veritable essence energy remaining. Hence, when Xiao Chen merged his vital qi and veritable essence energy, he could not display even half of his usual might. Before Sidu Gang, who had activated the ancient giant bloodline, he was slightly weaker. When Sidu Gang saw the situation, he laughed loudly, appearing very cocky. Before the lake water gathered again, he prepared to launch another attack. Boom! However, just at this moment, an azure flame suddenly burned the white clouds above Situ Gang's head. The azure flame spread out and quickly covered half the sky. A dragon claw clenched tightly into a fist and descended from the sky, smashing towards Situ Gang's head. Situ Gang was shocked. He quickly threw a punch at the dragon claw, but the dragon claw that descended from the sky did not move at all. However, the dragon claw descending from the sky had the advantage of the terrain. Furthermore, it had caught Sidu Gang off guard. Before he could store up the ancient giant's aura, the punch smashed him back to the bottom of the lake. At this moment, the two parts of the lake merged back together. The force of this collision was more than 5,000 kilograms. Sidu Gang's Battle Realm friends at the shore could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Pu Si. Water splashed everywhere as Situ Gang leaped out. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His clothes were all torn, revealing his sturdy muscles filled with explosive power. Damn it. Sidu Gang had not expected Xiaochen to make a fool out of him despite holding the upper hand. He felt flustered and exasperated, wanting to soar into the air. Xiaochen's expression did not change. He spread out his spiritual sense and had already predicted the direction Sidu Gang would take. He punched the sky with his right fist and said calmly, "Heaven-burning stance, dragon claw." Xiaochen's vital qi burned in his body, and a strand of azure smoke came out of his Tianmen acupoint, burning large patches of white clouds. An azure dragon claw descended from the sky, carrying the might of the 9 heavens. Pa! It smashed Sidu Gang into the bottom of the lake again. The rage of a dragon could burn the sky with raging flames. How could ordinary people resist it? Such a scene startled the people at the shore. Yu Jiqiang said with a sullen expression, "Originally, I thought that Situ Gang would crush this fellow after exhausting most of his quintessence. Unexpectedly, he still has such a startling physical body. His vital qi probably reached 500 tons of kilograms. We have to get rid of this fellow. Otherwise, none of us can think of becoming true inheritors. He is an even greater threat than Situ Gang and Gui Wu," Feng Wuheng said through clenched teeth. A purple-clothed man stood quietly on one of the tall green trees on the opposite bank. The purple-clothed man's aura was almost perfectly fused with the green tree, which was why such a large target could be seen. Unexpectedly, no one noticed him. At a glance, he looked like a branch that originally existed on the tree, unremarkable. Not bad. Unexpectedly, aside from having a startling physical body, this fellow's saber techniques are also so demonic. This person was Chen Xiao, one of the 2 true inheritors who had received Xiaochen in the past. Chen Zhao's lips curled up in a smile as he said indifferently, "However, my quintessence is about to run out. These 2 wondrous fist techniques also burn my vital qi as the price. I'm afraid I'm at the end of my rope. I have to help him. This fellow's potential is pretty good. He is worth befriending." Right after Chen Xiao spoke, he drifted down like a falling leaf, slowly heading for the center of the lake. Sidu Gang, who was at the bottom of the lake, felt extremely depressed. He had learned his lesson this time. He held his breath at the bottom of the lake and stored up the aura of an ancient giant, exhausting half of his quintessence to kill Xiaochen with one punch. Boom! The lake water churned endlessly like there was a huge creature roaring ferociously. As the waves surged, everyone felt a horrifying energy surging under the water. White-robed bladesmen, die. A pillar of water shot up, and Sidu Gang's aura reached its peak. He leaped out of the water and roared ferociously. A golden flame covered his entire body as he punched at Xiaochen. However, before Sidu Gang could react, he saw a purple figure flash by. Then he got kicked in the chest. The angle of that kick was shockingly accurate, hitting his only weak point. The quintessence in the kick was extremely horrifying, several times stronger than that of a peak medial-grade martial monarch. It was as vast and boundless as the sea. But Sidu Gang could not resist at all. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, and the flames on his body vanished. Then he fell back into the water in an even more sorry state than before. He felt extremely sullen. Chen Xiao, one of the 9 true inheritors, is here as well. The expressions of Yu Jiqiang and the others changed. They all had suspicious gazes in their eyes. They could not figure out why someone of Qin Zhao's status would appear in such a situation. Damn it! Who the hell kicked me? Are you tired of living? Simmering with rage, Sidu Gang leaped out of the water once more. Ignoring his internal injuries, he started cursing loudly. When the purple-clad Chen Xiao heard this, he could not help but smile faintly. Then he rushed over at lightning speed and kicked heavily again. Situ Gang, who had just emerged from the water, did not even get a clear look before he was kicked back into the lake again. The people of the battle realms all had fiery tempers. When Situ Gang recovered his wits, he immediately leaped out. He did not even have time to wipe the water off his face as he continued cursing, "Damn it! Who kicked me? Curse! Continue cursing." Chen Xiao smiled faintly and did not explain anything. Then he kicked Sidu Gang back into the water again. The group of Battle Realm people at the shore paled. When they saw the Battle Realm genius, Gang, being repeatedly kicked into the lake without being able to retaliate, they felt extremely embarrassed in their hearts. If it were someone else, they would have ignored the rules long ago and charged over. However, when facing the true inheritor, Xianxia, they did not dare to say anything or make any moves. Gurgle, gurgle. This time, Gang at the bottom of the lake finally sobered up. He knew that an incredible person had arrived. Gang held his breath at the bottom of the lake before resurfacing in fear. He only revealed half his face and watched carefully. Chapter 666. When Gang saw the smiling true inheritor Xianxia in the air, his heart turned cold. He quickly prepared to fly out and apologize. However, Gang seemed to think of something. Just as he rose to the surface, he sank back into the water. Gang's appearance was extremely comical. After being knocked into the water several times today, a shadow had already formed in his heart. Senior brother Qin, Gang apologizes to you. He was rude earlier and deserved to be kicked. However, senior brother, please explain why you suddenly interfered in my duel with Xiaochen, Gang said as he performed a cupped fist salute, hiding the rage in his eyes. Such a scene made Yu Jiqiang and the others' gazes blaze with fervor. An intense yearning appeared in their hearts. This was a true inheritor. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, if he kicked you, so be it. If you dared to speak rudely, then he would continue to kick you. Even if he severely injured you, there would be no one to reason with. Although the true inheritors' cultivations were not as high as those martial sage elders, they were still young, no more than 40 years old. They were all talented people. In the future, they would definitely become the pillars of the Haotian sect. Their statuses were equal to that of elders. They could use the full power of punishment elders against inner sect disciples and directly control the life and death of outer sect disciples. Their statuses were high, and the resources they enjoyed were even better than those of elders. These were the lifelong goals of Yu Jiqiang and the others. Gang had been in the Haotian sect for more than 2 months. He already knew how terrifying true inheritors were. Hence, when Gang discovered that the person who kicked him was Xianxia, all his temper immediately vanished. Xianxia said coldly, "Are the people of the battle realms all as shameless as you? Xiao Chen just fought with Gui Wu, and you took advantage of him while he was down. Yet, you still dare to call this a duel?" Gang paled as he slowly flew out of the water. He glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "Good. In that case, I'll wait for you for 2 months. Xiao Chen, 2 months from now, let's finish our unfinished duel here. Do you dare?" Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, "Why would I not dare? If you want to fight, I will grant your wish. I will wait for you here in 2 months." Originally, Gang had intended to end today's duel quickly, spreading his reputation far and wide. Unexpectedly, it ended like this. Gang felt extremely sullen in his heart. He snorted coldly and slowly walked back. In the distance, Yu Jiqiang's expression was incomparably gloomy as he said, "Let's go as well. This kid hasn't risen to prominence yet, so we must think of a way to deal with him. However, he actually has a connection to Xianxia. We have to discuss this when we get back." The few of them felt threatened in their hearts and their expressions were ugly. They were no longer as relaxed as they were when they first arrived. "Junior brother Xiaochen, I have done you a great favor. Are you not going to invite me back for a seat?" Chen Xiao turned around and smiled at Xiao Chen after everyone left. He had Xiao Chen. Had no idea. Chen did God. However, even if Qin Xiao had not come, Xiao Chen had a 60% chance of defeating Gang. However, the secret of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram and the blue dragon would have been exposed. Qin Xiao knew what Xiao Chen was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't overthink. Someone asked me to bring you something. It was just a matter of convenience." The suspicions in Xiao Chen's heart deepened. However, he could only put them aside and lead Qin Xiao into his courtyard. Qin Xiao took a sip of the tea that Xiao Chen brewed for him. Then he took out a jade bottle and a brocade box. He said, "There is a stalk of monarch blood grass in the brocade box. After consuming it, it can improve a cultivator's blood, giving them a trace of an ancient monarch's bloodline." There is half a drop of dragon marrow in the jade bottle. It can seep into a cultivator's marrow and allow their bones to undergo a complete rebirth, giving them a tenth of the dragon bone's defense. The value of the two added together would be difficult to buy even if one spent tens of millions of superior-grade spirit stones. Great waves stirred in Xiao Chen's heart. Could these two things be for me? That's right. These two natural treasures are for you. Even I am envious of such things, Qin Xiao said with a faint smile. Qin Xiao said with a faint smile. He wasn't lying. 10 million upper-grade spirit stones was a huge sum even for a true disciple. Furthermore, these two natural treasures were actually very difficult to measure with spirit stones. Even if one had money, one could not buy them. Most people would just consume them themselves. This happiness came too suddenly. Xiao Chen found it hard to believe. He asked, "Senior brother Qin, who gave me these two items?" Chen Xiao shook his head and replied, "I'm not sure. First senior sister got someone to pass them to you at Bushin Palace. As for who gave them to you, I do not know either. I only heard from first senior sister that this person has a great background." The first senior sister that Chen Xiao mentioned was the top true inheritor of the Haotian sect, Shui Lingling. She was also one of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation, second only to the sons of the 3 holy masters. She was undoubtedly a hero among women. In the 18 southern provinces, the Haotian sect's reputation was higher than the other 2 ranks of the great families. Aside from the mysterious sect master, a large part of the reason was this woman's prestige. Even after Qin Xiao left, Xiao Chen still could not figure out who was so generous as to bring him such a gift. Xiao Chen did not remember interacting with anyone in the Kunlun realm. Never mind. There is no point in overthinking. These two natural treasures happen to be very useful to me. Originally, I was worried that I would not be able to reach the peak of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer in a short time. Now, I can relax, Xiao Chen said softly as he placed the jade bottle and the brocade box into his universe ring. After renting this courtyard, Xiao Chen had only 1 million superior-grade spirit stones left. Xiao Chen did some calculations. 1 million superior-grade spirit stones would only allow him to reach the middle stage of the firmament body tempering art for a short time. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to reach the late stage of the firmament body tempering art at best. He did not even dare to think about reaching the peak of the firmament body tempering art. After his vital qi reached 500 tons of force, it would be very difficult to increase it by even 10%. With this monarch bloodgrass and half a drop of dragon marrow, all his problems would be solved. As for who sent them, that would be a problem for him to consider in the future. Xiao Chen quickly replenished his exhausted quintessence using a spirit vein's origin in the cultivation room in the courtyard. Then he immediately rushed to the herb shop in the inner city, where he bought the quintessence gathering pill. The shop was cold and cheerless. There was not much business. The shop assistants and the owner all seemed dispirited. Suddenly, when the owner saw Xiao Chen walk in, his eyes lit up. He immediately remembered that this was the rich customer who spent 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones to buy 2 quintessence gathering pills. The owner immediately perked up and smiled. "It has been a few days since we last met. Little brother's cultivation has improved greatly. Congratulations." The owner's eyes were very sharp. With one glance, he could tell that Xiao Chen had consumed the quintessence gathering pill. Xiao Chen's strength was at least 20% stronger than the last time he came. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said calmly, "It cannot be said that my cultivation has improved greatly. Bring out the medicinal pills and natural treasures that I mentioned previously." The owner was startled. The medicinal pills that Xiao Chen mentioned previously cost a total of 7 or 800,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Even a regular inner sect disciple would not be able to take out so many. Where did Xiao Chen get so many spirit stones? What's wrong? Are they all sold out? Xiao Chen asked with a slight frown when he saw the owner not moving. When the owner reacted, he revealed an expression of wild joy. He shouted, "How can this be? Quick, bring out the medicinal pills and natural treasures for body tempering cultivators." Soon, The counter in front of Xiao Chen was filled with medicinal pills and natural treasures for body tempering. Xiao Chen casually glanced through them and said, "You can remove the medicinal pills that are not useful for 500 tons of force of vital qi." The owner was astonished once again. This Xiao Chen did not look very old, only 21 or 22 years old. For him to be an inferior grade martial monarch was not too shocking in the Tianwu domain. However, Xiao Chen's physical body had also reached 500 tons of force of vital qi. This was rather scary. After taking away the inferior medicinal pills and natural treasures, Xiao Chen counted them and took out a bottle of spirit freezing pills. Tempering the physical body was like tossing a piece of metal into a blazing fire, tempering it thousands of times, tempering it into steel. The process was extremely painful. The further one went, the more horrifying the pain would be. Hence, many cultivators were willing to spend time tempering the physical body. The spirit freezing pill was a medicinal pill unique to the Kunlun realm. It could reduce the pain during the tempering process. If used at the right time, it would be very useful. However, it was very expensive. There were no more than 3 spirit freezing pills in one bottle. However, they cost 150,000 superior grade spirit stones, comparable to the rank 8 quintessence gathering pill. Furthermore, the spirit freezing pill only reduced pain. It was far from comparable to the quintessence gathering pill. It had to be said that the expenses of a body tempering cultivator were truly flabbergasting. After choosing the spirit freezing pill, Xiao Chen took out a stack of dragon jelly ointment. The dragon jelly ointment was made from the blood of an earth dragon and the fire dragon fruit, using a special formula. When placed in clear water, it would form a medicinal liquid. When a cultivator soaked in it and tempered their body, with the help of the medicinal energy, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort. There were many similar medicines. However, at Xiao Chen's cultivation realm, the dragon jelly ointment was the most effective. After that, Xiao Chen asked for a blood refining pill. The blood refining pill had the same effect as the monarch bloodgrass. However, the effects were worlds apart. However, this did not prevent him from using the blood refining pill before consuming the monarch bloodgrass. Finally, Xiao Chen took out a yellow spirit flower. The yellow spirit flower had the same effect as the half drop of dragon marrow. However, the latter was extracted from the spine of an ancient dragon, so the two were not on the same level. The shop owner smiled happily as he counted the items. Then he said to Xiao Chen, "All in all, it will cost 1,600,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, you are a Haotian sect inner sect disciple. It is the same as buying the quintessence gathering pill. You only need to pay half the spirit stones." Xiao Chen put away all the items. Then he took out 800,000 superior grade spirit stones and gave them to the shop owner. Xiao Chen still had some spirit stones on hand, but he was not in a rush to leave. "Boss, do you know where I can buy immortal spirit rings in the city? How much would they cost?" The shop owner muttered, "Immortal spirit rings, you can definitely buy them in the city's auction houses. However, the items there are very expensive. If you want to buy them, you can go to the miscellaneous goods street in the west of the city. That place specializes in miscellaneous goods. There are also some unknown treasures that you can find in remnants. As for the price, inner sect disciples do not get any discounts when buying immortal spirit rings. The more expensive ones cost 1 million superior grade spirit stones. The worse ones only cost tens of thousands of superior grade spirit stones. The more expensive the immortal spirit ring, the larger the space inside. Of course, the consumption is higher as well." Chapter 667. Xiao Chen sighed softly and said, "The immortal spirit ring consumes energy?" The owner stroked his beard and smiled. "That is natural. Otherwise, where would it get the energy to form a world of its own? Unless it is an immortal spirit ring from the immortal epic, which can be used in a limited fashion. The current immortal spirit rings all require spirit stones." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he asked, "Medial grade spirit stones?" Xiao Chen had several million medial grade spirit stones, but he had not had a place to spend them. If he could use them in the immortal spirit ring, he would not waste them. Yes, the effects are the same. It is just a matter of how much you use. After obtaining the answer he wanted, Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute and prepared to leave. Little brother, wait for a moment. Actually, I have an immortal spirit ring here. In the past, the inner sect disciples did not have enough spirit stones and used it to exchange. The energy in it has already withered. However, it is still rather large, at least 1,000 hectares. The owner seemed to have thought of something, suddenly calling out to Xiaochen. Xiaochen gave the other party a strange look. Then he quietly received the ring that the other party handed him. After sizing it up, he sent in his spiritual sense. Xiaochen saw nothing but pitch-black darkness. Aside from a nearly negligible spot of light, he could not see anything else. Xiaochen could not help but frown. Although he had not seen an immortal spirit ring before, he would not be fooled like that. Clearly, there was something wrong with it. Wait a moment. Don't be in a rush to return it. Suddenly, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind. He saw a figure flash in the pitch-black space. It was Ao Jiao. This ring has a very dense aura of the immortal epic. Toss in your medial-grade spirit stones and take a look. Without saying anything, Xiaochen tossed in 1 million medial-grade spirit stones. Drizzle fell in the pitch-black space. The raindrops gave off a faint glow, looking very beautiful. However, after the rain stopped, the pitch-black space did not change. Nothing could be seen, it was just pitch-black. Continue. Seeing that Ao Jiao wanted to continue, Xiaochen tossed in another 2 million medial-grade spirit stones. However, nothing changed. Continue. Xiaochen tossed in another 3 million medial-grade spirit stones. The light dripped down, but nothing changed. Continue. Xiaochen felt conflicted. Medial-grade spirit stones were not very useful in this Kunlun realm. However, they were not cabbages. They could be used to refine spirit-gathering pearls and exchange for superior-grade spirit stones after suffering some losses. In just a few moments, he had used up all of his middle-grade spirit stones. If he still did not obtain anything, then he would really be a fool. Ao Jiao said anxiously, "Hurry up. Just throw in another 2 million spirit stones. If you are any slower, all the spirit stones in front will be gone." Helpless, Xiaochen could only place in the final 2 million medial-grade spirit stones. Xiaochen. Spirit flame, and Qin, the sun, Chen's heaven, and spirit, and Qin's spirit. Now, the originally small speck of light had turned into a small sun hanging in the sky. The world in the ring was a place of its own. There were mountains, rivers, and vast, boundless plains. There were all sorts of flowers, grass, and trees everywhere. It looked very lively, covering a vast area. Ao Jiao giggled and said, "Silly brat, you picked up a treasure, right? This is a bona fide immortal spirit ring from the immortal epic. In the past, when I was adventuring with the Thunder King, I saw one. We had to throw in a large number of spirit stones at the same time to open it." Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart, but his expression did not change. Without saying anything, he tossed the immortal spirit ring to the owner with a dark expression and turned to leave. "Little brother, wait a moment. Wait a moment. This ring is really just drained of energy. Just throw in some more spirit stones and it will be fine." The owner held on to Xiaochen, refusing to let go. Xiaochen rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think I'm a fool? This ring is already damaged. It is completely useless." The owner chuckled and said, "It is fine even if it is damaged. It can be repaired. How about this? I'll sell it to you at a lower price. 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones." Seeing that Xiaochen's expression did not change, the owner clenched his teeth and said, 80,000, no, 50,000 is fine as well. The lowest price is 30,000. Xiaochen said, "I'll buy another bottle of spirit freezing pills. I'll give this ring to you as a gift." The owner looked around and immediately started calculating. The profit from the spirit freezing pills was about 30,000 superior-grade spirit stones. This lousy ring was not worth anything at all. Xiaochen would be lucky to be able to throw it away. Soon, the owner came up with an answer. He said with a smile, "Deal? Give him another bottle of spirit freezing pills." Xiaochen took out 150,000 superior-grade spirit stones and carefully put away the immortal spirit ring and the spirit freezing pills. Then, he hid his expression and walked out of the shop. "Owner, wasn't that immortal spirit ring you picked up from the sundry goods street? Why did you give it to someone else for free?" The owner laughed happily and said, "What the hell do you know? I was just bragging. Those old fellows from the sundry goods street cheated me to death. I bought it for 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones. In the end, I wasted 5 million medial-grade spirit stones and still did not manage to open the space inside. I was lucky to be able to throw it to this arrogant buy." Outside the shop, Xiaochen walked out for a long time before he revealed an expression of wild joy. He solemnly wore the immortal spirit ring on his finger, his eyes filled with joy. When Xiaochen returned to his courtyard, he still could not hide the joy in his heart. The owner of the immortal spirit ring had actually given him a 50,000-hectare immortal spirit ring for free. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen took out the huge piece of soil with the netherworld flower from the universe ring and moved it into the air with a xiao sound. After close to 3 months without the support of spiritual energy, the netherworld flower had clearly withered significantly. Fortunately, the white flame in the center of the flower was only slightly dimmer. It still looked full of life force, showing no signs of withering. Xiaochen used the immortal spirit ring to sweep across the square piece of soil in the air. A strong suction pulled it in. He sent his spiritual sense into the immortal spirit ring, and that piece of soil floated quietly in the air. Xiaochen discovered that his spiritual sense could easily control that piece of soil in the world within the ring. However, when Xiaochen looked at this vast and boundless world within the ring, he felt somewhat worried. He did not know where to place it. "Come with me. Place the netherworld flower on the spirit vein's origin. It will grow faster," Ao Jiao said as she floated over. Xiaochen controlled the netherworld flower and followed Ao Jiao. At the same time, he felt it was strange. He asked, "There is a spirit vein in this ring? Why do I not feel it?" Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "There is. However, it is just a rank 1 spirit vein. Furthermore, it is of the lowest rank. The area it covers is rather small. In the future, when you are strong enough, you can bring in a few more high-ranked spirit veins. At that time, you can have your own herb field here." Following Ao Jiao's lead, Xiaochen's spiritual sense brought the netherworld flower to a small herb field. Ao Jiao executed a small trick and immediately opened up a large hole in the ground. A spiritual light flickered at the bottom of the hole. Strands of spiritual energy turned into white mist and rose up. It was as Ao Jiao said, there was indeed a spirit vein here. The square piece of soil with the netherworld flower slowly filled up the hole. With the replenishment of spiritual energy, the dispirited netherworld flower instantly became much brighter. When Xiaochen saw this scene, he rejoiced in his heart. The netherworld flame in the netherworld flower was a superior Yin-attributed flame. After the extreme Yin flame consumed it, it could greatly increase the strength of the extreme Yin flame, increasing the might of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. All along, the Yang flame had flourished while the Yin flame dwindled. For the sake of maintaining balance, Xiaochen could not even unleash half of the purple thunder true fire's might in his right eye. This greatly limited the strength of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was one of Xiaochen's greatest trump cards. From a certain perspective, it was even stronger than the heaven-ranked martial technique, the dragon subduing slash. In this Kunlun realm, although heaven-ranked martial techniques were expensive, they were not particularly precious. The true inheritors of the various 9 ranks of the great families would all obtain a heaven-ranked martial technique. Only the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram could achieve the balance of Yin and Yang that no one had been able to achieve since ancient times. Xiaochen used the unique Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram on Earth to merge them together. Even the martial sage Emperor Wu could not do it. "You will be staying here in the future. With me helping you take care of the netherworld flower, you can make it mature a few months earlier," Ao Jiao said with a smile as she stretched lazily. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "You know how to do this as well?" Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she replied, "That is natural. In the past, I helped to take care of the Thunder King's immortal spirit ring. Every Emperor Wu has his own immortal spirit ring. He can plunder spirit trees and spirit herbs to nurture his own herb field. The immortal spirit ring of the immortal epic is not that easy to obtain. Even some peak martial sages would be jealous of you. Just this point alone puts you ahead of many people. Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything. He could only listen to Ao Jiao's words. With Xiaochen's current strength, it would be impossible for him to fight for a spirit origin, even if it was just a rank 1 one. Those martial sages could kill him with one slap. With Ao Jiao's help, Xiaochen did not need to worry about the netherworld flower. He withdrew his spiritual sense from the immortal spirit ring and started preparing to cultivate the firmament body tempering art. Xiaochen found a large bathtub and filled it with clean water. Then he slowly placed the dragon jelly ointment into the water. The water instantly boiled, and the medicinal effects of the dragon jelly ointment slowly came out. The clear water quickly turned steaming hot, and a medicinal fragrance spread throughout the room. Xiaochen observed carefully before stopping. The remaining dragon jelly ointment seemed like it could be used 2 more times. 100,000 superior grade spirit stones were gone, just like that. Removing his clothes, Xiaochen muttered, "I spent so much money to buy this dragon jelly ointment. I hope it will have some effect." Xiaochen placed an ice spirit pill in his mouth and entered the bathtub. Then he sat down cross-legged. The medicinal liquid in the water immediately seeped through his pores and entered Xiaochen's body. Xiaochen's complexion flushed red. He felt a warm current spread throughout his body. The strength and toughness of his physical body slowly increased at a weak rate. The quintessence in his dantian stopped flowing, and everything became quiet. Xiaochen circulated his vital qi, letting it flow up and down his body, driving the medicinal energy. As Xiaochen circulated his vital qi, his bones, blood, skin, and flesh felt like they were being hammered by a steel hammer. The heart-wrenching pain was unbearable. Chapter 668. The first 5 layers of the firmament body tempering art had been painful as well. However, it was not as intense as this time. Furthermore, with the help of the medicinal energy, the intense pain doubled. Xiaochen was not in a rush to crush the spirit freezing pill. He relied on his tenacious will to endure the pain of being tempered thousands of times and clenched his teeth. Night arrived quietly. The morning sun rose and set without anyone noticing. Xiaochen completely forgot about the flow of time. As he circulated the firmament body tempering art and the dragon jelly ointment, the strength of his physical body rapidly increased. The pain was like maggots in one's bones, following them like a shadow, constantly interrogating the cultivator's will. As long as Xiaochen circulated the firmament body tempering art, the pain would attack him continuously. As his strength increased, the pain would increase. Only by stopping cultivating could he eliminate the pain. At this moment, a cultivator's will and mental state became very important. You can endure loneliness and temptation. You have outstanding talent, excellent aptitude, and outstanding comprehension ability. You are ruthless to your enemies, showing no mercy. However, you do not dare to be more ruthless to yourself. If you cannot endure the pain of being tempered thousands of times, you will not be able to become a peak expert, standing out from the crowd. Endure! 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 Xiaochen roared in his heart. He did not give up. He circulated the firmament body tempering art continuously, waiting for the pain to surpass his limits. When he fainted from the pain, he would quickly crush the spirit freezing pill in his mouth. A bone-chilling coolness immediately came from Xiaochen's fiery body. The pain that was about to surpass his limits immediately decreased. The spirit freezing pill could not completely eliminate the pain. It could only slow it down. However, it was able to prevent Xiaochen from fainting at this moment. It was very useful. The effects of the spirit freezing pill would not last for long. Xiaochen continued to cultivate, preparing to break through this limit in one go. Every time he reached his limit, he would make a small breakthrough in the firmament body tempering art. Soon, the effects of the spirit freezing pill wore off. Xiaochen immediately stopped cultivating. This was because the pain would cause him to faint. If he persisted, he would waste his cultivation time. Amidst the splashing water, Xiaochen got up and walked out of the bathtub. He casually wiped off the medicinal liquid on his body. Xiaochen clenched his fists tightly as he felt an extremely strong force. Kacha! Kacha! The bones in Xiaochen's body crackled like beans being fried. A formless power spread out uncontrollably. The airflow in the room surged endlessly. Some of the ornaments suddenly shattered, turning into fragments that danced in the air. That was not all. An acupoint on the sole of Xiaochen's right foot suddenly opened. As the green dragon chi spread, Xiaochen felt that his right foot was filled with endless explosive power. Xiaochen had a joyful expression as he said, "The firmament body tempering art has reached small perfection. My vital chi has increased by 50 tons of force. I finally managed to open another acupoint. In the future, my ability to break through defenses will increase by at least 20%. Looking back at the bathtub behind him, he found that the Longling ointment in it had almost been used up. After spending some effort, Xiaochen poured out all the water and replaced it with fresh water. I can still use the Longling ointment 2 more times. With the blood refinement pill and the bright yellow flower, I should be able to reach the late stage of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer. Finally, with the monarch blood grass and half a drop of dragon marrow, I should be able to reach the peak of the late stage of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer." Xiaochen muttered to himself before entering the bathtub again. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. 10 days later, Xiaochen had exhausted the spirit freezing pill, the Longling ointment, the blood refinement pill, and the yellow spirit flower. Everything was as he expected. The firmament body tempering art had reached the late stage of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer. His vital chi had increased by 100 tons of force. Now, without using quintessence, Xiaochen's total vital chi could reach 1,300,000 tons of force. He had not suffered for nothing in the past few days. The hundreds of thousands of medicinal pills he spent on medicinal pills had not gone to waste. Now, if he met Sidu Gang again, he would be able to put up a fight without using his quintessence. He would not be forced back by Sidu Gang's vast quintessence like before. Aside from his right foot, Xiaochen also opened 2 of the acupoints on his left foot. There were 12 acupoints on each foot. For the sake of balance, Xiaochen intended to open both feet at the same time. He did not want to end up with a strong explosive force in his right foot and an ordinary one in his left foot. That way, there would be fewer variations in combat, making it easy for his opponent to see through him. After leaving the cultivation room, Xiaochen arrived at the courtyard. Then, he cautiously took out the half-drop of dragon marrow and the monarch bloodgrass. These 2 items were worth cities. Even now, Xiaochen felt somewhat weak. He felt that this was a pie falling from the sky. It was simply inexcusable. However, no matter what, the reality was that these 2 items were in Xiaochen's hands and could raise his strength. As for the rest, there was no point in thinking too much about it. In that case, there was no point in thinking about it. The monarch bloodgrass was golden in color, with only a scarlet line in the middle. The entire herb looked very ordinary, somewhat unworthy of its famous reputation. However, with Xiaochen's sharp spiritual sense, he could sense the unique might of an ancient sovereign. Although it was already very faint, it clearly existed. The pressure it gave off was also very real. Nuanmuyun had obtained the monarch bloodgrass in the savage battlefield, which was filled with danger and danger. According to rumor, a startling war had taken place there during the ancient era. For the sake of the human race, the ancient sovereigns had fought against the other races, the fiend race, the beast race, the half-fiend race, the half-demon race, and the deity race. All the experts of the various races who participated in the war were martial emperors of their races. The scale of that war was vast, indescribable with words. Once, the sky had 9 suns. After that war, only 1 sun remained. It was also after that war that the humans obtained the resource-rich Tianwu domain of the vast Kunlun realm. Then they divided the territories of the other races. The cultivators who could become martial emperors were the overlords of the world, blessed with great luck. However, many of them died in that war. The monarch bloodgrass's original name was golden bloodgrass. It grew in many other places as well. Only the golden bloodgrass in the savage battlefield had been tainted by the blood of the ancient martial emperors. The golden bloodgrass that could not be burned to death by the sovereign's blood was the monarch bloodgrass that everyone saw today. Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and used the purple flames to refine the monarch bloodgrass into liquid. Then, he swallowed it in one gulp and quickly circulated his quintessence, increasing the speed at which it spread through his blood. As the monarch bloodgrass flowed in, some of the impurities in Xiaochen's blood seeped through his pores and turned into a faint azure smoke, scattering out strand by strand. At the same time, Xiaochen's aura slowly changed. A tyrannical aura spread out. A strong wind blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. The clouds churned endlessly. Mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. As the wind blew and the clouds churned, it was like a sovereign had arrived. After 1 hour, Xiaochen completely absorbed the trace of sovereign's bloodline in the monarch bloodgrass. Xiaochen opened his eyes, and his sharp gaze was like a pair of powerful treasured sabers, boundlessly sharp. A boundless aura surged out, and the trees in the courtyard swayed wildly. The lush green grass all bent over, not daring to raise their heads. Xiaochen moved slightly and stood up. His aura suddenly soared. Kasi. Under the pressure of this aura, the swaying tree broke in half. Countless bent green grass broke out of the ground. Then they were crushed into bits and scattered in the air. With a thought, Xiaochen withdrew his aura. The howling strong wind instantly stopped, and the grass that filled the air fell to the ground. That insufferably arrogant sovereign's aura also completely calmed down. However, this calmness was only temporary. As long as Xiaochen willed it, it could erupt at any time. The trace of an ancient sovereign's bloodline is indeed strong. Now, I do not even fear the aura of a martial sage. As Xiaochen looked at the chaotic scene in the courtyard, he thought to himself, just a trace of a diluted bloodline is already so mighty. In that case, how graceful were the ancient sovereign's bloodline? It really inspired one's imagination. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaochen took out the other half-drop of dragon marrow. True dragon marrow was valuable as well. There were no longer any true dragons in the current martial epic. Only some true dragon skeletons from the Immortal epic remained in some extremely dangerous remnants. This half-drop of dragon marrow was obtained by one of the Tianwu domain's 7 giants, Wang Meng, in an underground dragon grave after going through great danger. Wang Meng had always been reluctant to use it. Unexpectedly, he ended up benefiting Xiaochen instead. Dragon marrow could penetrate deep into a cultivator's tough bones, changing the structure of the bones and strengthening their toughness. Its effects were several times better than those of a similar spirit herb. Xiaochen took much longer to refine this half-drop of dragon marrow than to refine the monarch bloodgrass. He used half a day. After Xiaochen's entire skeleton absorbed the energy in the dragon marrow, he underwent a drastic change. His physical defense increased by at least 20%. Compared to the increase in his aura, Xiaochen preferred such a direct change. When Xiaochen felt such a change, he felt dissatisfied. He said, "There is too little, only half a drop. In the future, when I am strong enough, I will definitely obtain some more dragon marrow and monarch bloodgrass." The monarch bloodgrass strengthened Xiaochen's bloodline, allowing his aura to withstand the might of a martial sage. The half-drop of dragon marrow directly strengthened his physical defense. These two items allowed Xiaochen to undergo a complete transformation. The benefits they brought could not be measured in spirit stones. While the natural treasures were still in effect, Xiaochen cultivated the firmament body tempering art through the night. Finally, before the sun rose, Xiaochen cultivated the firmament body tempering art to the peak of the 6th layer. Xiaochen cultivated the firmament body tempering art to the peak of the 6th layer, and his vital qi increased by 50 tons of force. This marked a perfect end to his closed-door cultivation. The sun shone brightly, filling Xiaochen's room with mottled light. He looked at the time in the hourglass. In the blink of an eye, it was already the start of the month. It is time to take on missions. This time, I have to make it to the top rank of the contribution ranking. Xiaochen muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed with extreme confidence. He no longer feared anyone in the inner sect. The top rank of the contribution ranking would receive 500,000 superior grade spirit stones, 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, and 10 medial grade spirit gathering pearls. Superior grade spirit stones and inferior grade spirit gathering pearls were still manageable. If Xiaochen worked hard, he would be able to earn them. However, 10 medial grade spirit gathering pearls were hard to come by. Even if one had money, one would not be able to buy them. Xiaochen had to obtain them. Xiaochen had a premonition that inferior grade spirit gathering pearls would be useless to him when he wanted to break through to medial grade martial monarch from inferior grade martial monarch. Only medial grade spirit gathering pearls would do.